Hey everyone, I opened up YouTube here on my computer, and this was in the suggested. It was Fox by Fox 5 News here in the DC like area. So I'm actually fascinated by this because I've been to these places. I physically been to these places over the years, and so that's the fascination. And plus, it's the fact that every time I went to these places, I get a weird feeling about being there. And then I watched one of these documentaries and I recognized the places that I was at where I got the weird feeling at. And then it dawned on me that's the reason why I'm feeling the way that I feel. And I feel really uneasy, weird. It just a weird vibe, you know? So I think that's where the fascination lies now because I fucking know these places. Plus, it's the fact that I know people that knew these people. You know, I've talked to people who have known these people who have gotten killed. And my mom's fiance who passed away in the last about a few years ago. He told me that he was involved with it too. That he because he was working for the Montgomery County Coroner's like office at the time. So it kind of hits me a little personal that this happened, you know. So that's the reason why I think I have a fascination with it. But yeah, let's watch the video. Doing it all the way to the beginning, and I want to talk about some of these places that I recognize and the fact that I miss that they changed the way these places are. That some places are gone now, that some places are still there but just different or not the same. You know, I like to say my commentary. I'm a map-minded kind of person, and when I recognize places that I've been to over the years, that's a fascination too for some reason.
When you drive past the shelter.
Yeah, you don't hear that on the radio no more. That noise, you really don't hear that no more. I've heard it on a bow thing up in Pennsylvania. It was in the sheriff's office in the Poconos region, East Strawberry area.
Gas station in Kensington, Maryland.
But yeah, that's the show right there in Kensington, Connecticut, and Knowles. But Knowles would be up here. Safeway's right there. It's like literally right to your left. But yeah, I parked the Ford van at the Kensington Shopping Center where the Chipotle is and the 7-Eleven, and I walked through here. I had to walk right through here to go to Safeway. See where the mouse is? I had to walk right through there. And the moment that I walked through there, I felt really weird. It was a really weird feeling, and I didn't know why. I had no idea that this was the gas station. That this was the gas station that that the woman was killed at, vacuuming out her like minivan. So.
Maryland, the crisp and juicy chicken at Leisure.
And that's at Leisure World there. That's up on Georgia Avenue, not that far from the gas station there, just a few miles up to the north.
World in Silver Spring, Fitzgerald Auto Mall.
And then this was along Rockville Pike near the Whitefoot Mall. So, yeah, I think that's the NRC building, right there. So technically, that would be Nicholson Lane right here. Whitefoot Mall would have been to your left. Rockville Pike is that way, 355. I mean, I go by there I don't go by here, but I go up and down Rockville Pike all the time. So.
Oh, in Rockville, the Home Depot in Falls Church, Virginia.
And I've been to that one too many times too to get stuff. When I worked at the Falls Church CC's Pizza, we needed like faucets, outlets, you know, the basic stuff like that. And I would go down there to get it because it was the closest Home Depot.
Remember their names: Lori Lewis Rivera, Sarah Ramos, James Buchanan, Linda Franklin. Your mind takes you back.
Yeah, that's the way the Whitefoot Mall was too. That's pretty crazy that the Whitefoot Mall is gone. It's been gone for quite a few years now.
To 3.
I remember going up in there and like walking around and stuff. That place was cool. I wish it had stayed around. That would be the closest mall to my location right now.
Terrifying weeks.
And then, yeah, see, that's that building up on Connecticut Knolls right there that I always make a right turn at.
Yeah, we need an ambulance at the corner of Knowles in Connecticut. A woman was vacuuming her car. Something blew up. She's unconscious. She's got blood coming out of her nose and her mouth. And where? Knowles in Connecticut Avenue.
The invisible killer is still out there somewhere tonight. Police here in Rockville and throughout the Washington area are working overtime, hoping to find the sniper before.
Damn, he is really young looking. Holy cow. I mean, from the time that he talks here and the time he talks in the next clip, probably what? Yeah, a little more, yeah, almost two decades passed. Actually, yeah, it was 20 years that passed.
Before he shoots again.
And that was the old Montgomery County Police headquarters, too, where he was talking at. The one on Research Boulevard.
Okay.
Security in everyday life is a feeling that fades with each random shot fired.
Why is she pointing at the camera? Okay.
We have breaking news right now. If you've been with us, then you know hundreds of police are looking for a sharpshooter who has struck again.
3 weeks in October 2002, a time seared into our memories as two
I've been on those old buses, too. They haven't used those in a long time, though, but I've been on them, well, more than 10 years ago now.
murderous snipers encircled the Washington, D.C. area. A time when we all realized that our life or death in those 22 days.
Look at that. And then they hit the wall. Like, how can you miss? How can you not straighten out a car before going into a garage? Come on. Seriously?
It's just a matter of chance.
And he could have got his hand slammed. See that? He could have gotten his hand slammed. Oh, forgot the lights right there. Hey Alexa, turn the lights off.
Okay.
There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, you see his hand right there? Right up against the yellow? He could have easily lost his hand. Easily. Like, how dumb do you have to fucking be? You know? It I don't know, it just amazes me that some people don't think, before they do things, you know?
I'm Melanie Alwick. Welcome to our Fox 5 podcast.
Yeah, he had really aged in 20 years.
The DC Snipers. I had just started my...
And she even was in the things, too. It's pretty crazy. Wow, time went by.
Third year at the station when all of this happened, and I was working the night side shift. It was really incredible.
And I'm Bob Barnard. I was here for about 5 years when this all started, and I was actually working a day shift. And Melanie, I remember I was called in earlier than I was supposed to be, and they said, hey, a couple of people have been shot and killed in Montgomery County, like near each other, but we don't think it's related. We don't know. Can you get in here real quick? So I got showered and came right in. By the time I got in, they said, all right, so the third shooting was... And I'm like, what do you mean, a third shooting? They're like, there's been a third shooting at a gas station up in Aspen Hill. And I think I cursed aloud. I was like, what the hell is going on?
I'm sure you did.
And they're like, get out. You're going to the mobile station on Connecticut Avenue up near Aspen Hill. And Doug Wilkes, the photographer, and I got in the car and headed up there. And it was the beginning of 3 weeks of sheer madness in this area.
It was. And here we are now, some 20 years later, looking back on that time when really everyone we knew...
Well, this was 3 years ago.
The sniper started his spree last week on Wednesday, firing a shot into the Michael's craft store in Aspen Hill. No one was hurt. However, less than an hour later, the sniper killed a man in Silver Spring. The next morning, the carnage continued in Rockford. Less than an hour later, the sniper killed a man in...
Damn, that's an old Dodge van. Wow. I used to live in one of those vans a long time ago. Before I got the Ford van. That's crazy.
In Silver Spring. The next morning, the carnage continued in Rockville.
Yeah, I know exactly. I know that exact location right there. That exact spot. Like, I know that very well.
Where a man was killed. And within 90 minutes of that shooting, the sniper killed 3 more people in Montgomery County.
trying to think. Is that bowling?
County, 2 at gas stations, 1 at Leisure World.
Fox 5's Bob Barnard and Melanie Elmwick are following different aspects of the intense investigation. We begin now with Bob.
You should take a look behind me. This is the gas station, the mobile gas station. The vehicle you can see there is a silver minivan that is behind the police tape. That's the van that the nurse was in. There is blood, frankly, on the splattered on the other side of that van. On the other side of the van, still parked at the pumps, is the cabbie's car.
My hands were shaking, and I got out of the car and I called 911, and I saw the taxi driver was laying down and there was a lot of blood, and I was trying to explain to the 911 operator where I was and what had happened. If I had got out immediately, grabbed my bag and got out, and not being a little bit nosy, what's the guy doing, then it would have been 50-50 who he would have shot.
That same night, the sniper killed his 6th victim in the district this time.
It could be any one of us. Sitting on the front porch, could be us, could be me, could be you, could be anybody.
What's the matter with him? He just got shot. Are you okay, Anna? Okay.
The spree continued, though, Monday morning with the shooting of a 13-year-old student in Prince George's County. That boy remains in critical condition.
I was gasping for air. I was turning pale. I was losing so much blood. I had to roll the window down to help me breathe. It was an intense moment. I truly thought I was going to die. This is where the bullet actually pierced me. This was all immediate surgery. These here looks like other bullet wounds. They was just like maybe bags of blood. They had to feed me through my veins. Essentially, because if I would have eaten or drinking anything, I could have choked on myself.
Then, Wednesday night, the sniper took down...
Damn. And that's a Sunoco there. That's down on Route 234 down in Manassas and Bowles Ford Road to your left. If you keep on going that way, you'll head towards Route 28 and the Manassas Hospital and all that. I mean, I can't say, but my girlfriend lives down that way. So I come off of 66 and I come this way to come see her. But I come off of 28 further up. So I take 495 to Dulles Access Road, to 28 to 66 to here. And that's how I get down to Manassas to go see my girlfriend, because it seems like it's the quickest way to do it without dealing with stoplights and too much traffic. The only time I'm really dealing with stoplights is once I get up 66 and I'm heading down towards the next part of 28. Then that's when I'm dealing with traffic and stoplights. So.
Down a man in Manassas. The hit happened just after 8 o'clock last night.
But yeah, the Sunoco looks similar to the way it looks still. It's just a little more different. But it still looks the same pretty much.
The Sunoco gas station in Manassas. Now, if...
I don't remember that being there, that parking lot. So that must be new. I mean, not new, but this must be old, because I know it's a T-Mobile right next to it. It's a T-Mobile store right next to it.
The shooting is in fact linked to the sniper killings. This will be the 10th unexplained shooting in a row. The victim in this case, a well-liked 53-year-old civil engineer.
I didn't really think it was, in my neighborhood and right there. It's scary.
10 shots fired, 9 people struck, 7 killed. The addition of Prince William County to the shooter's field of prey has strengthened the task force's size and resolve.
On given days, we might be trailing with teams of federal and local officials, 16, 18 people on a given day. What generally ended the surveillance on those suspects would be another shooting.
They basically killed everybody. That was the randomness of it, There was no rhyme or reason to it. They just killed everybody. Maximum fear.
Chaos follows the apparent trail of the serial sniper. Traffic is slow to a crawl, plans are canceled, and businesses are feeling the effects of communities in lockdown.
See your husband shot?
My wife.
Where's she been shot?
Shot in her head.
You should understand that I hope to God that someday we'll know why all of this
So yeah, I actually knew people that knew these people. Isn't that crazy? Except for him and him. I don't, but I knew people that knew most of them, especially Sonny there. And also the bus driver too. The one woman told me that she knew him personally. So yeah, that's pretty surreal.
Occurred. Thank you.
And just hearing that, seeing it, if you're watching the video, it really does bring me back to that time. And I know you too. We were just so involved in it and wanting to get people all the information. And the anchors at the time too. So if you're hearing that, you may recognize some of those voices. Tracy Neal, Laura Evans, Will Thomas, who spent so much time there at Montgomery County Police Headquarters covering the breaking developments. And also in this podcast, we're going to talk to some of the people and their remembrances of the time, but we're going to also go into places we hadn't heard before, hear some of those untold stories from investigators and other people who witnessed this firsthand.
And some of those 911 calls, I mean, my goodness, it does take you back, obviously. You know, when you hear those heartbreaking calls and some of the people you may have not heard from before, we heard a couple of voices, including Iron Brown, the then 13-year-old who was shot and badly wounded there outside his middle school in Prince George's County. You know, witnesses to the murders, survivors of the sniper's deadly aim. Dr. Carolyn Namro, who you heard there, she watched in horror one of the 5 murder victims get shot on that fateful first day, October 3rd, really. A part-time cab driver named Prem Kumar Walekar. He was shot at a gas station.
Oh yeah, it's been
before her eyes.
I did realize it was a gunshot, and then he.
23 years now since it happened, I think.
That's why I hadn't got out of my car.
23 years now.
And I stopped to look at him,
Wow.
and I had to get my credit card out, and then he walked to me. So it was only a matter of 2 or 3 steps to my car, and he was at the passenger window, and he said, "Call an ambulance," and he collapsed.
Dr. Namro goes on to describe the sheer terror she felt for days after that, wondering whether the killer or killers had seen her and would come after her family somehow for some reason. It's chilling stuff. I also interviewed Iron Brown. He's the teenager I mentioned, a 13-year-old boy, a middle school student from Prince George's County, shot and severely wounded by the snipers as he arrived at school. That was Benjamin Tasker Middle School in Prince George's County in Bowie. That was on October 7th, 2002, that first week of the killing spree. Iron was being dropped off by his aunt in front of the school.
And essentially, as soon as I got out of her car, it happened that fast. And of course, you just heard a loud bang as if a grenade went off. And immediately I knew I was shot. Of course, with me never being shot before, I guess intuition and just instincts just kicked in, and one thing led to another, and next thing you know, I was just fighting and grasping for air, and that day forever changed me.
Iron will tell you what he remembers about that day and the weeks that followed as he recovered from very serious injuries. He was shot in the stomach. Iron Brown is now 33 years old, a father, and living near Atlanta. Later in the series, you'll hear from a man named...
He's 33? I guess that makes sense. I was going to say, because I'm much older than him. I was 18 when that shit happened. But I was out in Wisconsin at the time. But I remember my mom calling me from the nursing home and saying that they had it on lockdown because a shooting happened. And I didn't know what she meant by that. I had no idea. So, but yeah, when I watched news a day or two later, the national news, then I was like, oh, that's what she meant. You know? So yeah, she was at Circle Manor. It was a nursing home in Kensington at the time. So...
Mike Bouchard. He was the head of the ATF in Maryland at the time of the killings. He was one of the people we heard from on a daily basis back in 2002, updating the world on the mind-boggling manhunt for the snipers. Here's Mr. Bouchard describing what it was like when the killers first started leaving clues at the murder scenes.
Once they left the tarot card and said, "Call me God," all the subsequent shootings, they communicated or left something behind to let us know it's us. And, you know, it was a mind game that they're playing with us. You know, in my opinion, they felt they had control and they could manipulate us, standing before the cameras. You know, early on, they were doing 5-6 press conferences a day, and we talked with our public information officers and Chief Moose, and we said, if they're getting off on vanity for the publicity of this whole thing, let's just cut it back. We're going to do one a day, regardless if it's a shooting or not. We're not going to reward them by having a press conference and having us go up there and talk about these guys.
Mike's now retired and living in Williamsburg, Virginia. More from him in a later episode. And I want to share with you a brief part of our interview with Tim Meacham. He was a police officer in Ashland, Virginia. That's down near Richmond. He was the first officer to arrive at the scene of the shooting of Jeffrey Hopper outside a Ponderosa steakhouse. This was during the 3-week-long killing spree right off I-95. Hopper was wounded as he left the restaurant with his wife. The snipers again leaving behind a note from their perch in a wooded area near the restaurant.
They had asked for $10 million, and they wanted it to be put on a specific platinum visa, I believe it was. And they provided the credit card number and the PIN and everything you needed, and they demanded this ransom. And they said, if catching us is more important, get your body bags. And then that's when they made the threat to, they said get your body bags. And they made this threat to the children.
If you guys think about it, right? If you think about it, they wanted money on a Visa Platinum card. That is easily traceable. Easily traceable. I don't understand why they would ask for a demand like that on a Visa Platinum card. I mean, how dumb can you be? These two scumbags, fucking monsters, evil pieces of shit, thought that they could get away with asking for $10 million on a Visa Platinum card? I mean, how fucking dumb are they?
Your children are not safe anywhere, anytime.
Meaning, give us the money, don't try to catch us.
Correct.
Now, you may remember schools in that area were closed for a couple of days after that shooting. That was on October 19th, 3 days before the last killing of the ride-on bus driver Conrad Johnson, 5 days before Lee Boyd Malveaux and John Allen Muhammad were arrested and captured. It was, right coming to an end there, but not quite. Sadly.
And you also mentioned, and when we heard from the investigator about the note tacked to the tree, I mean, that I think to me was one of the most lasting impressions of this as someone who's covering it and getting information from police headquarters, how these guys were, we assumed guys, taunting the police, leaving these little notes. When we found out about that tarot card, the death card.
That was at the Iron Brown shooting at the middle school.
That was so creepy to me. I don't think I'd ever been witness to something like that before. And then being at police headquarters when Chief Moose said, your children are not safe.
Your children are not safe anywhere at any time.
That was the kind of thing.
Yeah, that building has long since been shut down, and they moved it over the downtown road, the police headquarters. But yeah, that building's still there. It's the parking lot's empty, things like that. That building's been closed for over 10 years now. Like, shit, at least I've been in this area since 2011, and it was closed around 2012, 2013 when I saw it. So,
thing that gave me goosebumps. I just couldn't believe what I was hearing. And then in researching the podcast, when we're going back through, we pulled all kinds of archival file and sound, and I found that call that Lee Boyd Malveaux made to what he thought was the Ponderosa Steakhouse. The call had actually been rerouted. The number had been rerouted to an FBI line.
Because he said he was going to call, right?
Because he said in that note, we will contact you at the Ponderosa Steakhouse at 6 a.m. So
they didn't want a store manager or an employee to pick up that call.
These are things we didn't know at the time that we're now learning in the background and going through the case. And so we want you to hear, again, just what that call sounded like.
Hello?
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 Yes.
Is this the Ponderosa?
Who is this?
Don't say anything. Just listen.
listening. I'm listening.
Weird.
Hello? Hello?
And I learned something that I'm kind of glad I didn't know back then. Remember, we were talking about being at Montgomery County Police Headquarters.
Sure.
And I always felt, as a reporter, that I was relatively safe there. I don't know how you felt out.
In numbers, yeah. Maybe you were a target, but I didn't feel that way. I felt like we were getting all our information. All reporters from around the world were there in the parking lot on Research Boulevard.
But I
in
felt
Rockville.
safer at that location
I agree.
than when I was a single reporter out by myself at night, and they would say, well, just go to a shopping center somewhere with your photographer. We don't want you at police headquarters where everybody is.
Yeah, go stand out in a spotlight like a.
I'm
Yeah.
out here in the dark, lit up like a Christmas tree. I'm amazed. Any one of us could have been a target. So I thought that Montgomery County Police Headquarters was the safer place
Sure.
to be. And when I interviewed John McCarthy, I found out that maybe that wasn't the case.
One of the terrifying things that, as we found out later on, is we used to have the press conferences right out in front, and we realized these were snipers. They were buildings. We were standing out in front of the building. Anybody who was could have gone to any one of the adjoining buildings and picked off anybody in front of us. We ultimately put counter-terrorist people up on top of those buildings to make sure that we wouldn't be shot at the press conference.
So imagine that, making sure people wouldn't be shot at the press conference.
Yeah, I know.
It's hard to put the feelings back into it because you can't know what you didn't know.
And even
Yeah, John. I mean, I don't like the DA here, for a lot of reasons, but he's right. There was a lot of tall buildings around that specific building there, and they could have hidden in the woods across the. I think at the time there's some trees across the street, across Research Boulevard, where the U-Haul storage places. They could have parked on the southbound side of 270, and they could have had a clear shot right across, easily. I would think too.
Where they were going to be next, right? I mean,
Right.
These guys were going from Maryland to Virginia, back to Maryland. I mean, they were all over the place. I'll tell you what, the two men who I've spoken to during this the research for this podcast, that'll be coming up in a later episode, are men like the rest of us living in fear for a few weeks, and then they were assigned to represent Lee Boyd Malvo. They're two Northern Virginia lawyers. Malvo was charged in the murder of Linda Franklin. She was an FBI analyst who was shot in the parking lot of the Home Depot in Falls Church, right next to her husband. Here is some of our interview with those two lawyers. You'll hear more of them coming up in a later episode.
This was a good person, a good young adult who got into the wrong hands and was vulnerable. And as we said earlier, it was the perfect bad storm of factors, and it ruined his life. And it's a sad situation. And that doesn't minimize the fact that these people were shot and killed. It was a horrible time. It was a horrible time in many ways. But he also had his life ruined by John Muhammad.
I also had the opportunity to sit down with Mildred Muhammad, John Muhammad's ex-wife. We talked about her relationship with John, how it changed, the fight to get her children back. Can you imagine what that's like to have your children kidnapped by your ex-husband and taken to a foreign country? We talked about how she got them back, how they came here to the Washington, D.C. area to rebuild their lives and try to hide from John. I also talked to her about the night that the FBI knocked on her door and told her that John was going to be named the DC Sniper.
So the agent walked in, put his phone down, and said, "Look, Miss Muhammad, we just gonna have to tell you. We're gonna name your ex-husband as the sniper." I said, "What, John?" They said, "Yes." My head hit the table. I said, "Well, do you think he would do something like this?" I raised my head, I looked in the corner. Yeah. He said, "Well, why would you think that?" I said, "Well, we were watching a movie. I don't remember the name of it, but he said, I can take a small city, terrorize it. They would think it would be a group of people and it would only be me."
One of the crazy things for me at the time was that we would hear there's another shooting, and we'd be sent there, and in the back of our mind, wondering, okay, is this definitely another sniper shooting, or is it another crime? I mean, other people, sadly, at the time, were killing people. It was usually, though, like at a gas station, a public place. You kind of had a feeling, even though you didn't know for sure that this was the next killing or shooting committed by the snipers, you know that this is probably going to be it. And we treated it that way. And then the response from the police was that way. And it was usually at some point later in the day or night when they'd say, yes, the ballistics. You know, Mike Bouchard from the ATF will talk about that. The ballistics, they were able to say, yep, okay, this is another one. You're like, we've been here all day telling our viewers that we think it is. And then you hear, sadly, that yes, this is another one of those. I will say, just contemporarily today, anytime personally or on the job, I'm driving up Connecticut Avenue from the DC area, Bethesda, what have you, north, and I pass, it's now a Sunoco station, but it was that mobile gas station.
That's Old Georgetown Road right there at 495. When you get off of 495 to make the left on the Old Georgetown Road to come towards Rockville, and the other way goes towards Bethesda. Wow.
Station there in Aspen Hill on Connecticut Avenue, just before it merges again with Georgia Avenue. Every time I think of being there that day, because on that October 3rd day when the cab driver was killed at that gas station, that's where that was the first little command post. It was the third of 4 daytime shootings that day. Right. There was one more that night, but that's where we ended up going, and where the police went, and the prosecutors. John McCarthy was there, Chief Moose was
really,
there, and so I can't help to this day going by there,
right,
and thinking that. But also, for us, it's a memory. It kind of comes and goes. But for so many people who lost somebody, witnessed one of the shootings and its immediate aftermath, who were part of the frustrating manhunt for those killers during those 3 weeks in October 2002, the Beltway sniper case remains a sorrowful and harrowing part of their daily consciousness.
Absolutely. And what's really
is that Bob right there? Oh, it is. Wow.
Interesting to me also is what was going on behind the scenes. You're talking about waiting for those press conferences to come and getting the information. And we know now they took that command center from Aspen Hill and they set up literally an entire investigative bureau overnight, where there were different rows, a tip would come in, those tips get vetted, it goes to another person, it goes to another, and so we're going to hear more of that from John McCarthy as well. And also what's interesting is the things, like you said, the things you didn't know. That's what we're learning a little bit more about. And a lot of people who weren't really closely following the murder trials, as we're doing all of this, even when you look in the FBI files, they say that this began on October 3rd.
Right.
But then we come to find out that that's really not the case. Muhammad and Malvo were in the area earlier, and even before September, they were methodically planning this out and practicing their plans. And I spoke to a man, Paul LaRufa. He is actually the very first victim of the DC snipers. He was shot in early September, a month before the mass shooting started happening, and here's some of what he told me.
Well, I shut the door, and within several seconds, the window next to me exploded. There was a big bang which deafened my ear, my left ear, and the window exploded all over me. That was the first shot, and then there were 4 more shots, and I was shot, which was just the most confusing, mentally confusing thing. I mean, you know what's happening, but it's just so crazy that you can't comprehend it. But I knew it, and I slumped over in the seat, and I knew I was bleeding.
So Bob, this happened outside of his restaurant in Clinton, Maryland. Turns out it was really just about a mile from where Mildred Muhammad had been hiding with her children in that townhouse. It was assumed to be an armed robbery, but no one really had connected the dots until Paul LaRufa's laptop was found in the back of the Chevy Caprice.
Oh my goodness.
When Malvo and Muhammad were finally arrested. So you're going to hear more from Paul LaRufa coming up in episode 2 of our podcast, 3 Weeks of Hell, the DC Snipers.
And you can find this, glad you're hearing us now. But you can find this podcast on all podcast platforms and also through our website, fox5dc.com. We hope you come along on our journey.
Somebody got shot at Sabata Fortunato. Okay, what's the address there, sir? I don't know, 7209, I think. Okay, somebody got shot. The guy is dead. Wait a minute, man. He's laying on the corner. We got a guy get shot out here. I'm on the corner of Shalamia and Georgia Street. So what's going on there? There's a dude just got shot here at the intersection.
3 weeks in October 2002, a time seared into our memories.
But stepping over the line, shooting a kid. I guess it's getting to be really, really personal now.
Absolute horror. This isn't supposed to happen in a community like this.
As two murderers
Be really, really personal.
seared into our memories.
There's a dude just got shot here at the intersection.
3 weeks in October 2002, a time seared into our memories.
But stepping over the line, shooting a kid. I guess it's getting to be really, really personal now.
I think he was a good police chief, to be honest. And I heard a lot of good things about him. I really did over the years. And it sucks that he's not chief of police still. I would rather have him head of Montgomery County Police. I think he did a really damn good job. And I don't like the police. I really don't. But I would rather see him as the police chief around here. I think he would. I think the force would be a lot better with him here. I really would.
Absolute
Or at least
horror.
chief of Rockville or
Supposed to happen
something,
in
you
a
know?
community like this.
As two murderous snipers encircled the Washington, D.C. area, a time when we all realized that our life or death in those 22 days was just a matter of chance. I'm Melanie Alnwick. Thanks for joining us.
And I'm Bob Barnard. This is our podcast, 3 Weeks of Hell, the DC Snipers. We're taking a look back 20 years later on that time that if you were even a school child or anyone older will never forget. 3 weeks when there was a sniper or were snipers out there killing people at random. It was terrifying and it was mysterious. It was a year after 9/11, but I think this one hit a lot of people more personally, unless you knew someone specifically who died on 9/11, because going to a restaurant, gassing up your car. We were all potential victims. We were all feeling vulnerable. It was a crazy time.
And it's a time that people will never forget. Now, coming up in today's episode, I traveled to a rural farm-dotted town about an hour and a half outside of Washington.
And look at that. There is no dislikes at all. That's pretty good. I generally don't like the media and everything, but yeah, that's pretty cool that there's no dislikes.
D.C., where the sniper's first victim in
I mean,
the
Bob's
D.C.
okay,
area
though.
has found some peace.
I've spoken with him, I
October
think,
8th,
on
2002, the FBI
Twitter or
designated
something.
the shootings in the D.C. area as a major case, giving the investigation the name Snipe Murr, a blend of sniper and murder. The official case file from that date reads, during a 6-day period from October 2nd through October 7th, 8 people were randomly shot, resulting in 6 deaths and 2 critically wounded individuals. What investigators didn't know then is that a month earlier, the snipers had already struck.
Yeah, it happened for me, and it happened really in this section of the country on September 5th of 2002.
This is the story of Paul LaRufa, the first local victim of the D.C. snipers. At the time, he owned a restaurant, Margelina's, in Clinton, Maryland.
I was leaving my restaurant at about 10 after 10 at night, as I had done for 16 years at the time. I left with 2 other people because we were conscious of, not that there was security risk, but it's just common sense. You don't want to leave alone. So I left with 2 other people. And we always checked the parking lot, make sure nobody was hanging around or anything looked, odd. So everything was fine, and all 3 of us left. Our 3 cars were in the parking lot. We all walked to our cars, said goodbye to each other. And I opened the back door of my car, and I put, as I did a lot of times, put my laptop and my bank bag with the receipts and the credit card receipts and cash in the back seat, shut the door. I got in the driver's door, sat down, and almost well, I shut the door, and within several seconds, the window next to me exploded. There was a big bang which deafened my ear, my left ear, and the window exploded all over me. That was the first shot, and then there were 4 more shots, and I was shot, which was just the most confusing, mentally confusing thing. I mean, you know what's happening, but it's just so crazy that you can't comprehend it. But I knew it, you know, and I slumped over in the seat, and I knew I was bleeding, and but I was conscious and everything, you know, I knew what happened. It became very silent. The whole event took seconds, 5 seconds maybe, to get off 5 shots. So I got out of the car. I rose up in my seat and I leaned on the horn just to get attention. That's all I could think about doing. And then I got out of the car, and luckily one of the people that left with me had a cell phone.
I'm at Marcellinus on Stewart Lane in Clinton, Maryland. I need an ambulance right here. A guy's been shot. A guy came out from behind the store and shot Paul LaRufa and stole stuff, and he's bleeding in the front and back.
We are coming out there, okay?
Okay.
Describe the person that did this.
Young black guy, late teens, I guess. Slight, dark jacket with a hood. I mean, like a sweatshirt with a hood.
Where had you been shot?
Damn.
Where were the bullets?
Well, I was shot. One went through my arm into my side, one in my chest, my diaphragm, and then I think because I turned, one went in my spine. And so anyway, they all hit me. They all ended up inside me. And the one that hit near my spine was the X-ray. You can see the bullet and the bullet fragment, and it's about 1/4 of an inch from my spinal cord. And they said that was 1/4 of an inch from being paralyzed from the waist down. And yet here I am.
Do you still hear that sound?
The sound was unbelievable, and it's something to do with I don't know the science of it, but just in a car, you're kind of, not that you're in a vacuum, but it's just magnified. The sound was magnified. When that window broke, it was the loudest thing I ever heard, and it was deafening. I could feel my ear like being underwater. I couldn't hear. You know, everything was muffled. When I hit the horn, I could hear it, but just barely. And I wasn't even sure whether it was working, but it was. I heard the sound, but I
kind of know what he's talking about. I wasn't shot at, but the guy threw a brick through a window at the Harbor House in Buffalo, New York, back in the 2000s. Probably, 2006, I want to say, maybe? 2005, 2006, somewhere in that range. Maybe 2007, right? And the only way that we could sleep was put our heads on the tables, because they didn't have any beds, but we were allowed to sleep with our heads on the tables. I had a pillow that I used exclusively for that, just so I could be a little more comfortable, and I could sleep like that for literally hours. Like, I could put my head on the table and sleep for hours back in the day. And I remember a brick being thrown through the window, and I heard it in my sleep. It sounded like a fucking gunshot. But the thing that really pissed me off was the guy next to me grabbed me and throws me on the floor and says that somebody's shooting up the place. And I'm like, get the fuck off me, you know? And come to find out the window was just a fucking brick went through the window. But yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about, though.
So felt it. I felt a you know, the air, you know, just blowing in on me, just from that window exploding. Besides being showered with the glass, you know, the windows, they just turn into a 1,000 little beads of glass, and that just showered me. But yeah, it was like a concussion thing where you heard the sound, but you felt it. I felt it too. And that really, obviously that shocked me. And, you know, but when it was over, it went from calamity and craziness to absolute silence. It was like it was me, and there was no sound at all. And my mind was going at 100 miles an hour. I thought of, it's amazing how many thoughts you can have in a short period of time. But I just thought of 1,000 things at the same time. My family, my wife, and, and then I got up. I said, okay, I got to do something. I'm not going to sit here and bleed to death,
It's
So-
amazing that you were even able to move.
Yeah, and I got out of the car and I could talk, but what I didn't realize was as I would talk, I was losing my breath. And I didn't realize it then, but then I found out later, but both my lungs collapsed. The pressure of the blood inside just squashed my lungs. So I was constantly losing, I had less and less ability to breathe. So that's where I said, hurry up, I can't breathe. And on the 911 call, it's pretty dramatic because my friend is talking to the 911 person, and I'm you hear my voice say, hurry up, I can't breathe.
He's standing, but he's outside the car. Hurry up!
Don't have him stand. See if he'll get down.
I think he should sit down, Paul. Hurry up, I'm not responsible for breathing.
Sir, try to get him to sit down and not move around.
All right, but I don't want to die here.
We're not going to let that happen. We're coming out there to help you.
They just saved my life. They cut me open, and they didn't know. I mean, they knew I was shot. That's all they didn't know. They don't know who you are and how and where the shots are. So they cut me open from my breastbone to below my navel and start looking for taking out bullets, and then they definitely saved my life.
Two other friends were with LaRufa as he left the restaurant that night. In an odd coincidence, they all happened to be named Paul. LaRufa recalls one key moment just after he was shot.
When I got out of the car and stood up, the back door was open, and the light in the car was on, and I looked in, and the back seat was empty. And I said to Paul, I said, my stuff is gone. He took my, I don't know if I said he took it, or I just said, my stuff is gone. They took my stuff. That was the first thing, like, oh my God, how am I going to open tomorrow if, I just was, holy mac, my computer and my bank bag is gone. So yeah, I didn't hear anything. I just realized then, oh, okay, I was shot, and somebody took the stuff, and that was it.
A random shooting and robbery, it was assumed. At the time, no one realized that Margelina's restaurant was less than a mile from the townhouse where Mildred Muhammad was hiding from her ex-husband, John Allen Muhammad. And what did you come to learn later about what happened with that money and that laptop?
Well, what they did was they hit the jackpot. I mean, they didn't have a car at the time. They were just traveling on buses and hitchhiking, or however they got across country. And they went up to Jersey with that money and paid, I forgot what they paid for that car, but they bought the car with my money.
The Chevy Caprice.
And then they came back to Clinton and shot somebody else who survived. And then they went to Georgia and Alabama, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana. And then they came back to D.C. and started shooting people in early October. So that was the beginning of it. And yeah, my money, they lived on my money for a month and a half. And they used the computer. They actually used the computer to plan where they were going and who they shot, and it was just crazy to find all that out way later on. Because remember, at the time, nobody knew who shot me. Why did somebody come up to Paul LaRufa and shoot him and steal his stuff? Why didn't they just ask him for, hold him up and ask him? I would have given them the stuff if they came up to me with a gun and said, give me the stuff. But so that was odd that they said, why would somebody just try to kill you first and then take the stuff? Then it all made sense when they were caught. They were pretty crazy, so it made sense that they would have killed me easily. They had no problem.
Do you think they had scoped you out first? How did they know?
They did. I don't know how many days they were behind a fence that was around on one side of the strip shopping center where my restaurant was. They were there for at least a few days, because
maybe a day, but yeah.
Ironic thing that happened is that 2 days before that, this happened on a Thursday, September 5th. 2 days before that, on Tuesday, I left in the same manner with a couple of people and got in my car, and I started it up, and I started to pull away and heard a thump, and I said, oh man, something's wrong with the car. It's a flat tire. So I only lived a mile away. And I said, I am really tired. I'm just going to drive home on the flat tire, and I'll change it tomorrow. And that decision saved my life, because he had come out at some point in the night and or afternoon, or however long he was there, and slit my tire. And the plan was that I'd get out of my car, and then he'd come out and shoot me in the head and do the same thing. So I saved my own life, not knowing, by driving away. And so anyway, and then the next night when I left with a whole bunch of people. There was a party that was office party, and when that was over and we closed up, they all left. So I think they just said there were too many people there, so they didn't want to do it with all those people. And then the Thursday night is when they did it the second time, the second attempt. But yeah, it was pretty crazy to think that. I mean, I remember that so vividly that I just said, man, I'm too tired to change a spare tire. I'll just drive home. And little did I know that was a very good decision.
So you mentioned that you kind of went through the sniper experience as everybody else did. How long were you in the hospital?
I was only in the hospital for 10 days, a little fewer than.
Then you were home.
I got out of the hospital. I just had to leave the hospital, and one of my lungs wasn't fully inflated yet, but the doctor said, I'll let you go home, but if you have trouble, you got to come back. So I said, no, I'm good, because I just couldn't stand being in the hospital any longer. So I tried staying at home in the house, and I couldn't do it. I was paranoid. Mentally, I was just a wreck. Because I didn't know who shot me, so I was really paranoid. So I was in my house, and all I did was look out the window, then go to the other side of the house and look out the window to see if anybody was there. So I said, this isn't going to work. So I went to the restaurant. I mean, I couldn't work. One of the bullets that went through my left arm injured a nerve, so I couldn't open my hand, and that took like a year. So I couldn't do a lot of work at the restaurant, but I felt a lot more comfortable sitting there and talking to people and stuff like that. So I didn't stay home. I couldn't do it. I did it for like a day, and then I just realized I was so paranoid. I just felt better around people.
It's incredible that it was shot 5 times, and within, 2 weeks you were back at the restaurant?
Yeah, I was back because I felt comfortable there, and people were really nice and, talked to me about, about what happened, how sorry they were. But I just felt so much more comfortable at the restaurant every day. So, so I did. And then I started working. I felt better. I had this contraption on my arm that helped me use my hand, so I could make pizzas with one hand. And this one, it would help a little bit. But, so I felt a lot better, because mentally, for that, from the time I was shot, or from the time I got out of the hospital to the time they were caught, mentally I was a wreck. I just was suffering from. I mean, I functioned fine. I had the flashbacks every night. Every night I would jump out of bed with hear that shot. I knew it was coming. It started the first night I was conscious after I woke up from the operation. That night was the first time it happened, and it was just shocking. It's so real. It's it's like a nightmare, but it's 10 times more real. It's that you hear the shot, and I would literally wonder why everybody wasn't running into the room because that shot was so loud. But I'm in the hospital and there was no shot, but in my mind, I heard it. It was there, you know, and I knew it was coming. And from the time that night till, it took a while even after they were caught, but shortly after they were caught, the flashbacks went away. But I remember that month of going through that from September 5th till October 23rd, you know, a month and a half, 2 months, it was terrible.
The search for a killer, a high-powered rifle loaded with high-velocity bullets.
From September 5th till October 23rd, you know, a month and a half, 2 months, it was terrible.
The search for a killer, a high-powered rifle loaded with high-velocity bullets.
By mid-October, the Washington region was gripped with fear.
Dial 911, do not take any action.
Schools shut down activities. People who drove white box trucks stopped going to work.
Oh, wait a minute. That...
Fear.
Dial 911, do not take any action.
Schools shut down activities. People who drove white box.
That looks familiar. That building looks familiar. I don't know why.
Trucks. Stop going to.
That looks like it could be Rockville Pike. Or, I mean, I could be wrong though.
White delivery trucks are still being stopped and examined.
And no one wanted to stop for gas. Paul says he went through it just like everyone else, not putting his shooting and the sniper incidents together.
You know, we talk about it, but it was a whole different vein. It had nothing to do with me. So when people would come in and we talk about sniper, we had an outdoor cafe, usually between lunch and after the lunch rush, I might go out there and sit down for a few minutes at one of the tables. And I wouldn't do that during the sniper because, you know, I might get shot from, you know, right, I'm out in the open there in the parking lot and pumping gas. And I went through that whole thing about being scared.
There were 2 other Maryland shootings that September. On the 14th, 22-year-old.
Wait a minute, could that... Where's this building at? I wonder if that's over by me over here. That shopping center. I wonder if that's right down the street from me. I gotta take a look now. Let me see here. I gotta take a look and I think I gotta take a look at a street view here. No, it ain't near me.
Pinder Oberoi was shot and wounded outside Hillendale Beer and Wine.
Yeah.
The next day, September
it's not near
15th,
me.
32-year-old Muhammad Rashid was shot and wounded after closing up 3 Rhodes Liquors in Brandywine, Maryland, just minutes from Paul LaRufa's restaurant.
Oh, ma'am, I'm dying. 13704, somebody fire me. Brandywine 13704.
Where are you? Where are you?
Brandywine COD course 13704, Brandywine, I am dying, ma'am.
Somebody shot you?
Yeah.
Okay, where are you shot?
In my belly, stomach. 13704 Brandywine Road. Oh, man.
I'm going to help you, okay? I want you to sit down right now.
Uh-huh.
Okay, take your shirt off. I want you to take your shirt and put it tightly into the stomach where you were shot. You gotta try to stop the bleeding, okay? I'm here with you, okay? All right, is there anybody around there at all with you, Muhammad?
No, man.
Listen, I got an ambulance. They should be there any minute now.
Oh.
Okay, listen to me. Take deep breaths and don't move. Try to stay as quiet as you can and don't move. And then, did you put anything against where you were shot?
Yeah.
Did you press against there?
Yeah.
Okay, Muhammad, you're doing great.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh my God.
And in Montgomery, Alabama,
Damn, that's fucking gut. That is fucking heart wrenching to hear that.
2 women were shot closing up a liquor store there. Claudine Parker was killed. Katie Adams survived. That was Saturday, September 21st. All of it and more documented on Paul LaRufa's stolen laptop.
What was that like for you? Take me to that moment where somebody must have notified you, hey, we found your laptop.
Well, I initially found out because they said it was a Sony Vaio laptop.
So you heard this on the news?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I didn't get confirmation, actual confirmation for a while. It took a few weeks before they actually told me it was mine. But then again, they assumed it was mine. Everybody assumed it was mine. So
You heard on the news that when Malvo and Mohammed were captured, that among the items with them was a Sony Vaio laptop. And then you went, holy crap.
Yeah.
20 years later, Paul has retired from the restaurant business. He remains grateful for every day.
You know, I was one of the lucky ones. I had a chance to survive, and I survived. Most of those people had no chance. They were alive 1 minute, and they were dead the next second. You know, people say, have you forgiven him? And I say, yeah. At first, you have to define.
I know I wouldn't. Hell no.
And the
Hell
definition
no.
that I use for forgiveness is a definition that states forgiveness is the release of anger towards somebody who has done you harm. So it's something that I have released the anger because, as I said before, if I had spent the last 20 years being as angry as I was 20 years ago, then I let him ruin my life.
That is fascinating. I've heard the name Paul LaRufa, but, you know, I think like a lot of other people, we weren't really sure where he fit in. Some interesting stuff. You mentioned the laptop that was in his car that was stolen by the snipers was actually used to document some of what they did.
That's right. He said that what he found out from the investigators is everything was plotted out on the laptop, and where there were shootings, if someone had been killed, there was sort of that skull and crossbones or an X mark. But if someone had been shot but not killed, they would put a frowny face. So clearly they were following what happened with each of their victims.
And like disappointed that a frowny face because the person they shot didn't die.
And later in this podcast series, you'll hear from Paul LaRufa about coming face to face with the DC snipers in a courtroom. And he'll also give us his thoughts on whether he thinks Lee Boyd Malvo should ever walk free from prison.
And
No,
this
he
brings us
shouldn't.
to episode 3.
He should have gotten the death
We're looking
penalty.
at that incredible day, October 3rd, 2002, now 20 years ago, when 5 people were shot and killed in the D.C. area, one right after another. It was a mind-boggling day if you were in this area or watching the news anywhere in this country and around the world, frankly.
And you know what's interesting, also coming up with the podcast, international news. This story is making headlines everywhere. So we'll bring some more of that to you
Sure
as well.
did.
So you want to stay with us throughout this podcast series. Again,
Somebody got shot. It's Battlefield Sunoco. Okay, what's the address there, sir? I don't know. 7209.
7209. I think it's 73 something because I was trying to Google it. Let me verify that on the iPad here. I know I did something like that. I was trying to verify that just to see. Oh, that's kind of weird. There's one way back there near the public storage and all that. Wow. It's 72. It's 7203. So he was 6 numbers off.
Okay, somebody got shot. The guy's dead. He's laying on the car. We got a guy get shot out here. I'm on the corner of Chalmea and Georgia Street. So what's going on there? There's a dude just got shot here at the intersection.
3 weeks in October 2002, a time seared into our memories.
Stepping over the line, shooting a kid. I guess it's getting to be really, really personal now.
absolute horror. This isn't supposed to happen in a community like this.
As two murderous snipers encircled the Washington, D.C. area, a time when we all realized that our life or death in those 22 days was just a matter of chance. I'm Melanie Allwig. Thanks for joining us.
And I'm Bob Barnard. Welcome back to 3 Weeks of Hell, the D.C. Snipers, our podcast looking on that frightening 3 weeks back in October, 20 years ago in 2002. We've learned some new things in this in the research for this podcast that we're sharing with you as we go along here. But today's episode is looking back on that very first day. It was October 3rd, 2002, when it became evident to everybody that something crazy was going on in the D.C. region.
That's right. And, you know, it was one of those days that you talk about. It was a regular Thursday. It was a warm fall morning, clear and sunny, and it really just ended up like no other ever in Montgomery County.
Well, tonight we have several new developments in the deadly shooting spree that has already killed 5 innocent people.
3 of the killings have been linked to the same weapon, 223 rounds.
So if you joined us for episode 1, you know that we spoke with a lot of different people, and one of the people we spoke with was Montgomery County State's Attorney John McCarthy, who was early on part of the sniper task force. And during my interview with him, he told me he remembers the night before.
October 2nd, just by coincidence, I was on George Avenue. I was driving down to a restaurant I would go to frequently called Barnaby's, that everybody here locally would know it. It was a famous sandwich place. I was going down to get something to eat, and I was passing by where Mr. Martin, the Shoppers Food Warehouse in Wheaton, near the intersection of Georgia and Randolph Road. I saw the lights, I saw the siren. I was the deputy state's attorney at the time. I pulled in to find out what was going on. Somebody had gotten shot. Seemed to be from a distance. I got briefed on the scene.
James Martin, a 55-year-old white man, had been shot in the back as he walked.
That's the shopping center where the Lido and the Planet. That's the shopping center where the Lido and the Planet Fitness is at now. And then you have, I think it's Staples or whatever, a Pizza Hut nearby. There's a McDonald's, you know, there's a Starbucks right there. But yeah, I've been in that shopping center plenty of times and didn't really think much of it either, too. Pretty crazy.
Into the grocery store. It was 6:02 p.m. FBI case records say it's believed the shot was fired from approximately 75 yards. Fox 5 reporters were covering the shooting that night in the same way local police were initially looking at it. A very strange, seemingly random murder with no motive.
Mr. Martin seemed to be an extraordinary guy, had a federal job. There didn't seem to be any logical reason for this to happen. But I just happened upon, literally, the first scene. The next morning was when all hell broke loose.
At 7:41 a.m., James Buchanan was doing a favor for his friends at Fitzgerald Auto on Rockville Pike. A landscaper by trade, he was mowing their grass when he took one shot to the back.
Initially, the Buchanan case was reported as a tragic accident with a lawnmower. He was mowing the lawn for a local car dealer, and when he was found, he had massive chest wound. People mistook the chest wound, that thought the blades of the lawnmower had flown off, struck him in the chest, because there was no explanation they could otherwise offer for it. He was literally in Bethesda at the Shock Trauma Center. These other murders...
Suburban Hospital.
And the call was made, basically, would you please turn Mr. Buchanan over and examine his back? And when they turned him over, they saw the small entrance wound, which was the bullet that entered, but came out his chest and basically...
That means that the snipers were posted up on the upper deck of the Whitefoot parking garage near the Lord and Taylor. That was right there, because that was a clear line of sight from that parking deck to approximately where that sidewalk and where the lawnmower that you guys saw. There was a straight line. I know that street very well, and just remembering the way it looks and the way that I was walking up and down there at the time before I started driving, walking through there just because I wanted to cut through there as a quick little shortcut. Now I remember how it looks, and I was like, yeah, they posted themselves right in that parking lot. So it's pretty crazy.
Did catastrophic injury to the front part of his body.
Fox 5 photographers were there on Rockville Pike. Now, in that video, we see that dark green lawnmower motionless next to a utility pole while Montgomery County police officers interview witnesses. And then 2 officers start running toward their squad cars, jump in and speed away, sirens wailing as another victim is falling.
They're going down the Nicholson Lane right there.
Part-time taxi cab driver Prem Kumar Walekar shot once in the back and killed while gassing up his car at the Mobil gas station on Connecticut Avenue in Aspen Hill. It was 8:12 in the morning. Go handheld, Doug, handheld. Yeah, hi, just 1 second. Yep, 1 second, we're gonna go handheld. Well, that was me after just arriving on the scene, barking out instructions to the photographer, the live truck operator at the gas station. It was, maybe an hour after the killing. It was a crazy scene. Here now is a clip from the first live shot we did, the first day of this 3 weeks of craziness. All right, we've got a live picture now to go with our information. Take a look behind me. This is the gas station, the Mobil gas station. The vehicle you can see there is a silver minivan that is behind the police tape. That's the van that the nurse was in. There is blood, frankly, splattered on the other side of that van. On the other side of the van, still parked at the pumps, is the cabbie's car. He is gone. He was taken from the scene but later died. This is where this shooting happened this morning, and this one was at 8:10 a.m. In that clip there, I mentioned a nurse was driving the minivan because that's what police told us at the time. It turns out she was actually a doctor, a physician, Dr. Carolyn Namro from Silver Spring. She's now 60 years old. She's a mother of 5. Pretty wild to have, been talking about her that day, and now 20 years later to have tracked her down.
It's incredible how these things sometimes come full circle, and people that you kind of knew of then to be able to come back 20 years later and really get to hear from her firsthand, her experience. And meet her, and obviously, as you're going to hear here, it's still fresh in her mind. That morning, 20 years ago, she was a mother of 5 kids, born in England, and she had just dropped her 3 older kids off at school. She had I think a baby at home and a 2-year-old in the car seat, in the back seat of her minivan when she stopped at that gas station to get gas.
And it was a very warm day, so I opened up the windows of the minivan, and I noticed there was a taxi driver to my right, and he was filling his car. And to me, he was doing something unusual. He was filling the car from underneath the rear license plate, which I had never seen that before. Cars in England don't have that mechanism. So I didn't know what he was doing, so I stopped for a few seconds, and I just looked out my window, and he looked at me, and we sort of, smiled, nodded at each other, and he continued and pumping gas, and I reached down to get my credit card, and then I heard a very loud bang. So for a split second, I thought, well, maybe he's electrocuted himself, but it was a gunshot. But the thoughts went through my head at the same time. It's a gunshot, it's electrocution. Because I was, why is he filling his gas tank? And what is he doing? That's weird. But I did realize it was a gunshot, and then I looked up. So that's why I hadn't got out of my car immediately, was because I stopped to look at him, and I had to get my credit card out. And then he walked to me. So it was only a matter of 2 or 3 steps to my car, and he was at the passenger window, and he said, "Call an ambulance," and he collapsed. And so I grabbed my phone, and I turned around, and my 2-year-old was very happy, sucking on his pacifier, and my hands were shaking, and I got out of the car and I called 911, and I saw the taxi driver was laying down and there was a lot of blood, and I was trying to explain to the 911 operator where I was and what had happened, and as I was trying to make myself clear on the phone, I saw a police car in the line of traffic, because there was it's quite a busy junction and at that station on Aspen Hill, and I saw a policeman, and it turns out he was off duty. Anyway, I sort of waved to him as I was on the phone with the 911 operator, and then the operator was asking me these questions, and I think in the end I just hung up with her. I can't quite remember exactly what happened, but I was really stressed because I realized this was all in a matter of a few seconds. It wasn't very long, but I had to help him, and then at the same time I realized, well, where is everybody? Nobody's coming out. There were people in the gas station shop. There's obviously a garage where you can get things fixed, And then one young guy did sort of come and yell to me and say, "What, do you need any help?" And I said, "Get me a first aid kit," because I just saw a lot of blood. And then I dropped down, and I realized that Mr. Wallaker, that's the name of the taxi driver, was he had a few he had some difficulty breathing, and then I realized he was passing away. It's called agonal breathing, and so then I started to do CPR, and then the policeman came, and I told him to do the chest part, and I said I will do the mouth part, and then I didn't know where the ambulances were, and then there was an ambulance. 2 ambulances came, and nobody was getting out of the ambulances. And I said to the policeman, we need them, because at that point we needed to suction the airway, to clear the airway. And I said, why aren't they getting out? So it turns out later on they told me they weren't getting out because they thought it was a terrorist attack, and they were waiting for the all clear. So it felt like minutes. I don't think it was. This was all very, very fast. And I think at one point, because I was unable to, his airway really needed suctioning, I think I ran at one point to the ambulance and yelled to them, "Get out!" And then they did come out, and unfortunately, Mr. Wallaker had passed away. And then all of a sudden, then there were a lot of policemen around. But I don't know exactly how long it took. It felt like a long time. I don't think it really was, but it felt like a really long time.
Were you terrified, did you realize that he wasn't electrocuted, he was shot? And maybe like the ambulance people, afraid there might be more shots? Or did you not even think that?
I didn't even think that. I didn't even think that. I did not think that at all. And I just felt, when I was on the phone with the 911 operator, I was really shaking. I was really, really, really shocked. And I knew immediately, obviously, he'd been shot because there was a lot of blood. And the thing that calmed me down was I had to talk to myself and say, you're a doctor, you know what to do. Now, when you're in the hospital, it's completely different. You have a gown, you have gloves, you have a mask, you have the suction, you have oxygen, you have all the equipment. But this, I was at the gas station, I didn't have anything. So I wasn't ready. So I had to tell myself, you can do this. You know what to do, just do it. And that helped me just to focus on Mr. Wallaker and stop. Maybe I did stop shaking. I don't know. I don't think I've ever shaken that much in my life. But I did not think at any time about my safety or my son's safety. I don't know why. I just was focused on him.
Mr. Wallaker was the second of 5 people shot and killed by the snipers that fateful day. But that crime scene was where all the top Montgomery County police officials and prosecutors, federal agents, and the media, for some reason, not only gathered, but stayed there that first day.
Immediately after Mr. Wallaker was taken away, I just felt like there were tons and tons of police everywhere, and everybody was wearing a bulletproof vest. And I was standing on the forecourt of the garage, and I was looking around, and I was like, you're all wearing bulletproof vests, and I seem not to be. And I managed to call my husband and say, you got to come, because they weren't going to let me leave. I said, I have to go now. I have to go now. I have a 2-year-old and a baby, and I have to go. And they said, no, you have to stay. And then I called my husband, and he was able to come and take my 2-year-old. And then at some point, I think after we did the handoff, that's when I looked around and I realized I'm still standing here, and now there's about 100 police. I don't know how many police officers. Oh, it felt. And they all had bulletproof vests on, and I didn't have one on. And I said, you know, I notice you're wearing these vests, and I don't really feel so safe anymore. And then they said, okay, you can go sit in a police car. So then they put me in a police car.
Dr. Namro was later told by investigators the 17-year-old sniper Lee Boyd Malveaux also had her in his rifle's sights before he pulled the trigger.
It's really hard to think about, but I do think about it, you know, early October, because why him, why not me? And just for those few seconds, because they did have both of us in their line of vision. And so when I was interviewed, after they had caught them, after they caught the snipers, they took me to the, I don't know if it's called an incident room, but they had very large posters on the wall of each location. And they had gone back and they knew where the car had been parked. For each shooting, I guess they do some measurements and they can work it out using physics. So they maths, and so they had these large photographs, and then I realized, oh, and I said, oh, he could see me. He could see me, which I had not realized until that point. And they said, yes, he could see you. But at that point, you were in the car and Mr. Wallaker was out of the car, and he had to make a choice. And unfortunately, Mr. Wallaker was the easier choice. I was behind the glass. But they could also see my 2-year-old, they think. But he would have been slightly obscured by the passenger seat that was in front of, because he was in the middle row. It was a 3-row minivan. But if I had got out immediately, grabbed my bag, got out, and not being a little bit nosy, and what's that guy doing, then it would have been 50-50 who he would have shot. So that is very hard. You know, so what's my burden? You know, in life, you know, why he was a really good man. He has a great family, beautiful children, beautiful wife. What's really the difference between us? And I don't really know the answer. So every day is a gift, and you have to think about that, and you have to try and remember what matters, which is, you know, family and friends, trying to do the right thing.
Later that night, again, this is October 3rd, 2002, I spoke to Mr. Wallaker's son, Andrew, outside the family's home in Olney.
I just want everybody to know that my dad was, man, he was the greatest person I ever met, you know, ever knew. I'm glad he was my father.
Can you believe what's happened? I mean, a lot of other families are grieving tonight, but it doesn't diminish your pain. But under the circumstances of this, the mystery, the fact that whoever did this is still out there.
Yeah, I wish they would hurry up and catch these guys, and if they catch them, you know. I couldn't believe it when it happened. I mean, it seems it always happens to good people, but when it hits so close to home, it hurts real bad. Like, I cannot recover. My dad won't see me have kids, get married, none of that. And he won't be there for me to give advice and the previous knowledge that he has already been through, like, you know, to guide me. But, you know, I have family right now, but it's just not the same.
That was strange that night, because that was the night of the first killings, and we got the address of the taxi cab driver, and the family was all out in front of their home. And, you know, it's often difficult to just... approach people at their saddest moment. I was just thinking that. You know, but there was Andrew, you know, in his football jersey, you know, kindly talking to us, you know, somber, kept it together. It was strange, because you look back now and you're like, you know, would I have the gumption to go to the victim's house on a crazy night like that? We often do it, but it's still, you know, I almost forgot that we had done that, because there it was fresh and raw that first night, talking to one of the victim's survivors.
And you're often so grateful to the families for being willing to share that with us and with viewers. It's never an easy thing to do on both ends. And those losses for those families, it never goes away. That pain is always there, and we appreciate that 20 years later, for many of these people, it still brings up some very difficult memories. Like Dr. Caroline Namarov, I mean, I can only imagine what she felt like and what she still feels like, knowing just how close she came. That was incredible to me to hear.
And it's this whole thing we've been talking about. Like, for some of us, it's, oh, I remember that. Where were you? But I mean, for some people, it never leaves. For the Wallaker family, obviously. But for Dr. Namarov, I mean, her 2-year-old in the car seat is now 22 years old, but it's so fresh in her mind. And she was gracious and came in here and sat with us and recalled 20 years later the terrifying nature of what she had seen. And you'll hear from her in further episodes how it stayed with her and her family while the killers were still out there, because she had witnessed it and was afraid that maybe they'd be coming back after her.
So less than 2 miles away from where Mr. Wallaker was shot, 34-year-old Sarah Ramos sat on a bench at Leisure World Plaza.
I know that exact location too. Damn.
She was reading a book, waiting to get picked up for a housekeeping job. It was 8:37 a.m. The 911 calls are chilling.
We need a ambulance at Leisure World. Okay, we're already on the way. Can you tell me what's going on there? There's a lady that's sitting on the park bench, and she's not moving. There's another special police officer here as well, but she's bleeding from the head, and she's not moving. Okay. Do you see any weapons laying near her? I just see a purse sitting to her left-hand side.
At 9:58 a.m., Lori Ann Lewis Rivera took one
And my mom was just a mile down from there. Probably less than a mile. Circle Manor. When we see where that's at. Because I honestly kind of forgot where it was. Circle Manor Nursing Home. Kensington. Let me see where it was. It could be Silver Creek Senior Living. No, I don't know. Kensington Park Senior Living, possibly. Near Seoul Road and Connecticut. That's about a mile down. There's another one called the Garden Courts. That's less than a mile from there. So yeah, I mean, I know she was a Circle Manor at the time. They probably changed names by now, but yeah.
shot to the back as she was vacuuming out her van at the Shell station in Kensington.
We did an ambulance at the corner of Knowles in Connecticut. A woman was vacuuming her car. Something blew up. She's unconscious. She's got blood coming out of her nose and her mouth. And where? Knowles and Connecticut Avenue. Across from Kensington. I have no idea. She's laying next to the vacuum cleaner, but she's unconscious and blood's coming out of her nose and her mouth. Blood's coming out of her nose and her mouth? Yes. Huge loud noise like a bomb. The car, the guys at the loud noise like a bomb? Yeah, but it wasn't a bomb. It was like that kind of noise. It was like a gunshot, maybe?
Here's more of my live reporting that morning with Montgomery County Police spokesperson at the time, Joyce Utter. Obviously, Joyce, you've got a crime scene here, one of 4 in the county this morning. There's Captain Nancy Demme, who's the incident commander there in front of a police car over in the parking lot. The question everybody is going to ask is, what's going on here? Is this connected? Are there madmen running around? Are these possibly connected? But if you look at our victims, we have an African-American cabbie.
Oh, you know what? I've been to that gas station. I just realized I fucking been there. Aspen Hill Road. Oh my god, it looks so different now. But yeah, they actually ripped me off on gas a long time ago. When I was living in the Dodge van, they ripped me off by like $2 in gas. I haven't been back there since. I don't use these gas stations anymore. I use Sheetz. But yeah, that's the gas station. No wonder why I had gotten a weird feeling that fucking time I was there pumping gas, and I was just uneasy and pissed off, especially when they ripped me off. But I was literally right at one of these pumps too. I think it was that one right there. I think I was right at that pump, at that same one. Wow. That's like hitting me. It hits me like a ton of bricks now just thinking about it, because I didn't think of it. Didn't really occur to me. I was just like trying to get gas and just get the hell out of there, you know. And wow.
A young, apparently Hispanic woman up in Leisure World. We have a gardener and then someone down at the gas station at Knowles. Is it just possibly some one or two people randomly going out killing people?
We do not know. I'm trying not to panic people, but we do not know. We need anyone who were in those locations last night and today who may have seen a car leaving at a high speed or someone walking around looking suspicious to call us immediately.
By noon, 4 people had been shot and killed, not including the murder at Shoppers Food Warehouse the night before. Again, State's Attorney John McCarthy.
It was almost immediate because you got to put this kind of in a little bit of a historical context. We were only 1 year away from 9/11. And when this thing went down, it was so random, and the shootings appeared to be everywhere. There was a question of whether or not this was another form of terrorism. And as a result of the United States building up efforts through federal agencies, the ATF, the FBI, they had been gearing up to respond to another terrorist kind of activity in whatever form it took. So when this occurred, there was an immediate rallying of both state and federal resources to a location, and we actually were right across the street from where Mr. Wallaker was shot at the gas station there in Aspen Hill, and they brought in a command bus, and we were there in the command bus with one federal agency after another, one state agency after another, rallying to that point to try to gather information about what exactly we had on that particular occasion. Obviously, there had been, as we're going to later find out in the investigation, earlier activities by the snipers, but as of that day, we were beginning to connect the dots.
Helping to connect the dots that day and throughout the investigation was Mike Bouchard, who was at the time...
I remember that name.
Oh, yeah. He with Chief Moose were the two faces of the investigation, really. He was head of the ATF's field office in Baltimore, and so this was kind of his area of expertise. He was brought in that morning. He was actually out of town. I had a chance to sit down with Mike, now 20 years later, and interviewed him from his home down near Williamsburg, Virginia.
Yeah, midday on October 3rd, I was in Ocean City, Maryland, at a Maryland Police Chiefs meeting, and the assistant special agent in charge that worked with me called me around midday to say they were responding to some shootings in Montgomery County, and I asked, are they gang related? Any way to link the shootings? He said, they're all different locations, different types of situations. So I got in my car and headed back to Montgomery County, and I was briefed, on the trip back about additional shootings.
Some of the most important evidence collected early on were the bullets fired at the victims. That's Agent Bouchard's area of expertise. Here he is talking about that in a news conference from 20 years ago.
Once a projectile is fired and it hits something, it becomes distorted, so they have to take a look at it closely under a microscope, look at it from different angles, and try and compare it with the other ones.
Damn, he is so much younger then. Holy cow. But yeah, that's the headquarters up on research, they used to be there.
From other shootings.
More now from our recent interview. At what point early on, did you guys start thinking this may be a sniper or someone from a distance shooting these people? Because nobody's reporting seeing anyone running from the scenes.
Yeah, by the time I got there later in the evening, it was still before Mr. Charlot was shot, but we looked at all the situations. There were different locations, people doing different things, different race, different sex, so it wasn't like somebody was just targeting a certain type of people, or robbery wasn't involved. Again, no witnesses to where shots came from, so we were starting to think it could possibly be a sniper shooting from a distance.
And what about a possible suspect vehicle? Early on that first morning, remember, the lookout was for a white box truck. Tell us now, if you can, what you're looking for, the latest you have on a possible suspect vehicle.
In the homicide at the Leisure World Shopping Center, a small delivery type vehicle, box type, Mitsubishi or Isuzu type truck with small black lettering on the side. And on the rear lift door, there's a dent. Was seen leaving the scene at a high rate of speed, occupied by 2 males. We were looking for that vehicle.
So, Bob, you know, we talked about things that we didn't know then. And I think a lot of people assumed that if you have a sniper, they're going to shoot and flee the scene, right?
Right.
So,
that would be the smart thing to do.
You would think. So while all of this is going on, it turns out that Muhammad and Malvo actually were just biding their time, staying in place. I learned this from my interview with John McCarthy.
I was in the command bus. They were about a block away in the Boston market eating lunch. We thought there was an assumption that the shooter would flee. The reality is they hunkered down and stayed within blocks of where the shooting occurred.
Oh.
They stayed right there.
So just hiding.
I know where the Boston market was too.
That is wild to think, the nerve of these guys
Wow.
to have killed these people and then let's go grab lunch and hang out kind of where all the police and everybody are flying by us.
Yeah, and the word that comes to mind
That's
is
crazy.
hubris, just
Holy
that they
shit.
thought that
I fucking
they
know
had
that
this great
location.
plan, nobody was going to catch them, that they could just do this at will. And for a while, they were able to do that. They were able to do that, and they just cruised right on down the road, just a few miles down the road to just across the Montgomery County line,
Georgia
right?
Avenue takes you right into D.C., right. They were so kind of through Silver Spring and right into D.C.
Right, so at 9:20 p.m., they encounter 72-year-old Pascal Charlotte, who is a Haitian immigrant just walking near a laundromat.
Yeah, we got just a shot out here. I'm on the corner of Georgia and freaking Salamia Street. And what's the name of this place? Georgia and what? I'm on the corner of Salamia and Georgia Street. Salamia? Yeah. So what's going on there? The dude just got shot here at the intersection. Got shot? Yeah. Spell Cali for me. Cali, C-A-L what? It's K-A-L-M-I-A Road, Northwest 900. Right beside a Taco Bell and a KFC. Morris Miller's across the street, and Eddie's Carry Out is on the other side. Georgia is 7800, Georgia Avenue, 7800 Northwest. Dude, you need to get him freaking stop. What is the condition of the guy? He is bleeding like a mother. He's bleeding bad. Okay, sir, listen to me for a second. All right. Keep you on the line, but I need to transfer you over to EMS to render some medical assistance to this guy. Once the fire department is done talking to you. Sir, get his shirt down. Get his shirt ripped off. You need to stay on the phone with me, okay? Hold on. All right. You stay with us. You stay with us. You stay with us. Dispatcher 62. What's the exact location of the emergency? Okay, the exact location. I'm like on the corner of Calmia Road. The road number is 900 and Georgia Avenue Northwest. Is it 9th in Georgia? 900. Is it 900 Georgia Avenue?
I've been there. I've been through there many times. I remember that street, right? You see where the green is? I've been through there many times over. Damn. Just thinking about it, like every single place that I've been to, somebody was killed at. Like,
Just pull up. We're just going to police officer. Just pull up. All right. Somebody pull up here.
just shot that dude. Okay, where did you shoot at? You did talk to me, sir. Where did you shoot at? We shot him in the, it looks like right in the neck. They got the bleeding. We're freaking trying to get his shots right now. Okay, how is it? How is it? The police officer just pulled up, by the way. Okay, police officer saying, okay, how is it? Is he breathing? He's still breathing, but he's not doing too good. Okay, someone just put him and shot him? Yeah, just pulled up with a gunshot and just pulled away.
Neighbors told us that Mr. Charlotte was a friendly handyman willing to help out whenever needed. They also feared the randomness of it all.
This is just shocking. I'm just scared to go to work and all of that.
It could be any one of us. Sitting on the front porch, it could be us, could be me, could be you, could be anybody.
That would end up being the only murder by the snipers in Washington, D.C.
Yep.
And the shootings didn't stop there.
Stop 911, what's the emergency? We've had a lady shot in our parking lot. This is Michaels in Fredericksburg. Okay. In front of Spotsylvania Mall. Okay, is she breathing? I don't know. She is shot in her right side, in her ribs. 911, what is your emergency?
Yes, I am in front of Michaels, and somebody's out here who needs some help.
Okay, what's going on?
I'm not sure. There was a loud crack, and she said she needs help, and she's lying down.
Okay, it's an individual?
Yes.
And you're at Michael's in front of the mall?
Yeah, right in front of Michael's.
That's the location right there.
Okay.
Someone's standing there with her.
I never been to that mall.
Injured or?
Yeah, I definitely.
I don't think I have.
Okay, she hurt herself?
Maybe I have.
I'm not sure. There was a loud. No, it looks like she's been shot.
Yeah, I think I think I was.
I heard the crash. I heard the call for help, and I saw the car.
You saw the car?
I didn't see the car.
You didn't see the car?
I noticed that a car was squirreling away, but I did not see it.
Okay, did anyone else? Can you ask anyone else that's around if they saw anybody?
That's what happened to me. We know it.
And the 95 is right there, okay? So right there's the Michaels, and right there's 95.
No, same thing.
So that's the reference, so yeah.
We did not actually process what it was.
It was now Friday, October 4th, 2:27 in the afternoon. A 43-year-old woman named Carolyn Sewell is shot while putting packages into her van. It is now 60 miles south of Montgomery County. Already, the fear of the snipers was spreading.
Please, we have a lady that's been shot while I'm at Haverty's Furniture Store, Route 1. Vince, lock the doors. Lock the doors. Lock the doors. Haverty's in front of the Spotsylvania Mall.
All right, where?
Get away from the window.
Get away from the window.
You know that sniper thing is going on in Montgomery County.
Folks, we have some breaking news right now. There has been a major development. We are listening now to Chief Charles Moose announcing that there is, in fact, a link between the Fredericksburg case and the cases,
the Daytown
the
shooting.
D.C. case, that is, and the cases in Montgomery County. Let's listen.
Certainly, again, that is very disturbing. Gives us a wider window to work with, a higher degree of recklessness by these suspects. 3 of the killings have been linked to the same weapon, 223 rounds.
So while now there's this shooting in Virginia, the police are saying, oh, the killings in Montgomery County and the murder of Mr. Charlotte in D.C. are connected. Crazy stuff. So we kind of knew what was going on, not why, obviously.
And I think once you start stacking those up, it gets even more scary for people as they're hearing our newscasts.
Yeah, it's chilling stuff, and here's more from the now retired ATF agent Mike Bouchard talking about this. At what point did you realize this was a bizarre case? I mean, here it is 20 years later, we're still talking about it. Very few get to this level. Was it on that first day that you realized, whoa, this is something highly unusual?
Yeah, the first day we recognized it was really unusual, but I think the day after, when we had some of the ballistics that came back from the ATF lab, then we knew a rifle was involved. So we knew someone was shooting from a distance, and that kind of got us on the road that a sniper could possibly be involved, or snipers. So the ballistics is what really convinced us that we've got to start expanding our scene outward, because they're not shooting from close by the victims.
Again, that's very chilling to hear, a police official tell you this. A crazy day. I mean, anybody who was somehow involved October 3rd, 2002. And yet it was the very beginning. I mean, soon there was a hotline set up, several of them, in fact, that people could call to police, the FBI.
And the tips were coming in like crazy.
Oh, hundreds and hundreds, and that kind of got in the way of like tracking down the real ones, the good tips. There was also this whole talk about the white box truck, which from the very first day, from when I was out there reporting, that first day, they were already on to this white box truck, which, took a lot of time and energy, which, as it turned out.
And we're going to talk to investigators from the inside, the behind the scenes, what was going on, and how that kind of took on a life of its own, even though we know there were many, many times in some of these other murders where the Chevy Caprice have been spotted as well.
Right, and yet all we were hearing and talking about was the white box truck for days.
Right.
All right, Melanie, so what's coming up, our next episode?
So next week, we'll be really having a revealing interview with the wife of John Muhammad. She's going to talk to us a little bit about what she knew about her husband back then and really what it was like to be the sniper's wife.
So you had a nice sit-down, intimate conversation with her. Good stuff. And we appreciate you tuning in, watching this, listening. You...
Somebody got shot. It's Battlefield Sunoco. Okay, what's the address there, I don't know. 7209, I think.
7203. It's 7203.
He's laying on the car. We got a guy just shot out here. I'm on the corner of Chalmea and Georgia Street. And what's going on there? The dude just got shot here at the intersection.
3 weeks in October 2002, a time seared into our memories.
But stepping over the line, shooting a kid, I guess it's getting to be really, really personal now.
Absolute horror. This isn't supposed to happen in a community like this.
As two murderous snipers encircled the Washington, D.C. area, a time when we all realized that our life or death in those 22 days was just a matter of chance.
Welcome back to 3 Weeks of Hell, the D.C. Snipers. I'm Bob Barnard, and this is episode 4 of our podcast looking back on the D.C. snipers who terrorized the D.C. region in a wider sense 20 years ago in October of 2002. Crazy time.
That's right, and I'm Melanie Alnwick. So in our last episode, if you joined us, we really kind of drilled down to that day, that October 3rd, when we all realized that nothing about this was normal. And now we're going to take you into really what was the second week, the beginning of the second week of all of this. And everybody was kind of hunkered down, not sure what was going on. And while that was happening, there was a mom and her kids in Prince George's County. They were also anxiously watching the news. But Mildred Muhammad had another reason to try to stay low, and that was her ex-husband, John Allen Muhammad. Mildred Muhammad agreed to sit down with me for an unedited discussion. I really want to know, who was Mildred Muhammad back in 2002? And who is Mildred Muhammad today? How has this experience changed you?
Mildred Muhammad in 2002 had just gotten her children back from being kidnapped for 18 months. I went through an emergency custody hearing in September of 2001, where we had to go to court for the judge to decide who would get custody of our children. And since I had done my paperwork pro se, which meant I did it myself, I got my divorce, I got my writ of habeas corpus.
And we've been going for almost 2 hours here, everybody. Wow. But here's the thing. This is going to be the entire, all these episodes condensed into one. So to speak, all right? I'm going to do that, I'll have to re-edit or whatever, but I want it all in one episode pretty much, so that way you guys can watch the entirety from episode 1 to episode whatever it is. I mean, yeah, I'm getting a little, bored here, but let's keep it going though. So,
which meant anywhere they found my children, they needed to pick them up and bring them back to me.
Mildred had last seen her children in March of 2000. They were living in Tacoma, Washington.
She and John separated a few months earlier, and he called to tell her he was taking the children shopping. They were actually boarding a plane for Antigua. Mildred says that after the children were legally returned to her, it was clear she needed to get away.
I had divorced John October 6, 2000, and I had all of my paperwork in court. The judge awarded me custody of the children.
Sounds good still.
He had to sign over his rights to the children so that they could be delivered to me. In that courtroom, my attorney, my advocate, and I went in the hallway to find out where my children were. And while in the hallway, John approached us, and we ran down the hallway. He put his hand on the courtroom door, looked at me, and said, "Gotcha." My attorney said, "No, we need to leave out of here now." So picking up my children, coming back to the DMV area, September 6, 2001, and we went into hiding.
September 6, 2001. Oh my God, I was 17 years old then. I was in shelter care, I think. I was either in shelter care in Neenah, Wisconsin, or I was still in, I think I was in shelter care down in Neenah, Wisconsin at the time. I was in Allegheny County Jail on September 11th of 2001. So put that into perspective. While these sniper shootings were going on, I had a place. No, I didn't have a place to live. I was homeless later on that year. So October of 2002, I was homeless in Appleton, Wisconsin. Neenah Menasha, Appleton, Wisconsin. I was 18 years old then when this stuff happened. Wow.
A few days later was September 11th, where all of the airlines were shut down. And so that gave me the opportunity to get to know my children, they get to know me, we enroll them in school, and just try to live a normal life. However, I would still check the rooftops when I left because John was an 84th Combat Engineer, and part of his training was tracking. And so I knew that, or felt, eventually he would find me, and I just needed to stay on alert. So 2002 was about staying on alert, checking the rooftops, calling my sister when I left her home, and when I returned home, trying to secure employment for me and my children so that we could get our own place, because I was living with my sister at the time. And that is what the first part of 2002 was. So when the shooting started, we were told to look for 2 Caucasians in a white box truck. So I was looking for that, and I was looking for John too. Everybody was looking for 2 people. I was looking for 3. So we were in fear, just like everybody else. Didn't know who it was. It was a very unnerving experience for everyone.
Mildred's children were 8, 9, and 11 years old when they settled into a modest townhouse in Clinton, Maryland. It was supposed to be a fresh start. It must have been exhausting for you. The hypervigilance, having to constantly worry about John, worry about your children, trying to reconnect with them, being the mom, but also taking care of yourself.
Well, taking care of myself was the least priority. The highest priority was staying alive. So in order for me to stay alive, I needed to be diligent on making sure that my surroundings were safe. Because nobody believed me when I tried to tell them about John. Law enforcement, Nobody. So I was literally on my own, trying to secure my own safety and at the same time not alarm my children that my life was in danger.
I can't imagine what it's like to be separated from your children for that long, especially when they were so young. I have two myself, and I think I would go crazy. I would do anything to try to get them back. But then you did everything you could do. How did you, in this time of exhaustion, of fear, hypervigilance, how did you reconnect with them or try to?
Well, I didn't question them on what their experiences were. I needed to find someone that would help me to do that. My son was very angry with me. My daughters were happy to be with me. There was a period of adjustment. They had abandonment issues because their dad, although he took them to Antigua, out of the country, he did not provide for them very well. So from my understanding, he was making passports and birth certificates illegally for the citizens of Antigua to come to the United States. He would bring them over, shake their hands and say, "Welcome to America." And while he was here, he was looking for me. In the meantime, he had our children in Antigua where other people were caring for them, but they were still afraid that he would not come back. So after that experience and getting them back with me, then I had to really assess what would be the correct procedure to help them to process where they've been and where they are. And so going to work, I would say I'll be home at 5. Well, if I came home at 5:15 and I walked through the door, then they were hysterical. So I had to start giving a range. So I get off at 5, I'll be home between 5:30 and 6, right? Because although I worked at Southern Maryland Hospital at that time, I didn't have friends. I didn't have anyone to confide in, because for me, I was saving their life. Because anybody that was associated with me, I felt I was putting their life in danger because they weren't aware that someone was out there trying to kill me.
And you think some of that were the lingering effects of the years of emotional abuse that you had suffered?
It's not a lingering effect. He said, "You have become my enemy, and as my enemy, I will kill you." John was a man of his word. He said what he meant, and he meant what he said. The fact that I couldn't get anybody else to believe me didn't mean that I was going to negate what he said. So he was going to kill me. And he was going to bury me where nobody would be able to find me. So no one else was willing to take my safety into consideration, then I had to do it. And I had to take other people's safety who were coming into contact with me.
Why do you think nobody believed you?
Because they don't ever believe victims who don't have scars. I didn't have a scar. 80% of victims don't have physical scars to prove they're victims. Business people, nurses, doctors, police officers, they could all be victims. But they're not going to tell anybody, because as soon as I tell you I'm a victim of domestic violence, your opinion and the light that you have in your eye when you see me diminishes. And so now I'm just a pathetic person who allows someone to come into my life to control and abuse me. You could get out of that at any time. No, you can't. But people don't understand that, nor do they want to. That's why victim blaming is at the highest peak.
You know what? She is absolutely 100% correct. 1000% correct. Absolutely. Everything she just said just now, spot on. She is awesome for saying that. She nailed it so well. I don't think anybody else could right now. She's an unsung hero. She really is. Very strong woman.
Whenever something like this come out, when the community found out that I was his ex-wife, so the comments were, you know, if you would have stayed with him, he just would have killed you. If you would have stayed on the West Coast, then the people on the East Coast would still be alive. How
Really?
dare you call you and your children victims
Really?
when none of you were hurt or killed? And how dare you bring this drama into this quiet community? It was all my fault.
That must have been so hurtful.
It was not her
Nope.
fault.
No, ma'am. Everybody is entitled to their opinions. I don't have to accept them, and I don't have to internalize them. And that's where I left it. So, no, it wasn't hurtful.
Mildred met John Muhammad in Baton Rouge, Louisiana in 1983. In her first book, she writes that she was a naive 23-year-old who wanted to meet somebody to love. She recalled John had a beautiful smile, and she was impressed with his punctuality for their dates. When she found out John was married, she wanted to end it. They agreed to remain friends as she tutored John in reading. In 1985, John enlisted in the Army and was stationed at Fort Lewis in Tacoma, Washington. After divorcing his wife, John married Mildred in 1988. Take me back to the early years, because the relationship, your relationship with John, changed. And when did you realize that things were changing?
When he came back from Desert Storm, he was a different person. As I'm sure you've heard this many times, when soldiers return from a war zone, they're not the same person that they were when they left. And so before he was jovial, life of the party, everybody wanted to be around him. When he got back, he was very subdued, isolation, rocking back and forth in a chair. I'd ask him, "Are you okay?" He said, "I'm good." He was diagnosed with PTSD, and he was not debriefed. PTSD at that time, there were not a lot of resources available, and any soldier that sought out help for a mental disorder would be flagged, and they would not be promoted. So there are many soldiers that are walking around with PTSD that are in the military that will not go to seek assistance on posts.
The reason
But
why I
they will
ask
go
is
off
because she said that when
to
John
get the help
Muhammad
that they
came
need.
back from the Gulf War,
What was
he was
the
a completely
point
different person.
At what point
So,
did you decide to
you and
leave
him
the marriage? Or was it a
essentially
mutual breakup?
This piece
We
of
had
shit, you and him essentially were in
mobile
the
auto
same
repair
war.
service
That's pretty crazy,
for a few
right?
years, but we would go out and fix
Fought the same
vehicles.
war,
And
but he
in
came
that
out to be the
service,
biggest
he was
monster
having
ever.
multiple affairs. And so
and
it
it
got
was
to a
you
point
did
where I
it,
said, you
so
know
that's
what?
a good thing.
I want a
So-
divorce. He said, why do you want a divorce? I said, well, you know, you're acting free. You may as well be free. You don't have to lie to me. You don't have to say you're here when you're there. I am taking myself out of this equation. And that's when it escalated. So he moved out, but he still had a key to the house. So he would come in the middle of the night. I would hear the key going into the door.
Wow.
I would hear him walking down the hallway. I would open my eye to a slither, watch him come in, walk from one side of the bed to the other, lean over to listen to me breathe. He'd stand up and walk out the door.
Weird.
So I called to get the locks changed. He changed the locks, but then he started changing my phone number multiple times. Finally was able to get the phone company to put a code on my phone so he wouldn't be able to do that. And what upset him mostly was he came over to the house and tried to push his way in, where I fell back and hit my head on the fireplace. I called the police, he ran. Police came, they asked me did I have a restraining order. I said, no, I don't. They gave me the paperwork. I went to the courthouse. It was one sheet of paper with 10 questions. And I was crying uncontrollably because 12 years of marriage, 3 children, a business, and it's reduced to filling out a restraining order. I completed the restraining order, went to court. The judge said, you know, you really need to get away from this guy. I said, Your Honor, I'm really trying to do that. And he gave me a lifetime restraining order. I don't know if they still do that, but I had a lifetime restraining order. But we still had to have visitation with the children. So he came over and he said, we need to talk. Well, my brother was in the house, so I wasn't afraid. And he said, so we went in the garage. He said, you're not going to raise my children by yourself. You have become my enemy, and as my enemy, I will kill you. So not to show fear and to be outdone, I say, well, I've been sleeping with the enemy all this time. What else are you going to do? He charged at me. I ran to my brother. He left the house. I told my brother, John is going to kill me. He said, John not going to kill you. He's just playing with you. I never went to my brother again for help. Because when you are a victim of domestic violence, and you go to a family member or a friend, a colleague, or somebody...
The brother should have helped her.
And you say, he's done, or she, A, B, C, and D to me, and their first response is, well, I don't know that side of them. They've never said anything. I'm done. I'm not talking to you, because what you're going to do is you're going to go back to him and say, hey, you know, Mildred was saying these things about you, and I'm just trying to check. You just put my life in danger.
Yep.
You just set me up.
Yep.
So that's called the touch test, as a matter of fact. I'm touching with my words what your response would be. And if you said something like that, oh, I was just playing. I was just wanting to see what you was going to say. No, I wasn't playing. I know I can't talk to you anymore.
So at what point did you come to the D.C. area,
Damn,
and what brought you here?
She was done so fucking dirty, so fucking much. That shit ain't right.
Was my mom. When I was in the shelter, my sister called and said that our mother was sick and she needed help taking care of her.
Mildred testified in court that John took everything from her. Her children, her home, her health, coming to help her mother and her sister. She says she got her strength back.
After I got all of my paperwork straight, I came to the D.C. area. I filed my restraining order under full faith and credit so that it would have the same power here that it would have in Washington State. I called the FBI when I got here and said to them that my children are no longer in the country and I need help, because it's a federal offense to take your children out of the country when there's a custody issue. So they came over, I told them what was happening, gave them all my paperwork. They sent me my paperwork in 2 weeks and said that it was an ongoing case and they were going to refer me back to Seattle. I called the agent in Seattle. I told him that I'm running for my life. The children are kidnapped. It's going to be a headshot, because his motto was one shot, one kill to the head. Never leave an enemy behind. And I just need help to find my children. They said, well, Miss Muhammad, since we know he's looking for you, what we want to do is we want to put you in the middle of a parking lot and use you as a decoy.
No,
That's what we can do
that is so wrong.
I said, excuse me. It's going to be a headshot. You're not going to know which way the bullet is coming from. I said, we're just trying to help you out. And I hung up the phone.
So while you were here, I'm trying to put the timeline together. So you came here, your children were still in Antigua.
Correct. Or wherever.
They fucking did her dirty. Fucking government did her dirty.
And when was that?
Fucking bogus.
January 2001 is when
It
I came
pisses
here.
me off.
So you're still trying to get your children back.
And how was it that you knew
This shit really
that
pisses me off.
they were in Antigua, and you said you went to court. You found out that that's where they were?
Yes, when I was August of 2001. The shelter that I was in Tacoma, Washington, called and said they found my children. But the detective did. And I called him and he said, you need to fly back here for an emergency custody hearing, which is what we talked about earlier. So I went there, got the children, came back here, went into hiding. So from September 2001 until September 2002, it was all about making sure my children were safe, that I find a job, trying to get housing and things like that.
So then in September 2002 or early October 2002, as you said, you were sort of in a much more heightened way, absorbing the news of what was happening just like the rest of us. Tell me about that.
So the first shooting rang out, and I think it was maybe early October is when they started taking it seriously, that it was going to be seemed to be a serial thing happening. And so it was about me talking to my children. Hey, if you see anything suspicious, let me know. Are you guys okay? Walking into the bus stop at the same time, looking around to make sure I'm not being pursued. So October 11th, a coworker convinced me to allow her to pick me up to bring me to work. I'm still at Southern Maryland Hospital. And so when I get in the car, she said, you know, there's a dark colored car outside your cul-de-sac. I'm getting a real bad feeling about that car. I said, yeah, girl, it's okay, let's just go to work. So we passed by the car. The driver looks at us, but the passenger has a newspaper, and as we're passing by the car, he raises the paper up so we can't see him. And I said, did you see that? She said, yeah. I said, give me your phone. So I called 911. I said, there's a dark-colored Caprice Impala with New Jersey plates, 2 African-American males seated in the car. And she said, okay, we'll get somebody over there to investigate.
So that's what we're going to leave it for today. Later in this podcast series, the second half of my conversation with Mildred Muhammad, including her recollection of the night that the FBI came knocking on her door. You also heard her talk about October 11th, seeing that creepy vehicle outside her townhouse. When you go back through the timeline and you look, the dates match up. October 11th, that was the day that Kenneth Bridges was shot in Spotsylvania, Virginia.
He was one of 3 people shot and killed that second week, including Dean Myers at the Sunoco gas station that's still there in Manassas on 234.
Yep.
And also Iron Brown, who was the 13-year-old shot on October 7th outside his middle school in Prince George's County. In our next episode, you're going to hear from Iron. I've had a long conversation with him. He talks about that time, how he's doing now, and I hope you find that compelling as well.
So don't forget to check out our podcast.
That's the Manassas Sunoco.
Okay, somebody got shot. The guy is dead. He's laying on the car. We got a guy getting shot out here. I'm on the corner of Shalimia and Georgia Street. So what's going on there? There's a dude just got shot here at the intersection.
3 weeks in October 2002, a time seared into our memories.
But stepping over the line, shooting a kid, I guess it's getting to be really, really personal now.
Absolute horror. This isn't supposed to happen in a community like this.
As 2 murderous snipers encircled the Washington, D.C. area, a time when we all realized that our life or death in those 22 days was just a matter of chance.
Welcome back to our Fox 5 True Crime Podcast, 3 Weeks of Hell, the D.C. Snipers. This is episode 5. Just want to remind you, episode 4, Melanie, was this great interview that you had with one of the sniper's ex-wife, Mildred Muhammad, who still lives in our area, and was very compelling. It was a great episode.
Thank you very much. And that was part one. Of course, more to come from Mildred. But as we recalled, in that first week of October 2002, now the snipers had shot 7 in.
I think I should take all these episodes and combine them into one episode and post it up. I think I'll do that. It's going to take me a while, guys. So I'll release it as soon as I can figure out how to get it done. Probably use this phone right here to do it. So then that way it's one continuous episode. That way you guys can watch it in its entirety without, you just would click on it, you would watch it in its entirety. So it's going to be kind of like a rebroadcast of it. So and I'll try to let these two know that's what I want to do too. So they don't need 2 microphones, but honestly, this is what kind of gets me mad right now. That screen, these microphones and all that, that's well over $5,000, I bet, sitting there. It just, why? That money could help us poor right now. I mean, I'm poor as fuck. I don't have any food in here, barely anything to eat. So
Innocent people, each one of them dropped by a single shot. 6 killed, 1 survived, and that weekend, October, as the air began to chill, families
I'm gonna put it on
kind of pulled their families
full blast,
close, especially as news from the Sniper Task Force provided us no comfort.
3
wow.
of the killings have been linked to the same weapon, 223 rounds. The ability of the suspect to strike again and remain extremely high.
Monday, October 7th, the nightmare began again with the shooting of a 13-year-old boy in Prince George's County.
Prince George's County Emergency Center. Can I help you? Oh my God. I think I'm going to be able to drive my nephew to the hospital, but what's the matter with him? He just got shot.
We have breaking news right now. If you've been with us, then you know hundreds of police are looking for a sharpshooter who has struck again. His latest victim, a 13-year-old boy, is in critical condition.
Try doing full screen here.
And here is where it all started. Kids at Benjamin Tasker Middle School in Bowie, Maryland, were ushered inside this morning.
Oh, that's why that name sounded familiar. That's why.
After that boy was shot, just moments after he had been dropped off.
I was one of the reporters on the scene that day. The shot fired at 8:09 this morning. There was utter chaos here because
I'm making a live video
to the school wanting to get their kids out
of all the series of the Fox 5 podcasts that they've done. But I'm going to take the video, I'm going to download each one and stitch it together so it's one long video without my commentary. Just
time. The young
their
person
video.
shot was Iron Brown, the youngest of the sniper's victims, just 13 years old. He was shot and wounded
crazy how
as
the
he was
time went
dropped
by
off at
so
his
fast,
middle
right,
school
Matt?
in Prince George's County. I've wanted to speak to Iron ever since that terrible day. We recently got the chance to visit remotely. Iron now lives
I was
outside
18 when that
Atlanta.
happened. That's so
I
crazy,
first
right,
asked
Matt?
how he's doing.
Thank you, Bob. I'm doing very well. Most importantly, I'm alive, I'm vibrant, I'm healthy. Just living my best life, enjoying the Southern hospitality, and it's most definitely a beautiful thing.
That morning, 20 years ago, Iron's aunt, Tanya Brown, had taken him to school, Benjamin Tasker Middle in Bowie, Maryland. Iron had just gotten out of her car when he was shot in the stomach.
Just taking you down memory lane, my aunt was dropping me off at school, and I was returning from actually being suspended from the school bus from eating a Twizzler, ironically. And as superstitious as it is, I haven't eaten a Twizzler ever since. But it was early morning. She would drop me off right before she would report to work, and essentially, as soon as I got out of her car, it happened that fast. And of course, you just heard a loud bang as if a grenade went off, and immediately I knew I was shot. Of course, with me never being shot before, I guess intuition and just instincts just kicked in, and one thing led to another, and next thing you know, I was just fighting and grasping for air, and that day forever changed me.
Did you hear the shot?
everybody heard it who was in the immediate area. It was literally like a grenade went off, and it was just an echo, and it was just a loud bang. And as far as I'm concerned, they were already positioned there before I had arrived. And as soon as I got out of the car, she didn't even have an opportunity to pull out of the driveway, and I was shot immediately. And I like to believe that maybe Malvo was aiming for my heart, because that's essentially where I was pierced by the hollow tip bullet. And I have a pretty cool scar I can show you as well.
We'll take him up on that offer later. Immediately after he was shot, Iron's aunt, a nurse, grabbed him, put him in her car, and drove to the nearby Bowie Health Center emergency room.
I gotta go fast! Let me go fast!
Tanya Brown called 911 from her cell phone.
This whole thing fascinates me because I knew people who know those people or knew of those people, and I've been to every single place that it's ever happened
My
at.
aunt, she
Been to
works
every
for
single place.
Children's Hospital where I
That's
was
why I'm so
eventually
fascinated
admitted.
with. That's why every
And
year it keeps on.
everything just worked out in my
I keep
favor.
finding new video, trying
she
to
did not wait
do
for
my
any
commentary on it,
ambulance.
things like that. You know what I'm saying?
Instead, she drove me to the nearest clinic, which was literally right around the corner and up the street. And thankfully, they actually had my blood type there, which was essential in saving my life. I truly believe so.
I know there are people who say, had you waited for an ambulance, had your aunt not thought that quickly and gotten you to the facility, you very well could have died.
Yes, sir. I truly believe that. Even though we give all the glory to the Most High, you know, my aunt's actions were pivotal. And again, I was gasping for air. I was turning pale. I was losing so much blood. I had to roll the window down to help me breathe. It was a tense moment. I truly thought I was going to die. I could remember praying and just essentially just preparing to pass away. I was telling my aunt how much I loved her. And if I recall, just hearing the 911 call played back, it was pretty emotional.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know. Getting ready to turn in right now. And you didn't see who shot him? He doesn't know. I didn't see anybody. And he didn't see anybody? No. Okay, go ahead and go in the ER. We're going to send an officer out, okay? Okay.
And take me through those first days. What do you remember about them, you know, surviving and starting on your recovery?
So I was maybe in the hospital for a little over a month, and I was in an induced coma for a little over a week. And I remember just opening my eyes and my mother being the first person I saw, and it was very emotional. And my whole family rushed in and support me, and I definitely like to credit my family for helping me through the process, just keeping me as normal as possible, just living life day to day, not giving into the situation, because there was a certain time where Malvo and Muhammad, they were not caught yet, so it was some rough nights for sure.
Everybody heard it. They were out to kill people. I mean, the thought that there's another human being out there who was roughly your age, who had every intention of actually killing
doing a live video
whatever
of every single episode
possible
of
reason.
Podcast. I'm going to create.
Tell me about that.
A back-to-back
It was
one,
intense.
but yeah.
I can recall even.
I'm really glad that
as
he
young as I was,
survived though.
just
thank
like
God for
everybody
that.
else in the area, you
Seems like a good
were
person,
glued to the TV. You were conscious that these guys were loose, pumping gas, going in zigzags, and I can even recall maybe a week prior to me being shot, we were still going outside. As far as like for physical education, PE class, and I remember saying to the staff, "Why are we going outside with the snipers still being loose and they're not caught yet?" And they truly did have the entire DMV area in fear.
For Iron, the shooting was physically devastating.
So Bob, I can recall the doctors who did their procedure on me, did the immediate surgery. They explained that it looked like a bomb had went off inside of me. I was shot by a Bushmaster sniper rifle, and the caliber bullet was a .223 caliber. It was maybe this big, long, this wide, and it was a hollow tip. So essentially, when it pierced me, it exploded. And I have like I said, I have a pretty cool scar I can show you. And they definitely did a lot of damage. Removed my stomach, my spleen, pancreas, everything was damaged. But I think what worked in my favor was that I was still a child. So essentially, my body was still growing and it adjusted better than if I were an adult.
Are there some lasting impacts of that? Like things you can't do, things you maybe can't ingest or whatever?
Yeah, so essentially I still have bullet fragments inside of me. And over time they move and they shift and they'll create issues going forward. So I've always had to deal with the fact that I'll never be 100%. But I mean, I'm alive, so you won't find me complaining about anything. I do have nerve damage. I've never been clinically diagnosed, but I do suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, some anxiety issues, understandably so. And again, every time I look in the mirror and lift my shirt up, it's just a daily reminder of what I've been through.
Iron showed us the scars that are still clearly visible. You can see them if you're watching this podcast.
This is where the bullet actually pierced me. This was all immediate surgery. These here looks like other bullet wounds, but they was just like maybe bags of blood and things of that nature. I had a lot of tubes in me. I couldn't eat or drink. They had to feed me through my veins. Essentially, because if I would have eaten or drinking anything, I could have choked on myself. And yeah, this is my pretty cool scar.
While Iron was in the hospital recovering from those wounds, the snipers were still on the loose.
When I actually woke up from a coma, they were not arrested yet, so I did suffer from nightmares and just being nervous, thinking that they were going to come to my hospital room and finish the job because they weren't identified yet. So you can imagine it was only but so much people could say to me to keep me calm. So they actually had to register me under a different name, and I was not under my legal name during my stay in the hospital. I had a completely different, it was like I was in protective custody because essentially everyone knew where I was being treated, and so by them not being identified, they could have easily, like I said, came and finished the job. But I do recall when they were captured, and once again my mother was the one who broke the news to me because we were following along with the TV coverage, and it was essentially everywhere. So that was a great day for sure.
And soon, Iron went back to school.
It was a huge adjustment just dealing with all of that attention and me just naturally being reserved. It was overwhelming. I was even completing homework packets while I was in the hospital. Again, that's a testament to my family and also, to myself, just wanting to be as normal as possible and just to resume my life because essentially my life was interrupted. And I was in the hospital for, like I said, a little over 1 month. And as soon as I was discharged, I maybe returned back to school maybe a week or two later.
Iron now lives with his mother in Georgia. He's a father of a 3-year-old boy. Iron's been working at Home Depot and writing a memoir. And yes, says he considers himself lucky to be alive.
It's a pretty big deal for me to be a part of history, whether I like it or not, or how traumatizing it's been. And it's been a long time coming for sure.
So Bob, I don't know why it just kind of stuck in my head, his comments about that he was eating a Twizzler and that he won't eat Twizzlers anymore. That's one of those things, traumatic things happen to you or people, and there's one part about it always that'll stick in your head.
Well, and that's because only reason really that his aunt took him to school that day was because he was coming off a suspension for eating the Twizzler on the school bus. He also thinks that he said his bus was the first one to arrive at school most mornings. So in his mind, he kind of thinks that even if he hadn't gotten in trouble for eating the Twizzler on the school bus and had taken the bus to school that morning, that he would have probably been one of the first ones off. He just kind of feels like he was destined to have been the one shot there. Whether his aunt had dropped him off, or he took the school bus and hadn't been suspended.
Well, I just love that we were able to hear from him because, as you said, people had wondered for so many years what went through his mind, what was happening, and the 911 call from his aunt was just.
And she was calm because
riveting.
I think the school was initially like wondering, why is this lady taking this kid who thinks he's been shot? And we heard a gunshot, and the police were like, "Lady, what are you doing?" He and others have credited her being a quick-thinking nurse. I'm not waiting for an ambulance. There's a health center emergency room just down the road. I'm taking him there. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the names because so many of these people, unfortunately, were killed during the sniper spree. He survived. 13-year-old boy, Iron Brown. Everybody who covered it remembers that name, and to have been able to meet him, talk to him, and share him with our listeners, our viewers here now is. I'm glad we were able to do that.
Yeah, fascinating. And I know you have more from him coming up in another episode.
Yeah, he's going to talk about coming face to face with one of the snipers, John Allen Muhammad, in his murder trial in a Virginia courtroom. So Iron will hear from him in a later episode talking about what that was like. Eventually, at one point, coming face to face with one of his would-be killers.
And as we know now, that particular shooting was where one of the major clues, that first clue, was left, that tarot card.
By the snipers.
That card is now in storage at the National Law Enforcement Museum. And when you see it, it's one of those things that kind of makes you catch your breath. It's palm-sized, a little beat up, fuzzy on the edges. There is a white horse with a black skeleton knight on it, the single word death centered in the bottom margin. On the top margin, written in blue ink with kind of childish lettering, those words, "Call me God." On the back, "For you, Mr. Police, call me God. Do not release to the press."
But it was leaked to a member of the press that very day.
Once they left the tarot card and said, "Call me God," all the subsequent shootings, they communicated or left something behind to let us know it's us. And, you know, it was a mind game that they're playing with us. You know, in my opinion, they felt they had control and they could manipulate us.
Mike Bouchard is a retired federal agent. He was in charge of the ATF's investigation of the sniper case.
Yeah, the toughest thing with this whole thing is there's no playbook for, this never happened before. You know, multi-jurisdiction, different types of victims, different locations, different times of the day, shooting from a distance, no witnesses. So again, it was, you know, we're kind of dealing with this on the fly and being creative, and everyone drew from their past experiences about, and we talked a lot about strategies. You know, what's the best way to go about this?
Bouchard says discovering the tarot card and the shooting of a child clearly touched a nerve. And we know that Chief Moose reacted emotionally to Iron getting shot. Did you guys? Did that kind of switch it for you guys as well? Hey, they're going after kids now.
Yeah, emotionally it shook all of us up. You know, I had 2 children. One was in college, one was in high school at the time. So, yeah, shooting at a young kid going into middle school, that's... But, you know, when you do these things, you try and check your emotions as best possible. Sometimes your emotions take over, like all of us, so we were fortunate we were able to stay composed at the time.
We're going to hear more from Mike Bouchard as we discuss evidence found at that and subsequent crime scenes in our next episode.
And there were 2 more sniper killings that second week of the terror spree. On October 9th, at a Sunoco gas station on Sudley Road in Manassas, Dean Myers was shot and killed while pumping gas.
There was a Sony's down there? Holy cow.
Somebody got shot at Spider Sunoco. Okay, what's the address there, sir? I don't know, 7209, I think. Okay, somebody got shot? The guy is dead. He's laying on the car.
It was for the shooting of Dean Myers that sniper John Allen Muhammad got
that
the death penalty.
Sunoco,
Myers was a 54-year-old civil engineer, a Vietnam veteran who lived in Maryland and commuted to his job in Prince William County.
There's Sony's right there.
We talked in episode 2 about the Sony Vaio laptop that had been stolen from the first shooting victim, Paul LaRufa. During Muhammad's trial, it was revealed that a map showing a route to that gas station where Myers was murdered was found on the computer's hard drive. And then 2 days later, on Friday, October 11th, Kenneth Bridges was shot and killed at an Exxon gas station in Spotsylvania County. Bridges was also 53, a married father of 6 children. He was on his cell phone speaking with his wife.
You know that mall,
when he
that
was killed.
Spotsylvania Town Center
shooting
mall?
touched off
That's
a
where that
massive
Michael's
surge of
shooting
traffic
was
along I-95
too.
near
And I was in
Fredericksburg.
that area not that long
As
ago,
police
right?
narrowed the
Behind
highway
that-
to one lane and inspected every vehicle, but the killers got
Behind
away.
that,
It was the end of the
24
second
volt,
week of the sniper's deadly
12
shooting
to 24 volt converter
There was
with the
more
woman,
killing,
right?
more sadness, more clues left behind, with the hunt for the killers intensifying.
So, Bob, I know you covered that Dean Myers shooting. That is a day for you that you have very specific memories of.
It was a colder, rainy night. I remember it was just kind of a mess. And, I mean, it was another gas station. And I remember seeing, like, there was the Bob Evans. Like, it's still there. I mean, anytime we go for stories, it's one of those other places. The Sunoco is still there where Dean Myers was killed.
Still there.
The Bob Evans across the street.
Yep.
And you realize
I've been at Bob Evans.
Were shooting across 234 and killed this man while he was gassing up. It was definitely the end of a second week of this terror spree. And I just remember being in the pouring rain. And initially you went there not knowing for sure this was another sniper victim, even though it was a man shot dead at a gas station. You figured it was. And then we learned, I believe, before we even left that scene that night, that this is the latest.
Yeah, he just talked about the
So
Bob
that was the
Evans
second week.
and
this is
things
really
like
where
that.
this whole
I know the
cat and
sniper
mouse
was in
game
that Bob
that we
Evans
learned about later
parking
between the
lot.
snipers
Had to be,
and the
right? Because that's the
investigators on the
clearest shot
task
to the
force is about
Sunoco.
to begin. And we also asked
You know what I'm
investigators,
saying?
this is
So,
coming up in our next episode,
I don't think Harbor
about
Freight
that
was
white box truck
was
and
there
what
at the time,
went
right?
wrong there.
But the
Right,
Burger
right.
King
I
was
mean,
right.
That was from
the,
day
where
one.
the
The focus of the public's concern
Sonic is
was
now,
looking
though.
out
I'm
for
pretty
this
sure
white
Burger
box
King was
truck.
there.
And looking back,
Where was you living
it's clear
then at
that
the
they were
time?
not ever in a white box truck, and that probably took away opportunities for not only the public but the police, the investigators, to track these guys down before it went into a third week.
And we're going to go into that a little bit more in episode 6 as well.
Right. Well, thank you for listening in on this one. You know, we're talking about messaging. You've heard a little bit about the tarot card, search for the box truck, a lot of evidence.
I know, guys. This is going on for like 2 hours and 35 minutes
Don't
now,
forget to
but
join us on all of your
might as well let it
podcast
run.
platforms. You can
I'm just
also
gonna let it ride,
watch
you know.
Our video recordings, as you're watching here, on our YouTube channel on Fox 5 DC.
And you just go to your phone, you hit podcast on your Fox 5 app.
Somebody got shot at Battlefield Sunoco. Okay, what's the address there, sir? I don't know, 7209, I think. Okay, somebody got shot? The guy is dead. Laying there, man. He's laying on the corner. We got a guy get shot out here. I'm on the corner of Chalmea and Georgia Street. So what's going on there? There's a dude just got shot here at the intersection.
3 weeks in October 2002, a time seared into our memories.
But stepping over the line, shooting a kid, I guess it's getting to be really, really personal now.
Absolute horror. This isn't supposed to happen in a community like this.
As 2 murderous snipers encircled the Washington, D.C. area, a time when we all realized that our life or death in those 22 days was just a matter of chance.
Welcome back to 3 Weeks of Hell, the DC Snipers. I'm Bob Barnard.
And I'm Melanie Alnwick. Now, where we left off, the second week of the sniper shootings had ended with the killing of 53-year-old Kenneth Bridges, murdered by one shot to the back as he pumped gas in Spotsylvania, Virginia. By then, thousands of calls were coming into the tip line, and the reward fund was growing. I reported from police headquarters nightly.
Fox 5's team coverage continues now with Melanie Alnwick live in Rockville. Hi, Mel.
Hi, Tracy.
Damn, she was young then.
$37,000 and counting. The contributions to the reward fund are coming in from all over. A local law firm put up $3,500.
Her and Bob really aged over the last 20
$5,000. That's money put
20
up
years,
in the
right?
hopes of bringing the shooter down.
Angry words from Governor Paris Glendening to the shooter who has so terrorized his state.
To stop this insane killing. I think it's extremely important that they understand
Yeah, the
that no one
building
is
is
looking
literally
out for
right there by the Crown
no
Plaza
one is
that
thinking
I
this
did the
is a
brake job on
great act that he's doing.
just last week.
We're all
It's-
thinking
it's,
that this is
it's,
an act of
it's still there too. It's just
absolute
it's
coward.
been empty for the last
You should understand that I hope to
10 or
God
12 years now, as far as I know. So
that someday we'll know why all of this occurred.
So did you hear what Montgomery County Police Chief Moose said there? He said, I hope to God. Now, as a reporter on the scene, you and I both know this, but maybe people don't really understand the insights as to why we choose certain sound bites.
That's right.
Because they're powerful, right?
because they're going to be something that resonates with people.
And that one sounded like unusual to us.
Yeah, really good and strong. So when Chief Moose said that, that was actually on October 8th, the night after Iron Brown was shot. What we in the media didn't know then is that those words were actually very carefully chosen by police.
Why is that? Well, because at the scene of Iron's shooting outside Tasker Middle School in Bowie, Maryland, the day before, a tarot card was found. The first big clue in the case. The words, "Call me God," were written on top of that death card. Retired ATF Special Agent Mike Bouchard tells us now it was a coded response.
Yeah, early on, the first weekend, we were doing our press conferences, and we were getting, we're trying to figure out what the motive is. So during our press conferences, we each had something different to say. My thing was, I don't know why in God's earth somebody would do something like this, and we would just weave statements in like that. And sure enough, after Iran Brown was shot, the tarot card said, "Mr. Police, call me God." So then we knew, we suspected they would probably be listening to press conferences. Then we knew they were listening to everything we said. So that's where we knew that we have to communicate with these guys surreptitiously through our press conferences and try and draw them out and get them to engage with us.
So before the rest of us knew that what you were saying was specific and targeted and thought out, you guys were, in a sense, using those open microphones and the TV cameras to kind of get your message to them. And what was that? What was the message? What were you trying to tell them?
Talk to us. What do you want? Why are you doing this? If you want money, tell us you want money. If you've got a grudge with something, tell us. We figured over time they would start communicating with us, and the more we talked through the media with them, the more engaged they came with their notes, and eventually later on, phone calls, that type of thing.
The reference to God, you said, why in God's name? Was that deliberate? Did you? What made you think of that? That if I use that kind of phrasing, that I might trigger something within them?
Yeah, it wasn't just my thought. We put our heads together, our public information officers. We had profilers. We had negotiators working with Chief Moose, myself, and Gary Ball, the FBI SAC. So they were giving us, it was tough to deal with. Negotiators are telling you in one ear, say these things, draw them out, draw them out. Profilers are like, don't say anything, don't engage them, because you're going to make them more angry. You might make them do things that they wouldn't normally do. So, it was really different. We had to make a decision, two different schools of thought. But we just came up with some statements that Charles Moose and myself and others would say.
The discovery of that tarot card did not remain secret for long. In fact, that very day, a police officer at the scene leaked an image of the card to a reporter, not one of ours. Then the news exploded.
The people in my community have asked the police department to work the case. So I beg of the media, let us do our job.
Yeah, it just really bothered us. Like, what's the motive here to leak this stuff? You trying to get a job, with the media, or looking for, why would you do something like that? It's not going to help. It's going to hurt the case. It's not going to benefit you, the leaker.
And when you had hundreds of investigators, for one person who's not the decision maker to make decisions that impact the investigation, it could be a major mess if everybody felt that way.
Yeah, like that tarot card got leaked within an hour or two. That's why Chief Moose got so emotional about one of the stations, I can't remember which one, covered the story. We got this tarot card with a picture of it. How the heck did they get that?
Who was the guy who leaked the tarot card? I don't need to know a name, but was it
It was a police officer.
Police officer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. From Prince George's? Because wasn't that Tasker Middle School? Prince George's?
Yeah.
So Prince Georgetown police officer?
So again, I don't know why you would do that. Maybe you hope to get favorable coverage later on with the media. It's a hefty price to pay for a case like this when people are getting killed.
Other evidence recovered at the Tasker Middle School scene: a blue ink pen, a bag of Dole Center raisins, and a .223 shell casing. We learned later that Mohammed's DNA
Shell
was
casing
tested on
is
that
a
bag's
bullet.
license. And investigators also
Shell casing means
the words, "Call me God,"
it's just a
thinking it could
casing.
be a reference to the 1990 movie Navy SEALs, where an embattled soldier calls for God to help, and a sniper responds, "God here." Task force members even rented the movie for review. You can hear part of that movie clip on YouTube.
God. God here. God, we on a single shooter, southeast tower. Yeah, I see him.
Investigators and task force members were walking a wire. They had deeply disturbing information. Montgomery County Police Chief Charles Moose, tasked to be the...
There he is, the guy in the interview.
Public face of law enforcement, needed to convey the seriousness of the situation, yet still try to keep the public calm. As you heard Agent Bouchard say, they had a feeling that the snipers might be listening. And then the snipers proved them right. Here's Montgomery County State's Attorney, John McCarthy.
I remember at the press conference where the question was asked to Chief Moose, are our children safe? And he indicated that your children were safe. He said that at the press conference to calm the fears of individuals. And in response to that comment, the Kesker Middle School shooting took place because one of their goals was to maximize fear in the community. And if you were going to say that some segment of the community was safe, they took action to make sure that you knew that was not true.
Behind the scenes, the task force had grown to hundreds of federal agents and local police. Some were expert profilers, some were negotiators, and others were running down tips. Montgomery County State's Attorney John McCarthy, then the legal advisor to the task force, says a full investigative bureau sprang up in a Rockville office building away from the snooping media at police headquarters.
What immediately happened, and a lot of credit belongs to the federal agencies, they mobilized all the tables, the chairs, the computers, the phones that had been warehoused so they could have an immediate response to a terrorism activity. That we commandeered basically an office building immediately behind the police station, literally behind it, went in and tore 2 floors of this building apart and set up the command center virtually overnight. So that when you walked in there were, within 36 hours, there were hundreds of people working at this facility with computer and telephone hookups, and the room was set up in compartmentalized segments where there were the call takers in the front of the room when you first walked in. There were tables of people that would take tips that would come in randomly, both locally and internationally, about who might be responsible for this. The next group of tables were people that were evaluators that would take the tips, take the information, and begin to do some kind of an analysis of what were the good tips and what were not the good tips. And then they would then forward that to a third group who would then take the best tips and begin to assign individuals, task force members, to maybe, if you were a suspect, you would then be trailed by somebody from the task force that would be watching you to determine whether or not you were the sniper or not. This went on for a number of days. On given days, we might be trailing with teams of federal and local officials, 16, 18 people on a given day. What generally ended the surveillance on those suspects would be another shooting.
The snipers were also calling in. The case files show that sometime around October 12th, a subject claimed to have called the FBI task force number on 4 occasions over 6 days.
Rockville City Police, one call to the police reported.
Good morning. Don't say anything, just listen. Let the people that are causing the children in your area.
Here is one of those calls from teenage sniper Levoyd Malvo. Clearly frustrated, his previous attempts to reach investigators have gone nowhere. You'll hear him reference the tarot card left behind at the shooting of Iron Brown.
Look on the tarot card. It says, "Call me God. Do not release the threat." He has called you 3 times before, trying to set up negotiations. He has got no response. People have died.
Sir, I think
Get
you're
your people.
that Montgomery County Police hotline. We're not investigating a crime. Do you like the number?
Malvo hangs up, frustrated again. His calls likely lost in the sea of tips for white box truck sightings.
Police released this composite drawing of the white box truck seen by witnesses at more than one of the shooting locations.
In the beginning, we didn't think they were shooting from a car. Of course, early on, someone said they saw a white box truck speeding from the scene. Again, there was no direct evidence that shots were taken from one, but someone saw it, and we had to at least investigate that. But then groupthink took over with the public, that that's all they should be looking for. So you could see all the tips that would come in after every shooting, where the people would just say, I saw a white box truck. I didn't see anybody shooting from it, but it was driving away. So, that didn't help us much.
Did you know from your professional experience early on that that's not going to be probably what it is, and it's going to get in the way of people maybe thinking more creatively of looking for something else?
Yeah, early on, just by seeing the tips after each shooting, where the people were saying that seemed to be the only thing they were focused on and only thing they were looking for. So our media strategy changed, where we started addressing the public through our press conferences about how they should focus on what their eyes and ears pick up, not what they think they should be looking for.
Did that help? Did that persuade people?
Not really. We still continue to get, I saw a white van, a white box truck. Okay, did you see anything else? Well, I wasn't looking for anything else. So we were kind of stuck with that.
And as everyone now knows, that white box truck was a bad lead. Again, I asked State's Attorney John McCarthy about this. So let's talk about the white box truck. How did that happen?
That was a lookout that came out of the Sarah Ramos killing. Miss Ramos was in Leisure World, in a strip shopping center, sitting on a park bench, reading a book, waiting for someone to pick her up to go clean a home. She was shot. At the time, we thought from a distance. In reality, we now know from a very close location. It was daylight when Miss Ramos was shot. It was like 9:30 in the morning or something. And there was a lookout that came out that there was a white box truck that was seen going through the parking lot very close in time to her shooting. And it was broad daylight. That became the lookout. Suspect vehicle, white box truck, leaving the scene of where Miss Ramos is killed. That turned out to have nothing to do with it. Ironically, Pascal Charlotte, 72, who was shot that same day, later, 2 blocks outside of Montgomery County on Georgia Avenue, there is a report of a Chevy Caprice, dark-colored vehicle, leaving the scene immediately after the shooting. So on that same day, which was the October 3rd, we had 2 different vehicles, 2 suspect vehicles, white box truck, Chevy Caprice. We seized on really following the lead on the box truck. That seemed to be, and there were sightings of the other car. And in hindsight, there were multiple occasions. I would say,
I'm looking at
the chart, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 10 different occasions where ultimately, in hindsight, the car was spotted in the vicinity of where the shootings took place. But after Miss Ramos' shooting, the focus was on the white box truck and not the vehicle that had been seen coming from Mr. Charlotte's killing in the District of Columbia. Look, I'm not going to tell you it's the only time I've ever seen. Look, you do law enforcement, you have leads, you have information. We seem to have seized upon the white box truck to the exclusion of the other. Mr. Charlotte's killing occurred at night. And one was broad daylight, one was at night. Was that the reason that one was given more value, rose to the top? But you didn't want to have a white box truck for the next 3 weeks and live in Washington, D.C. I mean, they literally, if you were somebody who was a commercial, you were a carpenter, you were a car repair, you were, whatever you did, you operated out of a white box truck, you got stopped 10, 15. It was hard for you to go around the corner in this community.
Our Fox 5 news crews saw this happen time and again.
And we literally were on Rockville Pike, following a box truck, and all of a sudden, 2, 3 Montgomery County officers would come in, lights and siren, pull them over. We're behind them, obviously documenting all this, and officers getting out with their long rifles, walking up to the driver's side. The driver gets out of the car, goes and opens up his tailgate or his box truck, and they had to go through it. I mean, it was a really intense time.
That's Fox 5 News photographer Nelson Jones. He's worked at the station for 30 years. Says he was confronted by police himself one day during the killing spree, checking out a tip the snipers were seen at a golf course. Jones happened to be nearby and got there before the police.
I just parked and got my camera out, and then we could hear the sirens. And it was every cop and detective that shows up, and of course I'm getting shots of them arriving to the golf course, which is, as you know, pretty rare. And the adrenaline with the officers understandably is high, and I just had my camera and I was shooting them coming in, and this one SWAT guy or detective gets out with his long rifle. He walks right up to me and he puts it in my eyeballs and says, what the F are you doing here? And I basically didn't really respond because he probably kind of knew the answer to that question, but I just kind of backed off, and he went about his business and, looking into the golf course.
What'd you think of that?
It's a rush, man, you never want to be looking down the barrel of a gun. And then it turned out to be a false alarm that day.
Of course it was a false alarm, and yet if police had been looking for not a white box truck, but the dark-colored Chevy Caprice, perhaps Muhammad and Malvo would have been caught a lot sooner.
And that has to be so frustrating, not only for law enforcement, as we've heard them talk about, but can you imagine victims' families as well, thinking that perhaps
it was there.
People could have been caught earlier.
Yeah.
And when you go back into the case files, as I did as we were preparing for this series, you really see that many, many people had encountered Muhammad and Malvo, and that they were sketchy, they were suspicious. It was something that kind of went off in their brain about something's not right here. And then they all recalled these sightings to investigators, but only after the snipers had been caught.
We gotta see.
This is from those
I've been to that shopping center. See where it says Shoppers?
In Clinton, Maryland,
that's a
reported,
Lidl.
quote,
No.
numerous times over
And
the last 6
the
weeks,
Planet
a
Fitness
blue
is right
Chevy
next to
Caprice
it.
with
Yeah.
tinted windows
I've
has
been
been
there.
parked in his side lot next to the shed. He first spotted it prior to October 2nd. He saw it a second time in early October, and again 2 weeks prior to
There's so
October
much video
28th.
about it.
The
That is
vehicle would only be there for
crazy.
several hours during the middle of the day and would then disappear. The car also parked on the street. It continues. Muhammad's ex lives within 1 mile of this church. The week before this date, the source viewed Muhammad walking on Pineview Lane. We should tell you that Pineview Lane in Clinton, Maryland is about 1 block from where the first victim, Paul Arufa, was shot on September 5th. And there were more. A man reported later that while jogging, he'd seen John Muhammad in Clinton, Maryland the first week of October. Muhammad said he needed money and gave the man a phone number. A woman said she reported a blue Caprice with yellow plates near the Safeway at the Laurel Shopping Center on October 5th. Another caller remembered being at the Milestone Shopping Center in Germantown and seeing an older model Chevy with New Jersey plates. In traffic, the caller looked over to see 2 black males who appeared homeless. He said both wore dark clothes and their hair was dirty. This was on October 14th around 1 in the afternoon. Montgomery County State's Attorney John McCarthy called the Caprice a classic felony car. Was there a moment during when all of this was starting to come down when, in hindsight, putting the pieces together, just going, I can't believe it. Like the Chevy, that damn Chevy Caprice.
Well, you go back to Pascal's case. I mean, the fact that we became so fixated on the white box truck, and there were so many sightings. Like, police officers will tell you, this is like what they call a felony car. So, a beat-up, older model car, that it just looks like something's wrong about that. It's just, a felony car is just like a car that looks like it's up to no good. And this was like a felony car. It's a term of art that sometimes uses it. And this car was seen repeatedly. And it was actually stopped a couple of times. But they stopped. They made identification. They owned the car. They had driver's licenses. No arrest warrants for anybody. They were let go.
At one point, a police officer
Yeah, it's
just
so
north
crazy
of Richmond spotted the Caprice.
that
like most
it came
others
from
in
the
law
Harbor Freight
enforcement,
parking lot.
Ashland, Virginia police officer Tim Meacham
Holy shit.
was on the lookout for the snipers, but didn't know for certain the kind of car they were driving.
So, the Friday night, 18th, we were staying near Interstate 95 in town. If we had a call to go anywhere else in town, we would go handle that call, but then we would come back to that 95 interchange, kind of making it a substation, if you will. Again, a visibility factor. So right there at the interchange, there's a truck stop and there were a couple of hotels. So I was just making loops in and around the truck stop and around the hotels. So I'm pull up in one of the hotel parking lots, and there's a dark blue, older model Chevrolet Caprice that's backed into a spot. So
what is
as
the
I'm
truck
passing
stop
by,
that he's
I
talking
can see
about?
the rear
This
of the car.
former state trooper.
And I saw the hole in the trunk, and the trunk lock looked like it had been punched out.
That's crazy.
And my
the trunk
immediate
lock is
thought
right
was,
there.
I've got a stolen car. And I'm thinking,
okay.
all this craziness
How
going
can
on,
you think
and I
that?
find
But
a stolen
what's
car.
that truck stop that he's talking about in the gas stations
So,
in the hotels?
I get out of the car, check the plates, and I'm going around the car intentionally, hoping that somebody sees me, and I'm looking at the car. I want somebody to come out. I want to know why this car has holes in the trunks. Because you got a hole in the trunk, and those older cars, you can push down the back seat, get up the front seat, and steal the car. And that's what I was thinking. So when I checked the plate, it didn't come back stolen. When I looked at the steering column, I didn't see any problems, like wires hanging, anything like that. It was junky. I mean, there were clothes, there were fast food bags and cups, and just it looked like somebody was living out of the car, but it wasn't stolen.
So you moved on?
I moved on.
When you know now that was their car.
Yeah, when I found out, when the investigator showed me that picture and found out that was their car, I felt sick. I felt sick. I mean, I know that I didn't have any other legal grounds to move on, but I could have gone to the front desk and said, hey, which room does this car belong to? Gone to the room, hey, what's up with your car? But it came back as not being stolen, so I moved on.
And yet it was really tough for anybody to move on with their lives and go on as normal, knowing that these killers were crisscrossing the region, shooting people randomly as they went about their business. The fear we all felt, I know for everybody, it was really intense. It was relentless, and it was widespread. And it certainly wasn't helped when you heard this warning read aloud by Chief Moose.
Your children are not safe anywhere at any time.
The message from the sniper took a sinister turn, swiftly pulling the veil of safety from schools and parents.
That I'm waiting to see what the county's going to do about school, and if need be, I'd stay home.
What can't you do these days?
Go outside and play soccer. And now that chilling message was broadcast loud and clear, a lot of people are wishing, quite frankly, they hadn't heard it. That was more of my reporting from 20 years ago, and yes, there was talk of canceling Halloween if the snipers weren't caught.
The search for the sniper making international news. Headlines around the world focus on the killings and the warning for our children.
And we started hearing from public figures expressing concern about the killing spree. NBA superstar Michael Jordan was living in D.C. and playing for the Washington Wizards at the time.
Really?
Here he was speaking at a preseason game in
Really?
Detroit.
I never knew that.
News every minute we can, just to try to gather information, just like anybody else. But it's a travesty, obviously, and we hope that things can get settled very, very quickly.
I used to have a head something like that.
To some degree, we all live in fits. So we got to go back to D.C. and a lot of guys got to go back to the same, Montgomery County and everywhere else around D.C. and we got family there, and I think it's a very scary moment for everybody.
The White House was well aware of what was going on. Here was then President George W. Bush.
There is a ruthless person on the loose. I've ordered the full resources of the federal government to help local law enforcement officials in their efforts to capture this person.
It was a frightening time, a puzzling case for those local law enforcement officials.
When you looked at the victims in the case, there was no pattern to it. There were children, there were senior citizens, there were black, white, Hispanic, men, women. Literally, it ran the gamut of people who lived in this very diverse community, and everyone seemed to be a target. And people were terrified for themselves, but they were particularly terrified for their children. And it affected, for the kids that were in high school that year, or in school, any school, all school activities in this community got suspended for at least a month, basically, where we didn't have track meets, we didn't have cross-country meets, we didn't have outdoor football games. Every life as it normally existed in the Washington area was put on hold for 23 days.
It hit me in a way that no other random crime incidents ever had. Like, I don't know why I was so scared, but I was. It just seemed so random.
Julie Saker-Schlegel was living in D.C. at the time and says she vividly recalls the fear she felt.
I distinctly remember seeing on one of the news broadcasts at some point back then, one of the police said, you know, we're suggesting that when you're walking, like from the metro to your apartment or the grocery store or whatever, don't walk in straight lines. That makes you a predictable, easy to hit target. Zigzag back and forth so that you're I'm like, this is the best advice you can give me, is to walk in a zigzag? Like, that's terrifying to me.
Julie says she remembers thinking if she was shot dead, nobody would know who she is. So she took a business card, put her parents' phone number on the back, and stuck it in her wallet.
I found it. I still have it. It's still in my wallet to this day. I'm not quite sure why, but like, this was my business card, and on the back I've covered over their phone numbers because the number's still valid, but like, in case of emergency, contact my parents. Like, it was a very weird experience.
Julie now lives in New Jersey. We spoke to her via Zoom.
When I saw the title of your podcast, I was shocked because 3 weeks, it didn't feel like 3 weeks to me. It felt like months. I was never anywhere near any of the shootings. I never witnessed anything. I never knew any of the victims. But, I mean, it felt like it could be you next. And that was the worst part.
Our colleague Mike Thomas, a meteorologist and grown adult now, was 12 years old at the time. He was in school in Wheaton, Maryland, not far from the first day's murder scenes, and he recalls how freaked out the parents were.
What I vividly remember,
it felt like it could be you next. And that was the worst part.
Our colleague Mike Thomas, a meteorologist and grown adult now, was 12 years old at the time. He was in school in Wheaton, Maryland, not far
That's
from
a
the
wheel
first
now on
day's
the Planet
murder scenes,
Fitness
and he
there
recalls
to your
how
left.
freaked out the parents were.
what I vividly
That's pretty
remember
crazy, right?
Was that
So every
actual
place that I've been
weekend. So
to,
after there were, I think, 4 or 5 on the first day, there was
it
one on the
happened now.
second day, and then it was quiet during the weekend. But I had a soccer game on that Saturday, and that was at the Gardens Ice House. They have all these soccer fields out there, and I went out with my family, and we were playing soccer. I was a goalie at the time, and some guy had decided to go out, and there's woods next to Fairland, and he was out there training his hunting dog, and he was firing off blanks in the air. And at that point, there was so much paranoia over, they had connected the bullets, and these are connected. So there was so much paranoia that when they heard the shots, one of the parents, who was, I believe, a police officer, came running out, tackled his son, and started just screaming, like, everybody get down, everybody get down. And my dad came running over to me, put me on the ground, and we all had to stay on the ground until the police got there. And they just kind of swarmed and found the guy, and they were like, what are you doing? So that I vividly remember, because it was that one moment of panic.
And you heard from our photographer Nelson Jones earlier in this episode. He was also a parent, raising a 6-year-old daughter at the time. He says he'll never forget parking his car near a strip mall to get her hair done in McLean, Virginia.
And facing the wrong way on my side of the street, about 40 feet in front of me, is a box truck. And there I am with my daughter in the car, and I just, thought right away, okay, I can't be upset, or I can't panic. So I remember this like it was last week. I said, honey, we're going to play this game. We're going to try to get into the hair cuttery place as fast as we can. I'm going to come over and unbuckle you, and we're going to run in there. So she's like, okay. So that's what we did. And I got inside that hair cutter. I mean, it was like that. It was incredible.
And you know, this is just a common memory that we're hearing as so many people actually comment on our Facebook posts, our social media posts. They all kind of remember those moments when they were trying to just dodge whatever they could do.
Gassing up a car, going into a store, coming out of a restaurant.
And I think the thing that was just the most unsettling about it was you would do these things, or you choose not to do certain things for some reason in your mind, thinking that might protect you or keep you safe, and then only to turn on the news and find out again that another person who was trying to be safe as well ended up being the next random victim. You know, and those of us in the media, you know, we couldn't stay home, right? We were out there reporting on this, and I have to be honest with you, and maybe you felt this way too, it was a very nerve-wracking time, I think, for all of us out there. And our families would wonder, are you going to be okay? Do you have to go out there? Yes, this is my job. And I have to be honest with you. So I've reported from war zones, and you are issued a helmet and a flak jacket to protect you.
Sure.
We didn't have those things. We were just out there. And then if you're reporting in the evening, it's dark, the lights are on, you're literally thinking, I'm lit up like a giant target. And even at police headquarters, as those the number of media began to grow. I mean, I think the numbers of press passes that they finally gave out were somewhere in the 700s or something.
Oh, we filled an entire parking lot.
It was crazy. And then we realized that they had to put in extra security for us, too.
And with so many people here, security has gotten tighter. Now perimeter fencing has gone up around the police station, and the officers are checking cars coming in and out.
Well, Melanie, let me ask you this, since you're talking about the media anyway. Are you guys feeling any safer now since they've established that perimeter and you're less out in the open as you do these reports hour after hour?
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, it is certainly reassuring, as much as it is reassuring to community members and to school members to see police out on their streets and out in front of their schools. Sure, we're feeling a little bit...
I wish I had that Ford van.
Just looking at that, if you were able to see this, you seem so calm there. You almost had a grin on your face, even though you were in the middle of what was potentially a target zone.
Yeah, I think, you know, you've been in tough situations, too. We all were in tough situations then, and sometimes I hate to say you get used to it, but it becomes your day-to-day, and you just do what you got to do.
And at the moment, you're focusing on your job, which is to report what's going on, and you kind of lose a little bit of that personal side of it, that I'm a person standing here, and maybe, you know, potentially a target.
I've often said that one of the most valuable skills in this job is the ability to compartmentalize. I don't know if it's a healthy skill, but it's a valuable skill.
It's a survival mechanism,
yeah,
really.
Yeah.
And yes, even police investigators, the people we were relying on to capture the killers, were unsettled by the nature of this case. Here again is retired ATF agent Mike Bouchard.
My biggest fear was they were going to shoot one of us during a press conference. And that, we were deathly afraid of that. Standing out there, and we had snipers perched, buildings nearby, you know, watching out, because we did think it would better to take one of us out on camera.
Very interesting to hear a, you know, grown-up federal law enforcement official admit about being afraid of potentially getting killed in this whole scenario, which it was a stressful time. It was a crazy case for anybody who was living in the area, you know, whether we were working, Nelson Jones, who we heard from, our photographer, Mike Thomas, who was a boy at the time, watching people scatter on his soccer field. For anybody, whatever they were doing, it was a very stressful time, and you know, we're hoping to kind of share that with everyone, kind of give you a sense of what that was like.
For sure.
That's episode 6. What's coming up in our next episode?
Next week, these snipers do more damage in Northern Virginia in the 3rd week of their murder spree. This includes the murder of an FBI analyst and a Montgomery County bus driver just getting ready to start his route for the day.
30
we'll
videos,
their
wow.
Stories and more. So we.
The sniper started his spree last week on Wednesday, firing a shot into the Michaels crowd.
So that's going to be a lot of, wow, that's a lot of video.
Somebody got shot at Sabino, Sunoco. Okay, what's the address there, sir? I don't know, 7209, I think. Okay, somebody got shot? The guy is dead. Laying there, man. He's laying on the car. We got a guy just shot out here. I'm on the corner of Chalmea and Georgia Street. So what's going on there? The dude just got shot here at the intersection.
3 weeks in October 2002, a time seared into our memories.
But stepping over the line, shooting a kid, I guess it's getting to be really, really personal now.
That's the one that's in Manassas.
This is supposed to happen in a community like this.
As two murderous snipers encircled the Washington, D.C. area, a time when we all realized that our life or death in those 22 days was just a matter of chance.
Welcome back to 3 Weeks of Hell with DC Snipers. This is episode 7 now. I'm Bob Barnard, Fox 5 reporter here.
And I'm Melanie Alnwick, and in this episode we're going to now just dive into that third week of the killings that just continued relentlessly in the D.C. area. We know that there were 3 more shootings that week. That's right. There was a federal worker who was shot in Virginia. Everybody remembers that Home Depot shooting. We also had a Montgomery County bus driver who was just starting his route for the day. Like so many of us, just going off to work, getting ready, getting started. The fear really just settling in, something that just wouldn't let go. And the investigation was starting to narrow, as you're going to learn in this episode. Clues were starting to come in, puzzle pieces starting to fall together, but still the snipers remained elusive and deadly in their aim.
The first terrifying murder that last week of the snipers' killing spree was on a Monday night, October 14th, in Falls Church, Virginia, in the parking lot of the Home Depot on Route 7, Leesburg Pike. The victim, a 47-year-old woman, an employee of the FBI, Linda Franklin. She was shot in the head, killed instantly.
Linda was a loving wife and mother who watched out for everyone in her family, and her loss will affect everyone.
It's a loss that hits home to the law enforcement community, too. Franklin worked for the FBI as a civilian intelligence operations specialist, fighting cybercrimes.
Linda's family is shocked by the senseless loss of life and is calling on anyone with any information about this tragedy to contact law enforcement, the FBI, Fairfax County, whomever.
That was from our news broadcasts the following day.
Just hearing that it was down the street at Home Depot was shocking.
And at the Home Depot, candles and flowers.
I've been to that exact Home Depot several times, back in 2014, 2015ish, somewhere around there. Yeah. Probably 2016 also, I want to say. It was somewhere in that range. Probably up to 2017, because I think 2017 into 2018, we were at the CC's in Chantilly, Virginia. Chantilly Crossing Shopping Center? No. Chantilly Shopping Center, maybe? There's a Costco there. That's all I could say. It's Route 28 and Route 50.
Now rest, where Franklin was gunned down, a makeshift memorial for another innocent victim of the serial sniper.
That was our colleague Maureen Ume's voice you heard there. She also covered the sniper's killing spree from the night of the very first shooting right to the end. Now, Melanie, you covered the trial of Lee Boyd Malvo for the shooting death, the murder of Linda Franklin. One of the more horrifying pieces of evidence played at that trial was the 911 call made by Linda Franklin's husband from the parking lot at that Home Depot there in Falls Church moments after she was shot dead.
It was really gripping. You know, you have those moments that stay with you. And I have to say that that 911 call played in open court was something that has stayed with me, and I think everyone who covered that trial for years and years. It literally just drops you. And you have so much respect for the families of the victims who have to sit there in open court and listen to this and literally relive the worst moment of their entire life, the worst night of their life. You know, and you always debate. You and I talked about how much of this call should we play.
Right. It's heartbreaking, it's graphic, and yet it does remind people of what that time was like, right? So we are going to play it, right?
A portion of it. And the reason is because we just feel like, in the most heartbreaking way, it really does represent the anguish that these loved ones, these family members went through.
Hello?
Yes,
Calm down. Where are you at?
I'm at the Home Depot.
Home Depot?
On Route 50.
Route 50?
Yes.
Is your husband shot?
My wife.
Your wife is shot?
Yes.
Okay. Where's she been shot?
She's shot in the head.
Okay. Do you know what the crossing is to Route 50, sir?
I don't know.
Okay, what's your name, sir?
William Franklin.
Franklin?
Yes.
Family prefers that Linda's remembered for her adventurous spirit, her tenacious mind, and for the love and friendship that just fell out of her, as a childhood friend told the Virginian Pilot. Here's her sister Susan after a memorial service in her hometown of Gainesville, Florida.
The hardest part is just knowing I will never see Lindy again, and just all the suffering that so many people are going through, not only my own family, but for every other family. Truly, my heart breaks for every one of them. To be quite honest, I'm numb right now. I'm just not really sure how I feel, except for that I pray that it's over.
Now, Bob, I did reach out to Linda Franklin's family. Understandably, they didn't want to be interviewed for the podcast, and we totally respect that. It's not for everyone. People
Absolutely.
sometimes just want to focus on the future and not the past, and that's all good with us. But I did exchange texts with Katrina Hannum, who's Linda Franklin's daughter, and here's what she told me about her mother. She said she was an intelligent, kind, giving person whose legacy is carried on through her grandchildren. And then she mentioned that we could follow Linda's granddaughter on her Instagram or Facebook pages at Linda's Lab. She's 10 years old, and she's a gifted kid scientist, and she's named after her grandmother in honor of her legacy. At 10 years old, Linda is in the process of becoming the CEO of her own nonprofit corporation. Katrina says, like her grandmother, the younger Linda is incredibly gifted in math and science and is so proud to be named after a woman who wanted to put good into the world as she does.
For federal investigators, the killing of Linda Franklin struck home. Retired ATF Special Agent Mike Bouchard, one of the lead investigators on the case, took it kind of personally.
You know, I still remember one of the media members was asking us, you know, this has to be a trained sniper, has to be former police, former military, and I said, this is not, does not, with this type of firearm, in the distances the shots are being taken from, doesn't have to be an expert marksman. Well, 2 victims before that were shot in the torso, and Miss Franklin was shot in the head. And to me, I felt like they thought I was challenging them. You don't think I'm that good of a shot? You know, you just kind of wonder what your words are and how they're being interpreted, you know, when you're out in a press conference.
Now, a slight crack in the case came Wednesday, October 17th. Another call from the snipers to the tip line, telling police to look into a previous shooting. The evidence existed, but John McCarthy, then the legal advisor to the task force, says it was another frustrating failure to connect the dots.
I know that location
They
there.
gave them a tip to look into Montgomery, Alabama.
Shit.
And when they did, they found out that there had been a shooting on September the 21st in Montgomery, Alabama, with the same weapon.
I've been to Montgomery, Alabama, to the CC's there, which is long gone. I've been to the mall there and the Planet Fitness
sitting
too,
outside of the
and a
liquor
truck
store
stop.
that was robbed on that particular night, where 2 women were shot. One was killed, one was injured pretty seriously. Waiting for them to close, they were leafleting through a gun magazine. They left the gun magazine on the hill, was seized by the police. A fingerprint was developed on the magazine, but Alabama at the time did not participate in the national fingerprint. They didn't pay their $100 or whatever it was. They didn't have access to the national computer database for fingerprinting. It was frustrating in the end to realize that we had this information, and they would have been looking for Lee Boyd Malvo connected to the Alabama case if Alabama had access the national database, but they did not.
Saturday, October 19th, 2 days after that call, and unfortunately, before detectives were able
I didn't
to
even know that. Wow.
from the Alabama shooting, a man named Jeffrey Hopper and his wife stopped at the Ponderosa Steakhouse in Ashland, Virginia. It's right off I-95. The couple were driving home to Florida from Pennsylvania and made the decision not to stop for dinner in the D.C. area because of the snipers' killings, unaware that there had already been 2 shootings in nearby Spotsylvania County, Virginia. 43-year-old Carolyn Sewell shot and wounded in a shopping center parking lot on October 4th, and 53-year-old Kenneth Bridges, who was killed at an Exxon station October 11th, just 30 minutes up I-95 from Ashland. As the Hoppers left the Ponderosa restaurant just a little after 8 p.m., another single shot rang out. Ashland police officer Tim Meacham was first on the scene that night.
I got on the scene, 2 minutes response time, and I see a woman who's sitting on the sidewalk of the Ponderosa, and then there's a man who's laying in the parking lot, but his head, she's cradling his head as she's sitting on the sidewalk. So I pull down past them, and I get out of the car, and there's an older couple, probably in their mid-70s at least, and they're just kind of confused. They have this confused look, like, what's going on? The woman that was sitting on the sidewalk, later identified as Stephanie Hopper, she said, he's been shot and it came from there, and she pointed towards the woods behind the Ponderosa.
If his name and voice sound familiar, it's because in our last episode, Tim Meacham told you about his close encounter with the sniper's Chevy Caprice in an Ashland hotel parking lot. Now, roughly 24 hours later, the killers had driven that car to the nearby Ponderosa Steakhouse and opened fire on another random victim.
And then I turned my attention to Jeff and Stephanie. And I asked what happened, and Stephanie told me that they were walking out of the Ponderosa. They had just finished eating. They were walking out, and the older couple was in front of them. And they were just talking, leaving a restaurant, and that's when they heard the shot, and Jeff kind of doubled over a little bit, put his hand on his stomach, and then he just kind of slowly started going down to the ground, and Stephanie's like, what's wrong, what's wrong? She helps him down to the ground and says, I think I've been shot.
Minutes later, Meacham says the first ambulance arrived, but stayed back since nobody knew whether the killers were still there. Eventually, Meacham says he got his department-issued shotgun and told the ambulance crew to move in.
I was making myself a target, by providing the armed escort of the ambulance and making them feel safe so that they can come in and grab Jeff and get him to where he needs to be, which was the trauma center. So, I'm thinking this, and right after we had established the final perimeter for the crime scene, investigators from the sheriff's office start to arrive.
And so did the feds.
An ATF K-9 actually found where the shot was taken from by locating a spent shell casing. And that was, that helped us a lot because it took us right into the woods, found the note, their DNA, all those kind of things.
But also they found on the scene that night, they found a candy bar wrapper, and they found like a potato chip snack bag that was empty. And those were laying in proximity to the note that had been tacked on the tree. And of course they found a casing from a bullet from a .223 rifle round. So it really kind of was a treasure trove of evidence that had been left behind.
In that wooded area, retired ATF agent Mike Bouchard says investigators found a 4-page letter from the snipers demanding $10 million.
The last note after it, the Ponderosa was put $10 million in this Bank of America account. It was an ATM card. Like, I don't want to say that back then I think you could only draw $200 at a time and you get your picture taken when you do it. So we kind of said that's not, it's a non-starter, but more importantly, that card had been stolen and canceled. So there's no way to revalidate a canceled card with the banks. So we had to communicate through the media to these guys. we'd like to give you the money, but the method you asked for is not possible. You need to reach out to us so we can talk about it.
Here was Montgomery County Police Chief Charles Moose speaking before a sea of live news cameras at the time.
We have researched the option you stated and found that it is not possible electronically to comply in the manner that you requested. However, we remain open and ready to talk to you about the options you have mentioned.
Do you think they were messing with you or were ignorant that you couldn't do it that way?
No, I think they were just messing with us. I think they felt a control thing. Let's see if we can get them to give us money or go out publicly and offer us money.
And that maybe there was a way you could activate the card and make it happen.
Yeah, they weren't the smartest two in the bunch, but they also had that term, we want you to say we caught the goose in a noose or something like that, some humiliating statement that they wanted the chief to say. And that, again, that led us to believe this is a control thing. They want to play games.
Again, Ashland, Virginia police officer Tim Meacham.
And they said, if catching us is more important, get your body bags. And then that's when they made the threat to, they said, get your body bags. And they made this threat to the children, your children are not safe anywhere, anytime.
Meaning, give us the money, don't try to catch us.
Correct.
This was sniper Lee Boyd Malvo in a phone call made to the Ponderosa restaurant, as the snipers said they would, telling investigators they'd contact them at 6 a.m. Sunday, October 20th. The number was rerouted to the FBI.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Is this the Ponderosa?
Who is this?
Don't say anything. Just listen.
Then he appears to play a recording.
Three hours and 30 minutes. Wow. Been going at this for a while.
It's kind of hard to hear. But Malvo said, Mr. Policeman, call me God. He said, do not release this to the press, but tell the media we've caught the sniper like a duck in a noose. And at the end there, P.S., your children are not safe. Malvo, as likely instructed by John Allen Muhammad, insisted Chief Moose say that on live TV.
Your children are not safe anywhere at any time.
It had a chilling effect.
And at that same time, right around that same time, all the superintendents of the schools, Maryland, Virginia, all got together with us and said, we're going to close all the schools down.
Why did Montgomery County change from a beige uniform to a black one?
Can't tell you what to do. You can close the schools down if you want. What we told them is, I know when my kid is in school for 6 hours, that's 6 hours I don't have to worry about. If they're home, now they're going to be outside, running around. And we also said, if you keep all the kids home, guess what? At least one of the parents has to stay home too. So now you are going to have to deal with the employers. You're increasing the risk on these children by having them out running around. Not that you can control that, but it's a given. So they changed their minds and had the kids go to school. I think a couple of them canceled school for a day or two, but then we were able to tie this together and solve it.
Investigators knew they were racing the clock, and an FBI agent from Mobile, Alabama was racing to task force headquarters in Rockville, Maryland, arriving on Monday, October 21st, with evidence from the Montgomery, Alabama liquor store shooting, a fingerprint taken from a magazine, and a shell casing, but not soon enough as the high-stakes game of deadly phone tag continued.
It is important that we do this without anyone else getting hurt. Call us at the same number you used before to obtain the 800 number that you have requested. You indicated that this is about more than violence. We are waiting to hear from you.
And sadly, the snipers did reply with another murder the very next morning.
We have reports this morning of a shooting reported to police at 5:57 this morning. We're flying now in the area of Connecticut and Grand Prix, just north of the Wheaton area, where the...
Oh, yeah. Wow. See, everybody, I've been to all these fucking areas. Damn.
There is a huge police presence.
Conrad Johnson was a 35-year-old father of two and a ride-on bus driver. That's the name of the local commuter bus service.
He would be like 57 by now. Damn.
He was shot and killed before dawn on October 22nd, standing near the driver's seat of his bus, as it was parked in the Aspen Hill area of Montgomery County, Maryland. And yes, Aspen Hill was where one of the first of the sniper's victims was shot and killed a couple of weeks earlier. This from our traffic reporter at the time, flying in Skyfox.
Obviously, as we've seen with some of the other shootings in the last few weeks,
yeah, they don't do Skyfox
putting out
traffic
quite a
anymore.
Wide dragnet here, doing some roadblocks, some checkpoints all around the area.
So, Bob, I learned from Montgomery County State's Attorney John McCarthy that initially investigators wondered if that other bus driver was somehow connected to the killings. You're about to hear him talk about this experience, and he's going to say a name that certainly you and our listeners in the D.C. area are going to remember very well.
He and the other bus driver would meet each morning. They had a stage at a particular location, and then you left from that staging area to run your various routes so that you got to the locations at the right time. They would sit, drink their coffee, get on the bus, and then go do their routes. The woman who he was having coffee with was Rayful Edmonds' sister. Rayful Edmonds is the biggest drug dealer in the history of Washington, D.C. When he was killed,
I didn't know that.
People initially at some point in time thought, does this tie back to Rayful Edmonds and drug dealing in Washington, D.C.? Within about a half hour thinking, oh my God, this is Rayful Edmonds' sister, they found another terror card. It was the D.C. snipers. But initially, it was like, holy shit. Is somebody trying to kill Rayful Edmonds' sister over a drug deal?
I'm surprised they actually let that one through. That's crazy. I'm surprised they actually let that through on the podcast. I thought they would have blanked it out or something, but no, that's cool. But yeah.
Hours later, the FBI fingerprint database would produce a match for Lee Boyd Malvo. But by then, despite heroic measures by trauma surgeons at Bethesda Suburban Hospital, Conrad Johnson passed away.
Conrad loved his kids, loved his wife.
Yeah, I knew a woman that said she knew him. I think she might have been a ride-on bus driver at the time, or she might have. I don't know. I think she's 10 years older than me. So yeah, she must have known him. That's pretty crazy. Well, wait a minute. How was Conrad 35? I was 18. I'm trying to do the math now. Because he'd be 55 right now. He'd be 57 right now, right? Guess it makes sense.
He loved family. He really emphasized family. There was nothing more important than family.
As these sniper killings were continuing to make headlines across the nation and around the world, it was clear the killers were growing more bold and angry. Remember in our last episode, the phone call from a frustrated Lee Malvo to one of the hotlines.
Police love calls, the line reported.
Good morning. Don't say.
That was cool that they did that bus parade for in his memory. That was cool. I never knew about that.
Where's the people that are causing the killing in your area? Look on the terror card. It says, "Call me God. Do not release the threat." We have called you 3 times before, trying to set up negotiations. We have got no response. People have died.
Yes, sir. Any
Get your people.
That's Montgomery County Police Hotline. We're not investigating the crime. You like the number?
You have to wonder whether that call taker was ever told she had one of the snipers on the line and let him go. As the people in charge, that must have been frustrating to know, whether it was at the time or later, that these guys were actually calling us and they got kind of lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, I think we had over 110,000 calls during those 3 weeks. And typically it was 5,000 calls a day. One day there was 10,000 calls. And the lines got overrun, and eventually they had 100 lines set up with operators taking these calls. It's unfortunate some of these calls fell through the cracks and didn't get addressed timely, but we did our best as we could with the situation.
And how did you then know at some point, besides the notes being left, that, oh, these guys are listening to us, they do want us to engage in some way?
Well, a lot of the things that got leaked, that problem just got worse as the whole thing went on. We were engaging with them, but their responses back in writing were, do not release this to the press. If you do, there's going to be more victims. And on these notes, they would have red stars for every victim that they shot. And the next note after it got leaked, there's another star on it. So again, we have to go out and, without saying, hey, we're not going to say in front of the press that we have a leak problem. People can draw that conclusion themselves. But we tried to convey that message to these guys that it wasn't us that released it. We're not intentionally doing what you're asking us not to do. So again, weaving that into our press conferences as a means of communicating, that did draw them out, because each correspondence after that, they would put more in writing if there was a note. Eventually, they got aggravated with the phone calls, and because they weren't getting addressed timely by mistake, they made that mistake of calling the priest and saying we're the shooters in Montgomery. I mean, that was beginning to the end for them.
Yes, Malvo and Mohammed called a priest, and that priest helped investigators inch ever closer to identifying the killers.
That tip and some other leads focused investigators' attention on two men from the West Coast who would become suspects.
All right, back live now. Let's talk briefly about this person that has now been released publicly here, who police are looking for.
All those extension cords, what a trip hazard,
This man, take a look. He is 42-year-old John Allen Mohammed, also known as John Allen Williams.
John Mohammed Williams, or a John Allen Williams, or a Mohammed Williams as well. We also had a name up there of a 17-year-old juvenile that is also a person of interest in this case.
Lee Malvo.
Lee Malvo.
And within hours, the two would be arrested in their Chevy Caprice in a rest stop along Interstate 70 in Myersville, Maryland.
I've been at a rest stop.
50 miles north of D.C. More on their capture, interrogation, and trials.
The guy almost got his hand taken off by the car hitting the corner of the garage.
But it was so intense for so long, and then, like, almost immediately after the names were put out there, who these two guys were and what they were driving, they were caught.
Yeah. And I think what's really sits with me about this particular episode is, once again, those near misses, the things that you can look back on and say, if only this had come together, if only this had happened, if only the guy from Alabama had gotten to police headquarters a few days earlier, if only the call takers had known who they were dealing with. So many opportunities, like we said with the Chevy Caprice, right, where things could have been wrapped up so much sooner in this case.
And if you're Jeffrey Hopper and his wife Stephanie, you're trying to avoid the D.C. area when you're driving home to Florida, and so you stop down near Richmond, we'll have dinner, and he gets shot. He survived, and we reached out to him as well, right?
We did, and again, understandably, it's just not their thing, and we wish them well.
And it's weird, like all those phone calls from Lee Boyd Malvo, obviously egged on, you would think, from Mohammed, the older one of the two. You wonder what that was about. Were they just trying to mess with police? Were they surprised they hadn't been caught? Did they want to get caught? It was strange, the taunting nature of what those guys were up to in their phone calls.
And we've heard from so many people in law enforcement, they have never dealt with anything like this before. And so it was really just kind of, and like you said, like an accordion. Toward the end of week 3, the pressure was building on everybody. The clues were starting to line up. things were coming together. And then we get to the evening of October 23rd when the FBI knocked on the door of a townhouse in Clinton, Maryland, where Mildred Muhammad was living with her 3 kids, and said to her, we're going to name your ex-husband, John Allen Muhammad, the DC sniper.
And she is the focus of our next episode.
And we hope you do join us for that. You can, of course, follow us on all of our Fox 5 social media platforms. You can watch this on YouTube. Go back and watch episode 6, 5.
I know, guys, I know. It's almost 4 hours. Doing this for almost 4 hours. I'm kind of dedicated to it now.
Somebody got shot at Battlefield Sunoco. Okay, what's the address there, I don't know, 7209, I think. Okay, somebody got shot. The guy's dead. Wait a minute. He's laying on the car. We got a guy just shot out here. I'm
looking for a white box truck.
So October 11th, a coworker convinced me to allow her to pick me up to bring me to work. I'm still at Southern Maryland Hospital. And so when I get in the car, she said, you know, there's a dark colored car outside your cul-de-sac. I'm getting a real bad feeling about that car. I said, yeah, girl, it's okay, let's just go to work. So we pass by the car. The driver looks at us, but the passenger has a newspaper, and as we're passing by the car, he raises the paper up so we can't see him. And I said, did you see that? She said, yeah. I said, give me your phone. So I called 911. I said, there's a dark-colored Caprice or Impala with New Jersey plates, 2 African-American males seated outside the car, seated in the car. And she said, okay, we'll get somebody over there to investigate. So didn't hear anything back.
12 days later, her deepest fears would collide.
October 23rd, ATF and the FBI knocked on my door and said, when was the last time you heard from John Allen Muhammad? So my palms started sweating. And I said, why are you asking me about John? I said, well, we just want to know, when was the last time you heard from him? I said, September 2001 at an emergency custody hearing. I had gained custody of our children, and that's the last thing I heard from him. I said, well, have you heard of any shootings in other parts of the country? I said, no. Okay. But we need for you to come down to the police station. I said, why? Well, we just want to ask you some questions. So they take me into the interrogation room, table. I'm seated on this side. It's a detective over there, 2 detectives on this side. And they said, so when was the last time you seen John Allen Muhammad? I said, September 2001 at an emergency custody hearing. And you haven't talked to him since? I said, no, I haven't. So that agent was just walking back and forth on his phone in and out of the room. So the agent said, so we need for you to read this letter. Look at this letter. Tell us if you recognize the handwriting. And it was the letter that was posted to the tree. So do you recognize this handwriting? I said, no, sir, I don't. So we need for you to listen to this CD. It was a voice. Tell us if you recognize the voice.
Hello? 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 Yes. Is this the Ponderosa? Who is this? Don't say anything. Just listen. I'm listening.
Well, the voice had an accent. And I said, no, I don't recognize the voice. So the agent walked in, put his phone down, and said, look, Ms. Muhammad, we just going to have to tell you. We're going to name your ex-husband as the sniper. I said, what? John? They said, yes, my head hit the table. I said, well, do you think he would do something like this? I raised my head. I looked in the corner. Yeah. They said, well, why would you think that? I said, well, we were watching a movie. I don't remember the name of it, but he said I could take a small city, terrorize it. They would think it would be a group of people and it would only be me. I asked him why would he do something like that, and he changed the subject. He said, well, Miss Muhammad, would you like to go into protective custody? I said, you got to ask me that? He said, well, yeah, because some people don't want to go. I said, okay, have you caught him yet? No, ma'am. Do you know where he is? No, ma'am. And you still have to ask me, did I want to go? Yes, ma'am. Yes, I want to go into protective custody. However, we have to go and get my children, my sister, and my brother-in-law. So we leave the police station. We go to Clinton to get my family. The first person I see when I walk in is my son. And I pull him in the bathroom. I say, honey, they're going to name your dad as the sniper. He starts to melt down to the floor. I say, you can't break down right now. We got to go. So I pull him downstairs with my daughters, tell them the same thing, and they start crying. I say, you can't, we can't cry. We got to get some clothes, we got to pack, and we got to go. We got to go. They took us to a hotel, and when we got in the room is when I turned on the TV, and that was the first time that they had shown this picture. I walked up to the TV screen, put my hand on it, and said, what happened to you? My son crying on one bed, my daughters are crying on the other. I pulled them together until they cried themselves to sleep. I got a pillow. I went in the bathroom, turned on the water in the tub, turned on the water in the sink, closed the door, sat on the floor, and screamed in the pillow. Because I didn't know what to do and I didn't know who to call.
And to be clear, at the time, you had not made any connection between the two threats to your personal safety, John and the sniper.
It was a sniper. They told us two Caucasians in a white box truck. Clearly, John does not fit that description. So, I was looking for two Caucasians, and I was looking for John.
Had your children mentioned to you that they had this new brother when they were in Antigua?
No. They didn't mention Lee. They only mentioned Lee when they saw him on TV.
What was that like for you?
Well, Lee was their friend. And that's when they told me that Dad brought him in as the big brother to take care of them while their dad, took care of other business. So Lee was their best friend. He took care of them when John was gone. So once they started to see him on TV, and I was calling him Malvo, they say, Mom, his name is not Malvo, his name is Lee. Okay. I will start saying Lee. When they found out that he was going to be charged and his trial was coming up, then they all came to me, because they did then and they still do come to me in a group, you know, like the power couple or whatever. And they say, Mom, you got to help Lee. I said, so why do I have to help Lee? I said, well, Lee is our friend, Mom. And if it wasn't for Dad, Lee wouldn't be in this situation. So we need you to help him, Mom. So I started to do my own research and listen to interviews, and there was this one article in the paper that I read. And although he was being interviewed, the words were John's. They weren't his words. The way and the tone in which he spoke, he was mimicking John. So I called his attorney and I said, so my children said that I need to help Lee, and how can I do that? What can I do? They said, well, thank you for calling. We'd like for you to come down to Virginia Beach to testify. I said, okay. So I told my children I was testifying, and they were happy about that. I said, because Lee should not be in jail. This is all Dad. You know how Dad is when he manipulates people. I said, okay. Lee's attorney got up and said, Miss Muhammad, you are the reason they came here. You were their target. Do you remember this young man? I said, no, sir, I don't. I said, well, they found you. See, John sent Lee to your door pretending to be a salesperson. And his instructions were, when you open the door, to shoot you in the face. Well, Miss Muhammad, you opened that door. And for whatever reason, he walked away. So we don't know the reason why he didn't kill you that day. Nor do we know the repercussions that he suffered from John because he did not. So you were the target, Miss Muhammad. That's why they came here.
How do you, if you care to answer, how do you feel about Lee Boyd Malvo today?
The only thing I know about Lee is at the time my children needed help, he was there. At the time my children needed food to be taken care of because John was not there, he was. So I don't have any, I'm grateful to him for that, but I don't have any other emotions towards him.
You had said that while you and your children were in that hotel room, you said, I watched the light in their eyes grow dimmer. They knew the worst things were possible. How were you able to pull them out of this and help them to grow up knowing what they knew about their father and about their brother? I say brother in quotes.
Right. So I tried to get counseling. Unfortunately, it was a high-profile case. And there were a lot of people that wanted to report what I said or the DC Sniper's children had to say. And so I decided that I would go to the library, get a book on counseling, and learn how to counsel them myself. And the ground rules were, you can say whatever you feel you need to say, but number one, be respectful. Number two, do not try to impose your emotions on your siblings because they are entitled to their emotions as well. And any questions you have about your dad, I will tell you the truth. I'm your best resource for the good, the bad, and the ugly about him. And even if it makes me look bad, I will tell you the truth. The only way we're going to make it out of this is with the truth. So you cannot, at any point in time, use your dad as an excuse for failure. You've got to bring me something worse than my dad is the DC Sniper and I can't do A, B, C, and D. It's not going to work. So they wanted to watch home movies and they wanted me to narrate. So I had to take my stuff, my emotions, fears, all of that, and push them aside to give them what they needed. And so we went through all of the videos, and they laughed, we even popped popcorn and watched, and they remembered a few things. But my sole purpose for doing that was to help them to process who their dad was to who their dad is and what he's done. And I told them that under no circumstances will we allow anyone to hold us accountable or responsible for the crimes of their dad. He made a conscious decision to do what he did, and whatever the jury's verdict is, we will accept it and we will move on. And that's what we did.
Did people ever
try to identify them as, oh, you're the sniper's kids?
No, they didn't know. And I didn't put them in the news. I didn't say their names. And I told them that you don't have to tell people that he's your dad. If you are friends with someone, let's say you meet the person and 6 months later you see this person is going to be a good friend to you, then tell them. And then to let them know, hey, if you don't want to be my friend anymore, I'm good, but I just don't go around telling everybody, hey, my dad was a DC sniper. I mean, that's just crazy. I don't do that. And so that helped them to build the confidence within themselves, and also allowed them to see how people would react. Because I made them watch the news. You need to know what people are saying about your dad. And you need to know how you're going to respond if somebody recognizes you or sees you and they ask you, is that your dad? What are you going to say? We went through all of that.
And you went through this long period of time, again, of keeping this private, of keeping silent. When did you decide that you weren't going to be silent anymore?
So the advocate's name was Norma Harley. Just going to say her name. Norma Harley. She contacted me to speak at a conference at the Prince George's County Community College. And it was to show domestic abuse and violence in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. So we each told our story. And it was at that point that I said, okay, I can. But before I even went there, I talked to my children. I said, look, I got to help other people with this. And the only way I can do that is to share our story about your dad. How do y'all feel about that? And they said, Mom, as long as you tell the truth, we're okay. We're okay with it. And so that's when I started sharing my story.
And then at some point you decided to begin writing.
A few nonprofit organizations asked me to put my story in writing because it would reach more people than it would be for me to go speaking in other places.
2008, wow.
12.
12 books.
My first book is Scared Silent, When the One You Love Becomes the One You Fear. That's one memoir. The second one is I'm Still Standing, Crawling Out of the Darkness into the Light.
You can see all of her titles.
That one, no.
MildredMuhammad.com. Mildred describes how she and her
Stay away from
children
that.
overcame the difficulties they faced in the wake of the negative media attention and threats from people in her community.
When the One You Love Becomes the One You Fear. That's one memoir. The second one is I'm Still Standing, Crawling Out of the Darkness into the Light.
You can see all of her titles on her website, MildredMuhammad.com. Mildred describes how she and her...
Excuse me. Damn, that must have been a while back when they were doing this.
children overcame the difficult...
I know that exact area, though. Whitehurst Freeway. I knew a guy named Lester. He slept underneath the Key Bridge right here. Right there. In that arch. He slept right in there. I used to sleep in this one... In the Planter Rock area of this one building right over about here. A little bit off camera. I used to sleep in the park, too. Right here on the benches back in... 2012, summer 2012. I was sleeping in the park there and everything. Because I came here in late 2011. So I was here for the winter of 2011, early 2012. Wow. So many people I had gotten to know since then. I haven't heard from them since. Damn, that sucks.
difficulties they faced in the wake of the negative media attention and threats from people in her community.
Mildred has a new book out, released just last month, called In the Midst of Chaos, Home is Not the Safest Place to Be. Mildred says it's a collection of stories from abuse survivors and how they triumphed. And where does your strength come from?
My strength comes from my faith. And what gets me up every day is knowing there's somebody out there that needs my help. I mean, my purpose, I didn't find my purpose found me.
But you've been able to get some of you back through the work that you're doing.
Right, I got all of me back. I just, so when you are a victim of domestic violence and you have children, the value that you have in yourself, you transfer it to your children so that what the abuser is doing to you, it doesn't bother you, right? But you've heard them say, but as soon as he touched my children, that's because the value of the children are higher. So I was speaking to a client the other day, and so the way that you get your value back is you go get your nails done, you go get your hair done, you go to the store and start shopping for yourself, even if
and that money could be spent on the kids.
Just get something for yourself, and in that, you're increasing your value yourself. You don't need an outside person to tell you your worth. You can determine that as you continue to take care of yourself. And so that is, so I'm good.
How are your children today?
That was
They're
weird.
Adults now, right?
Yeah, see that?
Take care of yourself. And so that is.
What the heck? Why are they showing the C-19 stuff? What the hell? The fuck, right?
So I'm good.
And that was quick that they showed it too, but luckily I caught on to it.
Now, right?
They're adults. My son is engaged to be married. He's 32.
Was that like a subliminal way to scare people or something, or what?
My son's name is John Jr. He's a manager at Sunglass Hut. My daughter Selena, she's married and she starts her new job at NASA. And my daughter Taliba, she works in DC. And they're all doing well. They all went to college. They're all have their friends. Their friends know who their dad is or was. They know what I do. So there are no surprises, so to speak. And so that's where we are. We're doing great.
Which I think is such a testament to you as a mom, because it could have so easily turned out to be a different story.
Yeah, but I wasn't going to let it do that. So I wasn't going to allow my children to feel that they could not move forward because their dad is the DC sniper. That's not how our story is going to end.
Here.
And I told them that this is a part of our story, but this is not the end of our story.
Mildred told us that Taliba and Selena sing classical music in 8 different languages. Taliba is working to become an artist under the stage name Talivia. That's Olivia with a T. You can find her on TikTok and Instagram. Here's a clip from the latest single she's working on.
Don't know what to say, but
Wow, Melanie, another compelling interview with Mildred Muhammad. She was in episode 4, but here in our most recent episode, again, you know, the life that she had to navigate there, raising kids. At the time, she didn't even know her ex-husband was killing people all around the D.C. area.
And I said it to her, and in the podcast, it's just what she went through as a mom and having to bring her children through this is incredible. And the fact that she has remained a strong survivor and an advocate for other domestic abuse survivors,
that has really become her mission in life.
Yeah, she's taken on a great voice. Thanks, Mel. Well, we also want to hear from another woman who was forever touched by the events of October 2002. She is Sandy Moose, the widow of the then Montgomery County Police Chief, Charles Moose.
You should understand that I hope to God that someday we'll know why all of this occurred. Thank you.
He's been a large presence in this podcast as the public face of the investigation into the sniper killings. Chief Moose died from an aneurysm on Thanksgiving Day 2021, almost...
Oh, I didn't know that he did. Wow. Damn. He seems like a good person, too. Sucks that he's gone. And I don't say that. I don't say... I'm just not a big cop liker, but, you know, there's some people who are... It doesn't matter if they're cops or not. There's some people who I just, you know, would go out on a limb for, you know.
Just a year ago, he was 68 years old and living in the Tampa Bay area of Florida. I asked Sandy Moose about losing her husband of 34 years.
The day he passed, he had already made his drinks for his 20-mile bike ride the next day. So that's the guy that's planning on living, right? He was watching football, and I just heard him say my name. Instead of Sandy, he said Nandy. And I had this immediate dread and went into the room he was in, and he was in the middle of leaving.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. It was, I just, you know, neither one of us were prepared.
Sandy and Charles Moose had most recently been living in Florida. He'd been retired. They have 2 adult sons, an adopted daughter, and 6 grandchildren. Charles Moose was the police chief in Portland, Oregon, when he was hired by Montgomery County in 1999. That was 3 years before the sniper killings. I asked Sandy Moose what it was like for Chief Moose back then, when he was trying to stop a killer, turned out it was 2 killers, who were terrorizing the D.C. region.
It wasn't like it was daunting or like he was not up to the task. He did have a bit of a, you know, why me, why now? Montgomery County, like, they hit their whole year's death toll in one week there, pretty much. I think there was 12 homicides the year before. You know, and so he was like, whoa, this is crazy. But as far as, you know, he's always been a guy that just dealt whatever was given him, and he always looked for purpose in it. And as I'm going through his things, you know, and he made a lot of little notes about his feelings from day to day or month to month, or sometimes it was years, and he would revisit one of the journals and see what he had lived up to and failed at. And so I'm finding a lot of notes about how he felt, you know, during the sniper shootings, and then also kind of as a retrospect. Like, I found one I was reading last night, and it was about his own life and the pinnacle of success, and then what, you know, and then was I too successful that no one would let me have a success again or meet with success again?
Chief Moose left his job with Montgomery County after writing a book about his experience during the sniper case. It was titled 3 Weeks in October, The Manhunt for the Serial Sniper. Moose was criticized for writing the book and going on tour promoting it just a year after the shootings, while the cases against the snipers were still working their way through the court system. That controversy is what led to his resignation from the Montgomery County Police Department. Sandy tells a poignant story about her husband's reaction to the shooting of Iron Brown. Iron was the 13-year-old sniper victim shot and wounded outside his middle school on October 7th, 2002, in the middle of the killing spree.
The tear that he shed when he was talking about Iron Brown.
Yes.
Getting shot. You know, he called me right after that press conference because I might have blown it. I couldn't stop my emotions, and I'm just, you know, just land where it will. And I'm like, you know, people that see your commitment and your passion, and you'll be okay. So, but anyway, when he died, he was in his recliner, and a tear rolled down the same cheek. Just one tear.
Wow.
Made me so sad.
Was it one of the few times you'd ever seen him shed a tear?
Well, but not that kind of tear. I mean, I've seen Charles be upset and I've seen him cry, but this was just so different. It was just one tear and it just rolled down his cheek. And of course there was so much written and said about that tear that rolled down his cheek. I just,
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. Wow.
It was just,
How do you think he, when he would, just kind of reflect on his time handling this sniper case, how did he sum up how he performed?
He was defensive when people would say, you chased the wrong person, and people have called him ineffective or whatever. But all in all, they closed the deal. They got the people. He wished he could have done it quicker. But 3 weeks to catch a serial murderer with an accomplice like the guy had is pretty quick. But it felt like it lasted forever.
After leaving Montgomery County, Sandy and Charles moved to Hawaii. She says he actually entered the police academy to restart his career in law enforcement.
He was trying to solve a personal problem we had. When we left Montgomery County, we had our pension in Portland, and we signed up for health care and all of that. Of course, we had to pay for it, but it's the opportunity to buy it. And then so we had moved on to Hawaii and then learned that that somebody had made a mistake and we could not buy their insurance. He had left 1 month too soon in the retirement. It needed to be 25 and it was 24 and 11 months. So that's when he started setting to solving our problem of health care. I had pre-existing conditions and nobody would just let us buy it. And so he went through the academy just like all the other young kids. He was 53 and became a police officer. So, I mean, he wrote a lot about that, about what he was doing and how he was competing in a young person's game. And, trying to stay healthy enough to make the grade. And he did. He graduated the academy, and the young people just like, they didn't even know he was police chief anywhere, or that he was Chief Moose, until one guy in particular, they were watching a training video, and Charles was the trainer. And he's like, "That's you!"
Wow.
And so that's how modest Charles was about he was very modest about who he was, what he had been through, what he had accomplished.
It's been nearly a year since Charles died. As he wrote in those notes he left behind, Sandy says Charles knew that success and failure are close cousins.
I just read that in last night's what he was writing, and it was no regrets. That's all he put, no regrets. And so he didn't live his life regretting things.
Yeah, putting together the entire, all the
the
segments
next
of this,
how am I gonna,
of what they're doing, the parts, like part 1 to part 8, but putting it all together as one, but live, because I'm putting my commentary also. I've been at this for
he was a bodybuilder at one point.
4 hours, almost 4 hours, 20 minutes now.
He really treated his body like a science experiment in some ways. If he wanted this to be bigger or that to develop, you got to do X, Y, and Z. So he was much more analytical internally than people probably ever realized.
Sandy shared with us a photo of Charles in a natural bodybuilding competition when he was 30. If you are watching this podcast, man, was he ripped. They tried to make the most of their time off, though Sandy says about 4 years ago, Charles applied to get his old job back as chief in Portland, Oregon. He wasn't selected, and she says that stung, but all in all, Sandy says her husband was proud of his career and life of public service.
Charles became a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force after Montgomery County, and I just want our grandkids to see he didn't stop living, he didn't stop accomplishing things. He had been in the Air National Guard in Oregon, and then he joined the D.C. Guard when we got to D.C., and then he joined the Hawaii Guard once we got settled there in Hawaii. And so he went to Hawaii as a major, and then he got promoted to lieutenant colonel. After he knew he was probably not coming back ever into law enforcement, he sat with his mound of stuff ready to be deployed to the Middle East for about 5 months. He's like, yeah, I want to go. I'm signing up. Here I am. And, his people would have to walk around this big old green sack to get, into the chair next to him. He's like, I just wanted you to know I'm ready to go. And that was Charles.
And you heard Sandy Moose say that she's had some health issues and some recent setbacks, she told us, and that's why she wanted to do her interview over the phone, not be, recorded with a camera. But we are grateful that she shared part of her story with us.
And you know what I was really touched by was it really gave me a sense of Charles Moose as a person, as a dad and a father. And, you see him in front of the cameras and he's larger than life. He's just a guy doing a job. And also, after that, just trying to make things happen for his family. And you can tell that Sandy and Charles had a wonderful relationship and a great bond. And my heart goes out to her, and I do hope that she is doing okay.
And she is. We beyond what you've heard there, we chatted, and she is doing okay, besides these little health setbacks. So what's coming up, Melanie, in Episode 9, our final episode of this podcast?
I can't believe it's here, but we have finally arrived at the point of capture. So we're going to talk about that night and the things that happened then. And as we've learned, even that didn't go smoothly. We're going to talk about an attempted escape.
By Lee Malvo.
And some other really interesting things you learn from Malvo's lawyers.
Yes, we spoke to both of them, who were like the rest of us, just kind of like ducking and weaving for 3 weeks in October of 2002, and then right after the capture, they said, "Oh, by the way, you two lawyers in Fairfax, you're going to represent the younger sniper." And so they talked about Lee Boyd Malvo and all that entailed in the trials and what have you.
And some of these victims who you've heard from throughout this podcast coming face to face
in the courtroom
with the sniper. So we'll have all of that coming up in our final episode 9 of 3 Weeks of Hell, the DC Sniper. So
almost done, everybody. Almost done. Going on 5 hours here.
Website.
But that's why I said, I want to document this because it's been 22 years now. So, but no, when did 22 years put it at 2003, right? So 2020. That's 20. Yeah, 23 years. Okay, yeah, 23 years. "23 years has gone by that fast. Amazing." I guess we'll start off there and then we'll do episode 8 and we'll find number 9. Unless there isn't a number 9, I don't know. (10/24/02), 2 years ago. Montgomery County Media. That is 1 hour. Wow. There's a lot to watch. There's a lot to watch. Huh. Let's see.
We set up an interview with his mom, and we went to Jamaica specifically to talk to her. She was in the country at the time, and once when we got there, she wanted hair and makeup. She wanted us to spend $5,000 on a hotel resort for us to do the interview. She wanted a clothing budget. And, it really spoke to how she viewed her son. We were giving her the opportunity to tell people about him, tell people like he wasn't the monster that, many people thought he was. And really, she was all about herself. She was all about money. We tried to really just get some insight on who he was and how it happened. But we really discovered that she was about getting to America. She was about materialistic things, and she really didn't have any connection to Malvo whatsoever.
And I guess from what you saw, did it kind of feel like the perfect situation for someone like a predator to come in and take advantage?
For sure. That whole grooming thing, we really got a sense of that when we went to Seattle and we went to the YMCA where they stayed. And when we went in and talked to the administration, like the people that worked at the Y, they said immediately that they could tell that this was not really a great situation for Malvo, that they would watch Muhammad kind of like training him, that he would make him run up and down like this hill outside of the Y and give him just a cup of applesauce for the day. Made him sleep on mats in the Y on the floor, and then like wake him up very early in the morning to do weights and weight training. And when John Muhammad was around, they could definitely see Malvo's personality and how he interacted just changed, like just shut down. And I just, it was so weird, like, because we went through that terror here, and to be standing like in the footsteps and kind of tracing this path and like seeing where they were and like hearing from people who had interacted with him, it was just like, sometimes it was just so like chilling.
If someone had called and said, something's not right about this situation, maybe you should check into this kid's status. I don't know.
I know, yeah, it's hard to believe that no one stepped in for him. I mean, we went to a neighbor's house. They were like, there was a friend that John Muhammad had, and he would go over to this friend's house. There was a stump in the backyard that he would make Malvo practice, like shooting guns. And we spoke to that neighbor, and she just like, she's like, the gun was bigger than he was. And, to have him out in the back, and like she could hear John Muhammad yelling at him. And if he didn't hit like certain targets, she saw him like throwing stuff at him. Like if someone would have just like maybe one phone call, just stepped in at some point, we would not have gone through this 3 weeks.
The murder trials for Malvo and John Muhammad, though for crimes committed in Fairfax and Prince William counties in Northern Virginia, were moved out of the area because of the pretrial publicity.
Watching Linda Franklin's husband testify was very hard. And then Conrad Johnson's wife, what a classy woman. Remember her testifying in penalty phase? And she was just, it was just heart-wrenching. It really was. And, you get the evil eye, or they call it the stink eye. The family's looking at you, bearing down on you. And we're like, we're just trying to do our job, make the system run properly. But there is really no the takeaway is it's just tragic. I think that's the issue.
We've done a number of capital murder cases, and they're horribly sad from every angle.
Remember Dr. Caroline Namro? She's the Montgomery County, Maryland pediatrician who witnessed the October 2nd shooting death of Prem Kumar Walekar at a gas station in Aspen Hill. She told us her story in episode 3. Dr. Namro ended up testifying at both defendants' trials.
That was very hard, and I have to say that I found the trial for...
I don't know if we even watched this one. Maybe we did and I just don't remember.
Truck to block the rest stop exit just in case. When police arrived and surrounded...
No, we didn't watch this.
To put the muzzle of the weapon
Oh, we didn't watch this. What the? I thought we were on episode 8. Oh.
True Crime podcast series.
And I'm Melanie Alwick. So we've taken you through the last 3 weeks, really kind of going back.
Mia and Georgia Street. So what's going on there?
Each came out, and Bob, have a name. We have a came out, and Bob, you and I were just talking about our.
No, maybe.
About God. Conrad Johnson was shot. So we're putting all these pieces together.
That, and pretty good.
Watching, they got an idea we're onto them.
90 blue Chevy Capri. Rounded the car, using his truck to
Caprice, it's a 1990
north of Washington, D.C.
We've also learned the vehicle that they're looking for.
18-year-old from Jamaica who'd been befriended by Muhammad in the Caribbean and considered him a father-like figure. They were both arrested, sleeping in their 1990 blue Chevy Caprice at a rest stop, as I mentioned, in Myersville, Maryland, about 50 miles north of Washington, D.C.
We've also learned the vehicle that they're looking for, and let's show you.
I know that exact location too.
Burgundy or blue Chevy sedan. It's a Caprice. It's a 1990 model with a New Jersey license plate. We've learned here on the scene that does go back to a Clinton, Maryland address.
A trucker who heard the suspect's vehicle description spotted the car and the two men sleeping inside and called police, using his truck to block the rest stop exit just in case. When police arrived and surrounded the car, Muhammad and Malvo were still asleep. They'd been captured.
A lot has happened in just the past 24 hours as the sniper manhunt literally went nationwide.
We have team coverage tonight from one coast to the other. We begin with Fox 5's Bob Barnard live at police headquarters in Rockville. What a day, Bob.
Incredible day, Tracy. We're still waiting to hear from Chief Moose. In fact, he hasn't said anything publicly about this morning's
It's crazy
arrest.
how
Found with them
someone mentioned in the comment about
Bushmaster
Twitter and
semi-automatic rifle
YouTube not
used
even,
during the
Facebook not even
killing
being out yet.
ATF agent Mike Bouchard says
Yep.
he was getting an arrest warrant for Muhammad on a weapons charge.
So, we went back and forth. Now we knew what the vehicle he was driving. We went back and forth. Should we release this to the press? Because if we do, they might see this on TV. Because we know they're watching the press conferences, and it would be big news if they said we're going to identify who we're looking for. So we knew they would be watching. So
I don't know.
We went back and forth. Should we do it? Like we said, basically, let's just give it 24 hours. We also were worried about possible vigilantes going out looking for them. So we said, let's just wait. But in the back of our mind, we knew someone was going to leak it. And sure enough, within like an hour, it got leaked. In fact, there's one person who worked on the case that has written a book claiming he purposely leaked it, which, there's a chain of command, and there's also strategies that are involved in these kind of cases. You don't just make those decisions at a ground level.
So you believe this person was telling the truth, that he was the leaker?
Yeah.
And who was that?
He was a former U.S. Marshal, and he's proud of it. He's done podcasts, claiming I'm the one that did it, and because of me, it got solved. Well, we lucked out. That it got out, and we were fortunate that a truck or service worker saw that the vehicle parked at a rest stop, and he was sharp enough to pick up on it and called it in.
It was incredibly fortunate. Montgomery County State's Attorney John McCarthy, then the legal advisor to the task force, says that leak put everything at risk.
Because one of the things they feared was with the leak, if they thought, for instance, that we had a tag number, what if they got rid of the murder weapon? What if they had gotten rid of the car? What if they destroyed the computer? What if they threw away the walkie-talkies? When they were ultimately arrested, the car was a treasure trove of all the information you needed to make this case.
Yeah.
If you didn't have the gun, that you could tie ballistically to these killings, where would you have been? If you didn't have the walkie-talkies, if you didn't have the car that had the cutout where the car trunk could pop up and you could put the muzzle of the weapon out the car on a bipod that would sit there like a sniper sitting in a nest ready to take a shot. What if you lost all that? Trying to balance it out. You wanted to catch them, but you wanted to catch them in a situation where you would have evidence that you could actually convict them. And obviously stopping the killings was foremost in it. But the way it went down, literally once you saw what was in that car, well, that was a really solid case. It wasn't a tough case to make because the forensics so clearly tied them to the killings.
Pumping gas, going to the grocery store, stopping at an ATM. As news of the sniper suspect arrest sinks in, life is beginning to return to normal.
I'm excited. It's another sense of freedom to me that I can go in there and enjoy a cup of coffee on the patio again on Connecticut Avenue. The last couple of weeks I've not.
Hey!
Return to normal.
Oh my god. I know that location. I know that fucking location. Holy shit. I know that exact location. Oh, fuck. it took a second to fucking dawn on me. I gotta show this to a friend of mine.
I'm excited. It's
that's the Starbucks right there at Connecticut Avenue. Right there's the Einstein.
I can go in there and enjoy a cup of coffee on the patio again on Connecticut Avenue. The last couple of weeks,
that's why she looks familiar. Yep.
Or coffee or anything. I've kind of just gone to the office.
Right there's my spot where I do the fucking sign thing. You see the boxes? That's where I stand right there. I'll be doing that in the morning. That same trash can's still there too, except it's further down though now. But yeah, then you got the Manoli Cannoli, then Thomas Somerville. At the time, it might have been Washington by Mutual Bank, whatever SunTrust was before that. But actually, there it is, the Manoli Cannoli by menu. Actually, there's the bag of bread that they leave out. Oh my god, this is so cool. Oh my god, it's so cool. I am like ecstatic right now to see this.
Go in there and enjoy.
She actually looks really familiar too.
Again on Connecticut Avenue. The last couple of weeks I've not.
Yep, there it is. The same exact color too. I can't believe that. That place has not changed one single bit.
I'd stop for a bit.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Lake, trying to remember the name of it. Chevy Chase Lake Shopping Center.
Bagel or coffee or anything. I've kind of just gone to the office and got there as quick as possible. So feel a little bit better.
It was the end of a 3-week
oh my
period
God, that was so
unlike
cool.
any in the D.C. region's history.
You know, the final night when we announced all these, tying this together, that was probably the most emotional, one of the most emotional days. Because you know, we prepared for that all day and made sure we could inform the victims. And my job was to go out and say which shootings had been tied to this rifle and these two guys. But when we walked out, you know, the Girl Scouts, people were cheering, crying. A lot of the media, we were facing them. A lot of them were crying, and it was just like, you know, thank God this whole thing's over. So that was, you know, a good way to end this whole thing. That you know, everybody was appreciative, and you know, big relief that everybody can get back to their normal life.
John McCarthy vividly remembers how everyone felt a weight had been lifted.
I remember that Halloween night. And the reason I remember, it just seemed like everyone who had been bottled up in their house, it's almost like a post-COVID kind of phenomenon. Everyone was in the street. I lived in a neighborhood, people were pulling their kids in the wagons. Everyone's out in the streets. People were drinking wine, they were having a glass of beer, everyone was partying in the street, hanging out with their kids. It was just wonderful. It was one of those, I think it's my favorite Halloween that I ever had, and it was such relief in the community, and it was amazing to me how quickly the community rebounded to a sense of normalcy, because we went from hiding in our houses for 3 weeks to all of a sudden the world was out on the street.
Our first glimpse of suspect John Muhammad was recorded by somebody in a nearby office building as the suspects were brought out for arraignment after questioning.
You looked up, everywhere you looked was faces of individuals. Everybody working in those buildings had come to the windows to watch this happen. They're applauding, they're screaming, they're banging on the windows, cheering them, the police. And
I know the exact location. I literally live.
Taking the people out of there. Really,
I can walk there in
very
like
emotional. I mean, at first, like,
8 minutes.
I slept for 3
If I were to
days.
leave right now, I can be there in 8 minutes.
For me, because I had slept. But it was just
That's crazy
to watch this happen, because it was almost
happened right down the street from me.
led out of the Coliseum and to these crowds of people that just was so relieved, because I think by then word is beginning to trickle out. Arrests have been made, the snipers are in custody, and the people that are in these buildings are putting 2 and 2 together and realize this is the guy. This is the guy that's terrified us for the last 3 weeks. And it was very cathartic for those people, and very nice for them to be so supportive of the police.
But for prosecutors, both at the state and federal level, there was nothing normal about this case.
When John Muhammad was arrested, the questioning occurred not at the former police facility because there was too much media there. They took him to another location off of Goody Drive in Rockville. And John Muhammad was in one room being interrogated by one interrogator, and Malvo was in another room being interrogated by another. You could watch, they had set it up so that you could remotely watch it or listen into what was happening, but you basically couldn't do both. Now, if you watch John Muhammad's interview, I had 2 thoughts. At the time, John Muhammad essentially took over the interview. He began asking all the questions. And at the time, I thought it was John Muhammad trying to find out, as many bad guys will do, what do they have on me? What's the information I have? He was asking Jim Drury, which is fine because he's talking, and Jimmy's a brilliant investigator. He was letting him talk and ask questions. I thought Muhammad was trying to find out how much information, he was denying everything, by the way, but how much information do you have about what I did, and can you prove that I am the DC sniper? I've come to believe, in hindsight, that was more because he was a psychopath. He needed to be a dominant personality.
Yep.
Classic psychopathic behavior is taking over an interview. He needed to be in charge of the interview. And so that was much more consistent with his personality. He had a grandiose sense of his own intelligence. We saw that reflected later on when he when he fired his attorneys on multiple occasions and tried to represent himself in various trials, either in Virginia and Maryland. He thought he was smart enough that he could do it and do a better job than the lawyers. He thought he was a very bright guy. He made some terrible mistakes. It goes back to the original questioning. But he always thought he was the smartest person in the room.
So you said that that Malvo actually tried to escape?
Yeah, what happened was these were not secure facilities, and the 2 men were both separated, and Malvo was handcuffed, but they handcuffed him to a chair, but like to a chair leg, and he was sitting at a table in a room that had a drop ceiling with ceiling tiles in it, and he was left alone for just a couple of minutes in the room because the interrogators were trying to get together a game plan. They're game planning. How are we going to do this? What's our strategy going to be? And Jim Drury's over here, and Terry Ryan is with Malvo. And when they went back in to interview Malvo, Malvo was gone. He had gotten the handcuffs off of the chair, put the chair on the table, and he had climbed up into the roof through the ceiling tiles. He was gone. And so they had to recapture him because he had escaped up into the ceiling.
What does that tell you about him, or what?
Well, I guess he was desperate. I don't know what kind of training he'd had from. Look, he was daring enough to try and escape, but he was brought in by lots of guys looking like military paratroopers. This was a military style kind of operation to arrest them. So he knew that this was serious business. I guess he knew what he had done more so than any of us knew at that point in time. And he tried to get away. But he wasn't successful. He went back up, and they caught him just crawling around in the office building. But like, what the heck?
The father of murder victim Lori Ann Lewis Rivera spoke out after the arrests.
The job our judicial system should have is to remove this detriment from our society permanently.
Let's go right now to Fox 5's Bob Barner for the latest in the investigation. He is outside the Justice Department. Bob?
Bad blood is running like a river behind the scenes tonight, Brian. Behind the scenes, prosecutors in Maryland and Virginia were battling for the right to try the sniper suspects first. Here at the Justice Department, we're told Attorney General John Ashcroft will decide where to send the suspects for trial sometime next week. Some thinking the government's best case would be the shooting death of FBI analyst Linda Franklin at the Home Depot in Falls Church, Virginia. Here's more of my report from 20 years ago. Fairfax County Commonwealth's attorney Robert Horan this
I'm
week
putting together
said he
the entire
wants the
thing
case
live,
and believes
Bob,
this shooting offers
on
the
my
best
YouTube channel.
opportunity
It'll be
for
in the live
suspects John
section,
Muhammad
the whole
and Lee
thing,
Malvo
all
to get
8
the death
segments.
penalty.
So,
certainly, at this juncture,
I'm watching the 8th one right now, but yeah, that.
you've got to leave
As soon
open
as I
that
saw the shopping
possibility
center,
for
I
both
immediately
of them,
recognized it.
depending on
Oh
what
my
the
god,
evidence
man!
is as to who
I
the
got
shooter
really.
is and how it all
I'm just
works.
weird like that, okay?
Robert Horan,
But,
a longtime
yeah.
Fairfax County Commonwealth
So if you want
attorney
to watch,
you just heard there,
you're more than
died
welcome.
recently
Like
at
the whole
age
thing's gonna
90.
be put out. I'm
He
gonna
would
make
end
it
up getting the
actual
case against Lee Malvo,
episode 1, episode
prosecuting
8
it
without my
successfully.
commentary. I'm gonna make the
jury
whole thing
delivering a
straight
sentence
out.
of life
I'm
in
gonna
prison without the
download every
possibility
episode
of
and
parole.
stitch them together
Part
and
of
make
the
it all
team
one
defending
thing.
Lee Malvo
So-
were 2 Northern Virginia defense attorneys, Thomas Walsh and Mark Petrovich.
We were like everyone else. We were in the middle of the terrorist acts, essentially, that everybody was experiencing, and we were at the pumps, shucking and jiving and moving around and trying to avoid potential snipers. And we tell this story all the time. We had come off another capital murder trial, and Michael, Tom, and I had handled that case, and I had been assigned to the sentencing on that case. And we were having lunch one day in the middle of the shootings while they were still going on. And we all just were sitting there and we were joking. We said, imagine you got appointed to this case if they catch him, and imagine if you have to do the mitigation phase on that capital case. And we're all laughing. And then it was like 2 weeks later we got appointed to the case. So,
what was your reaction?
Well, it was surreal. We went from one phase to the other. We were essentially part of the overall population victims, and then we went from that to defending him, which is our obligation, and that's what we do for a living. And so then our posture changed, our position changed, and our outlook changed.
We spoke to Petrovich and Walsh at their office in Fairfax, Virginia.
The police had a goal to, get a full confession, paint him as a monster, and then basically try to kill him. Our goal was to come in, create a relationship, and try to save his life.
The lawyers are no longer representing Malvo. During the Virginia trial, the team presented an insanity defense, trying to convince the jury that Malvo was controlled by John Muhammad.
It was very clear initially that he was still operating under a mandate from Muhammad. Muhammad had told him, and one of the reasons he confessed when he was first brought to Virginia, that was one of the battles we had. One of the legal battles was the statement he made. He confessed to and claimed he was the shooter on all the shootings, and that was a directive by Muhammad. And they decided that he would take the blame for all the shootings because it would be unlikely that they would seek the death penalty against a juvenile, whereas they would seek the death penalty against Muhammad. So that first statement was a big obstacle for us, and that was, we were fighting that the whole time because he basically bared all and essentially admitted and took responsibility for all the shootings, which wasn't the case at all. He apparently did a few of the shootings, but not the vast majority were Muhammad. And so that was the mandate and the layer we were trying to peel back, the indoctrination and control that Muhammad had over Lee. It was very apparent, and we had to work through that, work that down.
John Muhammad would be tried by Prince William County, Virginia prosecutors for the murder of Dean Myers, the 53-year-old Vietnam veteran and civil engineer shot and killed gassing up his car at a Sunoco station in Manassas, Virginia on October 9, 2002. Former Commonwealth's attorney Paul Ebert prosecuted Muhammad. We asked Mr. Ebert.
There's the Harbor Freight. That's where the Harbor Freight is.
Myers, the 53-year-old Vietnam veteran and civil engineer, shot and killed gassing up his car at a Sunoco station in Manassas, Virginia on October 9th, 2002. Former Commonwealth...
That's where and then the Bob Evans is just right that way. Wow. I think that sign still is there too. I think. And this was a Shoney's at the time. Wow. Crazy.
Attorney Paul Ebert prosecuted Muhammad. We asked Mr. Ebert about the sniper case when he announced his retirement in 2019.
And anybody in this metropolitan area that wasn't afraid, there's something wrong with them.
Were you afraid?
To some degree. I mean, I wasn't running and hide like a lot of people did, but there's something wrong with them.
Yeah. That was crazy, right? That they showed the interview right at the shopping center.
Oh yeah.
Did you see a video yet that I made?
No, I haven't watched it.
Yeah, it's just right there.
Tomorrow I want to actually watch it.
Yeah, it's the same color as it was back in October 2002. Same exact color. The guy leaves the bread in the bay by the Manoli cannoli. Same exact thing. That is crazy, right? 23 years later, it's still the same. It's still the same.
I know you'd be surprised when you see stuff like that. That's still the same.
I know. I'm like shocked.
Yeah.
I'm like I thought it would be a different. I thought it was a different color. I thought maybe the Manoli cannoli wasn't there yet. Maybe Starbucks wasn't there yet. Einstein wasn't there, but no, it's been there the whole time. I sent it to like Matt and Alex too, because I'm just like fuck. That is so. It just amazes me to see that. And then I'm going through another part where they just showed where the Harbor Freight was in the background, and it was Shoney's at the time next, I guess, right? Mm-hmm. Do you remember that?
Were you afraid?
Oh, you do?
To some degree. I mean, I wasn't running.
You know where the T-Mobile store is? Yeah, apparently that was Shoney's.
I pump gas, I walk around. So if you kill me, it's going to be a moving target.
That's so crazy.
Muhammad would be convicted in April 2005, sentenced to death, and executed by lethal injection on November 10, 2009. Malvo actually testified against Muhammad in the Maryland trials more than 3 years
Can you believe that I've been doing
after
this for almost 5 hours
the
now?
Influence of his former father figure.
Almost 5
This
hours,
time,
yeah, like
he
4 hours
says
and 51
he was
minutes.
the trigger man in only 2 of the shootings, and Muhammad did all the rest.
Why?
Malvo pleaded guilty without a plea deal to all of the charges in Maryland.
Lee was a really good kid growing up, and he got bounced around to a couple of different places, a number of different places in Jamaica and then Antigua.
Because the first person that
he just
they
never
interviewed,
got
I
the
actually
settled
recognized.
area,
I
the
think
settled
she looks
home
familiar.
that he wanted.
And
He
I'm
wanted
like,
the love
why
of
she
his
looks so
father
familiar? And then I
initially. His
started
father,
to look at the gate, and the brickwork, and
cohabitate
the
with his
windows, and
mother,
it dawned
so
on me.
he
I was like,
essentially
oh.
And then Lee was with his mother,
You
and
know
his
what I
mother
mean?
just was
Like,
too much
it
for
only
her
took
to
like
do.
5
She was trying to
seconds,
get
and I
employment, she was
immediately
trying to make a
recognized. And
living at the same
then when I
time
went to the
raise
other
a
one
child.
where
And it was
they
too much
interviewed
for
the other
her, so
woman
she
in the
kept
back of the place,
leaving him in
exactly where she
houses,
stands,
households,
exactly
people who
where
she
I
knew,
stand, right?
relatives,
She would have been
and good
standing right in front of the bucket
and places
if I
where
was there,
Lee,
right? And
enjoyed
I was like,
staying,
oh
but
shit,
after a short period of time, she would come in and move
it fucking
into a different
just dawned
place.
on me hard.
Not to say that she was doing it for an evil
I don't know why
purpose.
it
She
gets so
was
weird
trying
like that,
to
but it just
get
really
her
surprised me.
self together and get a steady
Yeah.
situation for herself. But this had an effect on her. He never had that.
I know, right?
that steady father figure. He never had that nice home that
Weird.
he wanted, and he
I
didn't have
don't
the
know.
promise
It's
of a
weird
good
to see that.
education. And unfortunately, he met
In it's the
Muhammad,
same
who
place,
was,
you know?
as Craig described him, a child magnet. He was very good with adolescent kids,
Who was that?
and Lee took right to him, and he became
Oh, I know you were
his
at work.
disciple essentially, and
I guess you were gone.
was completely indoctrinated. He would never have done any of this had it not been for Muhammad. No question. I don't think there's
So
any
it's how
question.
you're gonna wake up there.
I would say he was a really
Try to give me a full
good
run that time too. Make
kid.
sure that I'm
He was born and raised in Jamaica.
you know, get over there.
He got bounced
I'll
around,
get some
but he
coffee.
was a really good kid. And then he met somebody who I do consider a monster at that time. He met a monster who indoctrinated him and caused him to essentially ruin his life.
Interesting how both of his then trial lawyers say that had Lee Malvo never met John Muhammad, who knows where he would be today, but he would not be in prison.
And I think we heard a lot of that in some of the testimony at the trial, which I covered also some 20 years ago. And also with me was our Fox 5 producer, Terry Tolliver. And I wanted you guys to hear from her as well, because she also traveled just the entire path that Lee Boyd Malvo took with John Muhammad through his young life. She went with Tracy Neal. We've heard her
voice throughout this,
in our podcast as well. And so they really wanted to go and get a sense of the same sort of thing. Who was this teenage sniper?
And it was just really just eye-opening to see like his really, really humble beginnings. I mean, you know, we're talking about like kind of a beach shack where he and his mom were. It was beautiful, but you know, it wasn't the touristy things that we see when you go to Antigua. In Jamaica, it was really really where we got a chance to really see what was surrounding like this whole, like how it was that Muhammad was able to really get control of Malvo. We set up an interview with his mom, and we went to Jamaica specifically to talk to her. She was in the country at the time, and once when we got there, just, you know, she wanted hair and makeup. She wanted us to spend $5,000 on a hotel resort for us to do the interview. She wanted a clothing budget. And, you know, it really spoke to how she viewed her son. We were giving her the opportunity to tell people about him, tell people like he wasn't the monster that, you know, many people thought he was. And really, she was all about herself. She was all about money. We tried to really just get some insight on who he was and how it happened, but we really discovered that she was about getting to America. She was about materialistic things, and she really didn't have any connection to Malvo whatsoever.
And I guess from what you saw, did it kind of feel like the perfect situation for someone like a predator to come in and take advantage?
For sure, for sure. You know, that whole grooming thing, we really got a sense of that when we went to Seattle and we went to the YMCA where they stayed. And when we went in and talked to the administration, like the people that worked at the Y, they said immediately that they could tell that this was not really a great situation for Malvo, that they would watch Muhammad kind of like training him, that he would make him run up and down like this hill outside of the Y and give him just a cup of applesauce for the day. Made him sleep on mats in the Y on the floor, and then like wake him up very early in the morning to do weights and weight training. When John Muhammad was around, they could definitely see Malvo's personality and how he interacted just changed, like just shut down. And I just, you know, it was so weird, like, because we went through that terror here, and to be standing like in the footsteps and kind of tracing this path and like seeing where they were and like hearing from people who had interacted with him, it was just like, sometimes it was just so like chilling.
If someone had called and said, something's not right about this situation, maybe you should check into this kid's status. I don't know.
I know, yeah, it's hard to believe that no one stepped in for him. I mean, we went to a neighbor's house. They were, like, there was a friend that John Muhammad had, and he would go over to this friend's house. There was a stump in the backyard that he would make Malvo practice, like shooting guns. And we spoke to that neighbor, and she just, like, you know, she's like, the gun was bigger than he was. And, you know, to have him out in the back, and, like, she could hear John Muhammad yelling at him. And if he didn't hit, like, certain targets, you know, she saw him, like, throwing stuff at him. You know, like, if someone would have just, like, maybe one phone call just stepped in at some point, we would not have gone through this 3 weeks.
The murder trials for Malvo and John Muhammad, though for crimes committed in Fairfax and Prince William counties in Northern Virginia, were moved out of the area because of the pretrial publicity.
Watching Linda Franklin's husband testify was very hard. And then Conrad Johnson's wife, what a classy woman. Remember her testifying in penalty phase? And she was just it was just heart-wrenching. It really was. And, you get the evil eye, or they call it the stink eye. The family's looking at you, bearing down on you. And we're just trying to do our job, make the system run properly. But there is really no takeaway. The takeaway is it's just tragic. I think that's the issue.
We've done a number of capital murder cases, and they're horribly sad from every angle.
Remember Dr. Caroline Namro? She's the Montgomery County, Maryland pediatrician who witnessed the October 2nd shooting death of Prem Kumar Walekar at a gas station in Aspen Hill. She told us her story in episode 3. Dr. Namro ended up testifying at both defendants' trials.
That was very hard, and I have to say that I found the trial for Malvo very disturbing, because where the witness stand was that I was on and where the defense table was, we were very close. Just the arrangement in the courtroom, and they had dressed him up in this very nice creamy ivory colored sweater, and he's a good looking guy, he's a nice young man, and it's just it was just the juxtaposition of this nice looking boy and yet he could commit such horrendous crimes. It was so shocking. It's so shocking. You think of somebody who's evil, they look evil, look like a monster, and yet here he is, this nice-looking kid. That was really horrific. I found that very mentally shocking. Like, here you are, you can look nice, you can be doodling. I could see him doodling on the pad that he had, and you took all these people's lives for what? For what? Destroyed these people's lives, his families, forever changed. That was really disturbing. The trial where Mohammed was in Rockville, and he defended himself, actually, he didn't have a defense attorney. That was very bizarre, because he questioned me himself. And I think he kept asking me, well, did you see me? Did you see me? Did you see the card? And I said, no, I didn't. I didn't see anything. I think that's really all he asked me. I can't quite remember all the questioning, but...
He was almost paranoid that you saw him, or just curious, or whatever?
I think his point was, well, how do you know it was me? Because you didn't see me. So where's the proof?
How strange was that, though, to be having a conversation with this man at all, let alone in a courtroom with a bunch of people listening in?
Yeah, it was very bizarre. That was very, very bizarre. Is this guilty guy, asking me, well, you didn't see me. No, I didn't. But I think it was only a matter I was only on the witness stand for a few minutes, so that was very brief.
Iron Brown was the youngest of the sniper's victims. We met him in episode 5. Iron was called as a witness in the penalty phase of Muhammad's murder trial. Says he heard Malvo never showed any remorse.
So I never had a chance to actually meet Malvo or see him face to face, but I did get a chance to see Muhammad during the trial, and he actually was the one who had no remorse and was just, I'll never forget how he looked at me, even after the police and the FBI told me not to look his direction, but I wanted to anyway. And Malvo was the one who actually did shoot me. As I stated before, I think he was aiming at my heart because I was shot just underneath my chest, right above my stomach. And I believe that I read somewhere that he confessed to his cellmate that had I not been outside, he would have shot into the first school bus that would have pulled into the parking lot. And ironically, my school bus used to always be the first bus that would pull into the parking lot. So I think it was inevitable that it was going to be me to be shot regardless.
My God. And so Muhammad never said anything to you? It was just kind of the way he looked at you that you remember?
I would never forget how he looked at me. He tried to pierce through my soul almost. But Muhammad, he definitely did try to intimidate me. And I'll never forget how he looked at me. Because if you recall, he was representing himself during a trial that I believe was being held in Virginia. And I came there briefly to, give a brief testimony because obviously I didn't see anybody being shot through the sniper rifle. But I was just taking them, step for step for what happened with my aunt dropping me off and me getting out the car and things of that nature.
Paul LaRufa is also a survivor. You heard from him in episode 2 how he was actually the first victim of the snipers back in September 2002 before anyone knew what was about to come. John Muhammad questioned him too on the witness stand. LaRufa says he felt he was face to face with pure evil, and at the time he hated both Muhammad and Malvo. He's in a better place now.
You know, people say, have you forgiven him? And I say, yeah. At first, you have to define forgiveness, and the definition that I use for forgiveness is a definition that states forgiveness is the release of anger towards somebody who has done you harm. So it's something that I had released the anger because, as I said before, if I had spent the last 20 years being as angry as I was 20 years ago, then I let him ruin my life.
Today, Paul is actually an advocate for the Campaign for the Fair Sentencing of Youth, which works to end juvenile life without parole sentences. 25 states and the District of Columbia now ban life without parole for minors. Paul believes these prisoners should at least have the opportunity to ask for release at some point in their lives. In February 2020, then Virginia Governor Ralph Northam signed a law that allows prisoners serving life sentences for crimes committed as juveniles, like Lee Malvo, to be eligible for parole after 20 years. Malvo's first application for parole was submitted in August of 2022. It was denied by the Virginia Parole Board.
Good.
The Supreme Court has also restricted the circumstances when a young person can be sent to jail for life. State's Attorney John McCarthy says Malvo's case is always a sticking point when advocates want to go even further and eliminate kids being tried as adults.
Mr. Malvo is part of a much larger debate about juvenile justice reform and how far you should go, because you always have that case to reflect upon. It's not an imaginary, made-up example. Here's a real concrete example. What if somebody goes into a first grade class and kills 25 first graders with an automatic weapon at age 16? Wipes out a first grade class. Are they going to stay as a juvenile? Are they going to go into a program in Maryland where maybe it lasts a year? At worst, they would be incarcerated until age 21, and then they're back in the community. And they killed 25 first graders. Or 22 people. You know, it's very interesting. Things have turned out, historically, things have turned out pretty well for him. He gets a review of his sentence in Virginia, and he gets a review of his sentence in Maryland. These are sentences where he thought when he took them, he agreed. He was never going to see the light of day again. He might now.
Malvo's trial lawyers don't believe the now 37-year-old serving his life sentence at Virginia's Supermax Red Onion State Prison will ever be released.
There's a lot of people out there that hope he won't. That's for sure.
Well, he better
I
not.
Hope that there's a chance of him getting out.
Why?
I'm not sure that'll ever happen now.
Malvo is suspected of murdering other people as well in Alabama, Louisiana, Arizona, and California. And so if he were to ever be released from custody in Virginia and then later Maryland, he would have to face charges in those other states as well.
Damn right.
Yeah, at some point in time, there is something called geriatric parole too, you know. And so, but you're right, he has all these other states. So if you get a chance to get out here, he's going to go to Maryland, and then he's going to be reviewed there. And then Louisiana and Alabama have a chance to prosecute him. No statute of limitations. In Arizona, he came forth and admitted to his involvement in various things. In California too. Kenny Cook. So I think with all those layers and going from state to state to state, I'm not sure he'll ever get out. But it would be nice to have that option for him because it would give him hope.
Paul LaRufa says he might be for that in 40 or 50 years, but not now. Others whose lives were forever changed aren't sure they'll ever accept that.
He deserves a death penalty, everybody. I don't care what anyone says.
And I know that there are people who say, well, he was very young and he was very influenced. And I
shoot him in the head.
Agree that he was very influenced. But unfortunately, I think he enjoyed what he did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did.
I think he was proud of what he did. And I know it's hard to think that somebody that young should stay in prison. But look what he did.
Plus, he tried to escape once, so...
I really don't think that he should be allowed out.
Thank you.
In retrospect,
I agree
many
too.
feel that if 15-year-old Lee Boyd Malvo had never met John Muhammad, things would have been different.
100%. 100%. I think that he was a victim of a lot of different circumstances, a mom that didn't really care about him, a system that didn't protect him when he was in trouble, and then just wanting to be, I think he really wanted that acceptance and love from John Muhammad, so he was willing to do anything to get that and to keep that because he had nothing else in the world.
And I guess if you want to take away, we all should
I grew up in a broken home. I didn't become like that, you know.
do the right things with your children and make sure that they get their basic needs met and make sure that they're raised the right way and they don't get into the hands of the wrong people.
And of course, here at Fox 5, we'll be keeping an eye on how the appeals process for Malvo and his sentences and his, bids for parole in the future, how that goes. Believe me, we'll be following this, in the months and years to come.
And certainly what's been really interesting, I think, for both you and I over the last 9 episodes, 9 weeks, is the ability to really get to connect with these people that we'd written about or heard testify or even reported on from the reporter's box, I guess, at arm's length, really being able to get those questions answered that you always have. But what were they thinking? What was happening behind the scenes? I found that to be very satisfying from a journalistic point of view.
Absolutely. Like even meeting Iron Brown, who, we knew his name from the time the little 13-year-old was shot outside of school, and Dr. Namro, who back in episode 1, I was talking live on TV the first morning when we were realizing something crazy was going on, that the lady in that van, we thought it was a nurse at the time, it turns out she was a doctor, was witnessing, and here we've had a chance to meet her and share her story with you. So we feel very grateful for those who've been able to share their stories and willing to do so that we can, put that in this podcast and share it with you.
And we just want to thank you all for coming along with us over the last 9 weeks. We appreciate your time as well. Hope you enjoyed it.
Might have to do one more, but we'll see. I really want to take a shower and I want to lay down. That might be it. I don't know. Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah, I think that was it. All right, well, everybody, that was been 5 hours, 12 minutes. Wow. But I need to get the air conditioner on because it's pretty warm in here. And, yeah, I need to take a shower and try to get some sleep because I'm going to a shopping center in the morning. So I'll see you guys later. I'm sorry this took so long, but I wanted to document the entire thing. And I'm gonna take all these episodes. I'm gonna stitch them together soon, and we'll go from there. I'll probably use Windows Movie Maker because I got Windows 7 on here. So I'll use Windows Movie Maker, stitch it all together, and create one long continuous video for everybody to watch and to create conversation about. So yeah, see you guys later.